We are back here at Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel. EU is heating up. Buff Enjoyers back in the money match, taking on Aegis Aurora, looking to reclaim the crown, and of course joined once more by DDK and Jake. And guys, here's the trend I've been seeing in EU, regardless of how things go down. I feel like Mo and Krill has been dictating so much right now, even in a loss. By far the highest meteoric rise in meta that we've seen since really Mirage got released.
Yeah, I think we're about to see more of it too, because I feel like Aegis Aurora, for them, it was pretty central. So the question actually is, given the fact that Mo does seem to be pretty impactful in terms of how the strategy plays out for getting picks or enabling other hero picks that you have, we talked about the Vindicta previously, or the what's her name? Yamato. Do you start banning Mo? Is it a ban now? You know?
I mean, there's so many heroes that are high priority now, right? So like, as good as Mo is, and I do think Mo is pretty important and adds a lot of value to some of these drafts, we've just seen it lose. And we've also seen that, you know, there's like, yeah, you could go for an earlier Mo ban, but is that going to let Mirage through? Is that going to let, I mean, Vindicta took a lot of first bans, Yamato, Shiv, Paradox. Like, there's so many extremely potent high priority heroes. I think you just can't ban them all. So I think it's more likely it's a question of who's going to pick Mo. I think it's just very likely we will see Mo in a lot of these games, because it's like, it feels like a bad hero to ban. Like, if you ban Mo, I mean, like, can't you pick it yourself if you want to use it, or maybe you really don't want to if you don't have like any kind of saves or any kind of escapes. But then again, I think maybe there's just a playstyle adaptation, like building, like I think the Yamato built an E shift in that second game, enabling her to potentially survive some of those Kelvin domes, or like, you know, save themselves a little bit longer instead of just having to ult really, really early when they're caught alone. So maybe there's playstyle adaptations, but I do agree. I think Mo, Ivy, some of these like just powerful team fight heroes that open fights well, that push lanes aggressively and that are hard to punish, I think are like a key factor in getting map control.
Well, now looking here, personally, I think you touched on a great point, and just the idea that, you know, it's kind of pick your poison, right? There's so many elements here that teams want to protect against, and it's always interesting in MOBAs too, where, you know, a hero comes to prominence because, hey, it's being used effectively, but you have to wonder, is that, well, is it getting used in this instance just because of all the other things that could be getting used that teams are already planning against? And, you know, teams just get good at having multiple weapons available. But before we get into the draft, let's remind everyone what the rosters are on these two teams, where, you know, again, you miss a little bit, you might be going, who is Aegis Aurora? Well, we got, well, sometimes.
Well, you're still wondering.
Yeah, you're wondering. You're still wondering who they might be. But of course, Buff Enjoyers, they haven't changed rosters in between series. You know, we're in EU, we're not in North America, so you know, the roster swap's not quite as rapid. But Dan, as we wait for the rosters to come up, you know, what other musings do you have?
Well, I was just reflecting on the fact that, oh, hello. All right, they've revealed themselves. All right, so let's run us through this before I mean, well, okay, I'll tee it up. Don't let ABL play Yamato. That's
fair. Yeah. I think Wraith is a critical pick. We talked about it last game. I think Zergy looked great on the Wraith, but Sonya was really strong as well, and it was a key part of their victories last week, taking the crown for Aegis Aurora. So for me, I'd be curious to see if Wraith goes first phase here, or maybe gets banned.
Yeah, Sanya's performance on the Wraith was fantastic last time around, and we also let us down some deep off camera discussions on, well, is Sanya a 14-year-old phenom player, or is Sanya, you know, a 39-year-old with a sense of humor that thinks it's fine to put 2011 at the end of their name? We actually don't know. I didn't do any digging on this, so, you know, maybe chat can, you know, do a little bit of digging and investigation on their own. But, you know, realistically speaking, Aegis Aurora, you know, not only on the Wraith and Yamato, but also you think about the flexibility of Wizaster playing Mo one game and swapping up the next, and just Fremont just generally being consistent across the way in rotational plays. Like, all in all, Aegis Aurora really surprised with their versatility and even being able to change up as the draft shifted from map 1 to map 2. But now the idea of, oh, everyone's like practicing to take down the champion, Aegis Aurora isn't as much of an unknown where, yeah, they were top 4 before, but as we talked about in the beginning, Jake, the pressure is way more intense when you're number 1.
Yeah, and Buff and George has had the opportunity to rewatch those replays from last week that they lost. I'm sure that they've done that and that they've thought about this opponent, thought about different approaches they want to take, whether it's from the draft or, you know, the patch has slightly shifted the game. I don't think it's like too major, too huge, but it could change things like draft priority or the stylistic preference that Buff and George wants to go for. However, Buff and George, I mean, they won, they're here, right? But it was a bit of a rocky start to the day, right? Like having to do a replay, playing 2 matches back to back. Aegis Aurora got to watch 2 games and essentially scout their next opponent. For me right now, though, what I'm seeing in these high-level games is like, I feel like there's not so much individual differentiation anymore. Like where early when the game came out, I feel like there was a few players who just came out to this huge lead and looked super unstoppable, that their skill was on the next level. But right now, it feels like it's all coming down to these mid-game team fights, late-game team fights, where one player is just not going to make the difference for you. It's about your coordination as a unit, how people are team fighting, like where you are on the map, how you're controlling the objectives to create that advantage for the team fight. And for me, like that's what's really deciding these games. I haven't seen any, I mean, unless a game gets like stomped in the lanes where you feel like, okay, they just never had a hope in this match. That's where I feel like, okay, we can say.
Wait, did everyone lose Jake? Was it just me?
I lost Jake. Jake is muted. The production cut his microphone. That's it. It's all over.
Yeah.
Okay. Production is saying they didn't do it, but we're gonna.
Maybe I bumped my mic or something. But I was saying I think the game's all about late game team fights right now. I don't think we've seen many lane stomps. I think we haven't seen so much of like an individual gappening anymore. It really is coming down to late game, and pretty much everyone is getting there. Everyone who's coming to the fight night to compete has the chops to take each other when it comes to the 1v1s.
Wait, you serious?
Right, so the draft is underway, and Aegis Aurora opening things up here with the Lash ban early on, and you know, I wonder how much of this is based on scrim data, because we saw Listic play Lash to a pretty high effect in the last game. I wouldn't have expected to see Lash get banned here, though, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really curious, like, what Aegis Aurora would do, because I think you already mentioned it when you're going over their lineup, but this team's really versatile, and even though we haven't seen very much of them, that was really obvious to me as well, like straight out of the gate. So I feel like we don't know everything about them just yet, but yeah, we get the ban. We talked about it. You know, don't let ABL on Yamato, and that's exactly the first move from Buff and Joyous.
I don't mind the Lash ban. I think if Aegis Aurora aren't going to use it themselves, they're also first picking, so you don't necessarily want to ban like one of the top priority heroes, because you could always pick it yourself. But losing Yamato now is a real question of what you want to go for. Maybe Shiv is like the most obvious choice for a first pick right now.
No one
we
builds
could
an
see
empire
Paradox.
without sacrifice.
Wraith actually goes first. Wow. Okay. I was talking up Wraith, but they really value it. I think knowing how good both Zergy and Sonya are on the character, they really value getting this character on their side, and I like this opening.
I also think it's because Buff and Joyous showed their hand a little bit in map 1, where they decide, okay, new draft strategy, we're gonna put Zergy on Wraith, and I think Aegis Aurora now realized, okay, we need to do this. However, guess what? Mirage is walking through that door. I will eat some form of clothing, not necessarily a hat, if we don't see Mirage in the next 2 picks. And you might go, it's not going to be a broadcast. If it is, you know, it'll be some form of deception. Shiv Mirage, please. No. Actually,
I think you're right. Like, I think it's the most obvious pick, but I'm just sort of hoping for the memes here.
No, please. Spare me.
Yeah, and that's what you get if you're just casually throwing out such a thing.
Okay, but it should be Mirage.
Oh, like, the time's running low. How you feeling?
No, I actually, I'm not feeling great right now. Like, going back and, you know, I gave myself an out. I didn't say it would be. Thank you, God. Okay. Okay.
Oh, that's so funny. Because we wouldn't have made you eat anything or anything, but you would have had to live with the shame though, because you know. So.
But we're good though. I'm actually a genius. That was like a bet, and the bet paid off.
You're fearless. You're fearless. I respect that. I think Mirage is just such a powerful character for the simple value of the late game splitting, where we talked about how critical these late game team fights are around mid boss. And now you just don't have to have 6 players around mid ready to fight that we've seen in almost all of the previous matches. Mirage can be just splitting a lane, forcing objectives a mile away on the map, and then the moment the fight fight kicks off, he's back into the engagement, and that creates such a challenge in actually getting a true 6-on-6. You really do split the opponent pressure. Maybe Paradox and Wraith can find the pickoffs to deny that situation from even happening.
I just want to quickly mention, we have no evidence that DP didn't PayPal someone on Buff and Joyce just now, so just want to throw that out there.
Yeah. That's true. I mean, look, sometimes you gotta be quick with your payment, you know, protect your GI track. That's how it goes. But Paradox coming in, I will say, Paradox or Mirage might have been a thing, but Mirage generally has been just slightly more higher valued by teams historically, which is why you see Mirage banned and Paradox picked. But honestly, Paradox Vindicta, I mean, the Aegis Aurora mid game right now looks incredibly terrifying in the sense that Paradox is going to be roaming. Vindicta is going to be roaming at 3K, and Wraith is no slouch at making opportunities with quick telekinesis plays. I mean, right now, if you're looking at Buff Enjoyers, you have to think they're playing something a little bit more long game focused.
Yeah,
however, they're going to have... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, getting the Abrams there is really nice. Just like taking anything that's tanky away from Aegis Aurora is kind of important right now, because we saw Aegis Aurora playing previously with a style where the Wraith is kind of more supportive, more backline positioning than kind of getting in the mix as much. And that only really works if you have some kind of a front line to work with. Typically, they had the Mo in there at the very least, which is still available, but I'm starting to get worried for them now.
Yeah, I think Buff and Joyers just have a big opportunity here in the middle of the draft to not only put bans down, but just really assert control of the frontliners. And yeah, that is going to be the Mo ban, if I can read the hero icons.
Yep. It is Mo. You look at top, you can kind of see Krill just very tiny on top. It gets a little bit muddled in Pixel art, but he's there.
I'm zooming into my monitor. I see little Krill.
Yeah, this is a problem. You know, you don't have the Abrams, you don't have Mo and Krill, the Shiv is gone. Like, you know, what they need a front line. So what are the best options for them now?
If I had a mouth,
you could do something. You could go for the Viscous, you know, have some saves for these Abrams pins, Mirage catches, Shiv, but then also potentially the ball for frontlining and getting vision.
Viscous is in the past.
Okay. I guess that makes sense. Maybe they were scared Buff and Joyers would, you know, again, having the pick priority there. And maybe the Viscous save is pretty nice against like something like Vindicta Stake or the Wraith Lift. Still really valuable for both teams, and maybe Aegis Aurora just were convinced that Buff and Joyers would have taken it with this pick, but they're going to get the Ivy, and I like the Ivy a lot here. I think giving all this D push is going to be really annoying in the mid game. It's going to be really challenging to contest objectives against a Buff and Joyers comp with Mirage, Global TP, Ivy able to fly these urns. For me, that looks like a pretty nasty combo when it comes to these mid-game objectives. I think once you get to like super late game, maybe it won't matter as much, but it's a scary thing when it comes to mid-game economy leads off the back of those urns.
Before this comes in, they gotta go Warden. There's absolutely no way they can get away with not going Warden here, because you don't give up Warden in addition to they go. Yeah, I mean
Geist is similar to Warden in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it plays a similar role. It does, but you think about who likes to play what. Sharik is probably just gonna go on Warden now from Buff and Joyers. And
they could still take Aegis Warden, right, with this next pick?
Oh, that's right. They have back-to-back picks. So yeah,
but even, I mean, what I'm a little worried about, though, even if they do go Geist Warden here, is like, I feel like Warden wants to chase, but he himself is not like the unstoppable god of running you over. He just brings damage and chase and catch potential. But I'm a little worried, like, can this Warden actually get himself run over if he's challenging into Ivy and Abrams and Shiv? Can he actually do what he likes to do, which is like hard run them down? I feel like Warden wants to have that one player in front of him, like assisting him, getting lockdowns for him. Maybe that's just like Vindicta tethering people, or Paradox swapping Wraith lifting. Like maybe you can go for like a tankier Wraith build this game. I do think they're gonna have some tankiness issues though. They don't have like a proper frontliner. They've got a bunch of like off frontliners, semi frontliners. But no proper frontliner, and kind of a lack of stuns when it comes to dealing with the 7 here.
This 7 was interesting, Jake, because I know you highlighted this in the last week, where 7 sort of didn't really turn up against Aegis Aurora in maybe the ways that you would have wanted to see. That I think you're kind of saying it feels somewhat overrated, at least because it doesn't come online in the early to mid game in the ways that you'd want.
I think Buff and Joyers are having maybe a little bit more of a late game centered draft, and I love the Bebop actually, because I think this really, I mean, think about the damage threat coming in from Aegis Aurora. Like I talked about, maybe Warden wants to be in, but not all the way in. He wants someone else in front of him, and now like there's a lot of, it feels like any of these characters can get hooked and be in real trouble. There's no one who can get hooked and like feel really confident. maybe the Geist, but when there's like a silence online or a follow-up stun, even Geist, it's not that consistent, right? You need assistance to be able to consistently get your skills off in the front line.
Yeah, the Bebop is interesting because Bebop really has not been a character I've seen as much in EU. Infernus, though, coming back into play, where, interestingly enough, apparently the Scrim hotline for NA says Infernus has been back online entirely in NA, kind of absent in EU recently, but I think the Infernus pick's still very, very good. I think he's probably a character right now that's like gone into the underrated territory, and yeah, I think in terms of rounding out the team comp, I don't hate it from Aegis Aurora, but I will say what should be standing out to everyone is that normally this would be a case where you'd be running a different support there, where you would have expected a Kelvin to be the final pick. It's not the case here, and it kind of goes to that niche EU play where sometimes you'll not run a support and then run a Vindicta at times that like is a little bit more supporty. Like you'll even sometimes see a Vindicta pick up a rescue beam. Jake, I look at this, I feel like that has to be where they're going here because, you know, in terms of the ABCs of a Deadlock composition, the Aegis Aurora comp is a little bit different.
Yeah, they're just going for like all cores more or less, and like you said, maybe the Vindicta can be played as like a semi-support, you know, or I think Parrot Wraith can be built a little bit tankier. Infernus can go for like a dash-oriented build where he's, maybe it's kind of like everybody's gonna have to do a little bit of frontlining this game because there's no one who's really gonna assume that role. And the question for Aegis Aurora is, this is kind of the exact opposite of what we saw from them last week, where they were very invested in the front line. They were very consistent in having a bigger, badder front line, pushing out key areas of the map, taking the control that they want, and then securing a lot of objectives off the back of that. When it comes to like objective secure, you've got the Infernus ult. I mean, that's something, but right, when Abrams has his unstoppable from ulti online, Ivy can dodge that Infernus ult, at least like, you know, put the counter stun down on them with the stone form, and then you've got Bebop involved too, who can always throw a wrench in the mix. I feel like what we've seen in this late game fights all comes down to objective secure and earn control. And that, to me, I like what Buff and George is bringing. I think they're going to be stronger, not least because of the Mirage global TP. I think we're going to see a lot of late game team fights where if Buff and George get a stalemate on mid, they're just going to win the mid boss by virtue of splitting with Mirage and then bringing the Mirage back as soon as somebody responds to the split push.
All right, Dan, you heard the tail of the tape there from Jake. We're getting into it now. Aegis Aurora versus Buff and Joyers. Buff and Joyers looking to get back on top of the mountain. Aegis Aurora looking to defend their newly claimed title. A few Christmas skins out in the play, and you know, a rare Mirage sighting. I feel like Mirage has been banned more than picked in recent times, but now get to see Mirage to kick off this best of three.
Yeah, and it's so cool. It's a testament, I think, to Deadlock's, I guess, overall hero balance across all of the roles, to be honest. That we can have a veto where, you know, the heroes that are not necessarily like considered S tier universally, you know, certain teams can play these heroes in their compositions and it can be central enough to their strategy that it actually warrants that opportunity cost decision. Hey, we're going to ban that against this specific team, which then opens up S tier hero picks. I think that's like very healthy that the opportunity cost works in that way, and it's going to help give more variance to the games that we see. And it means also that the teams that are more adaptable, which to me is more interesting, are going to be the teams that are going to have a huge edge. And that's a big question here for Aegis Aurora's EP, because they've been heavily like controlled in this draft if you compare it to the previous drafts we've seen for them.
Yeah, and also you talk about who's playing what. You know, last time we saw Aegis Aurora, you know, their frontline players, ABL and Irez, it was ABL on Yamato all day long. Irez was on Mo and Krill more often than not. And this time around shifted on the Geist and Warden, which, you know, same role and how teams tend to play them, but very different impacts on the game. You know, as Jake was going, you know, kind of talking about, it's not quite the team comp that's going to be running you down the way that a Yamato comp would.
Yeah, I really, this is another reason why I love this game as an esport, because yeah, you add the layer of itemization and the fact that you can go gun or spirit, and it can, there's just so many ways that you can play a hero to make it fit into a comp that may otherwise not fit into. And I just love that about this game. So all right, we've got a really nice setup here, I think, based on what we saw previously with Aegis Aurora winning last week. And now Buff enjoys having had all of the ability to target them in this draft. And we're starting off, I would say, you know, pretty even here. Nothing that seems all that aggressive, ZP. It feels like a pretty standard start. As I say that, obviously there's a kill, of course.
Yeah, Mikhail, I was just looking at the health bar. I was like, that doesn't look very good. And Mikhail just fallen down. I think might have just gotten hit by a carbine stake combo, if I had to guess. It's usually what's going to kill you early in the game versus a lane like that. But one of the better kills you can get early on. Not that early kills have the absolute greatest impact, but it's a death by 1,000 cuts. You get the shiv a little bit behind. You hope it pays off later in the game.
Certainly, yeah, and
Death comes in many forms.
there are so many dynamics at play in this particular matchup that would be very interesting. I was about to mention this exact dynamic. The hook on the Vindicta, absolutely massive there. Oh my goodness, it's actually getting away on the Vindicta. It seems like that might be the case. What?
I think Fremont just provided just enough covering fire, but Saint lucky to get out alive. And this is something we've been seeing more. It's more in NA, but there's definitely the developing idea that when a team goes for flyers, when they go for Vindicta and Talon, Bebop can be a pretty convincing counterpick. And it's also Demov playing in the playmaker role here too, in a sense, where usually Buff and Joyers would be running Mikhail on Pocket or Mikhail on Paradox more frequently. And Mikhail more in the frontline role this time around. Demov is going to be the one that's going to be trying to make things happen with rotations in the mid game on the Bebop.
Yeah, it's so fun to see this come out as a counter, and got to see what Saint's going to be able to do. Maybe reactive barrier. Is that something that that's not as commonly bought anymore? Obviously, the divine shield is often collected, but you get a fight here on lane 3. Once again, the time walks to try to provide some cover against this Bebop. Now, Demov is getting a little bit low here, but still providing a lot of damage. And it looks like that will not amount to any kills.
Yeah, but even getting that level of lane pressure is pretty good, just giving you a little bit more room to work with on CS and otherwise. It's, nothing is ever truly for naught at this point, although you take a look at the left, truthfully, Warden versus Mirage, not the easiest solo lane in the world, so ABL hanging in there, pretty impressive stuff so far. I'm also kind of surprised that you haven't seen ABL get hit with a gank attempt, because there's nothing more appetizing than just ganking Warden in a solo lane. It's one of the easier ganks you can have, I guess. Furnace, Geist on the other end, maybe neither really want to rotate just yet, but swap coming on in. Pressure in onto the Vindicta. Kenneth not able to get out.
Yeah, Saint finally going down, and there we get the lift onto the Bebop. Demov in trouble, but able to stay up for now. Here comes Seismic Slam. Very low is Listic, though. I don't know if he's going to be able to survive this one. Able to convert, though, and trying to survive. And in the meantime, we've got Demov sending that ult in, but he's going to get taken out for his troubles. And looks like Aegis Aurora not coming away too poorly there. And in the meantime, Seven hammering away at the Guardian. And Seven is absolutely going to be a talking point, I would imagine. It was last time. As I mentioned in the draft, it was something that Jake has sort of called attention to. Is it giving up too much early to mid game value if you compare it to something like a Vindicta that is going to be able to just consistently provide DPS and support?
Well, it just comes down to what you value, and in this case, Aegis Aurora decided we wanted the value rate really highly, and Buff Enjoyers in turn said, okay, we're going to use these early picks on Shiv. As I said, that Ken able to come in.
Wow.
Quick little assassinate on the Obi-Ken, puts him down.
Yeah, also connected the assassinate through the shroud as well right before that. So pretty excellent sharpshooter action coming in from Saint on the Vindicta. So really good start. That's what you want to see out of Vindicta. Also taking down Sharik on the Mirage too. So big wins here for Aegis Aurora early on. You want to pump up your Vindicta, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this is also where Vindicta really just tends to make her mark known at the game. It's just this early to mid game where Assassinate has more value than it does in any other part of the game. As I say, that Sharik off on the rotation. Look, it was a matter of time. You had Warden in solo lane. At some point, someone's going to come over and hit the pinata. It is one of the easier kills you can get in the game, which is... I'm always a little bit suspicious of Warden solo lane. I mean, you can make it work, but I'm never the biggest fan of it.
All right, well, Aegis Aurora, they seem to be in control of the action at the moment, and once again, we have trouble for Obi Kim on this Ivy, trying desperately to survive. Oh my god. Still alive, but not for much longer. Actually, wait, hang on. Irazumi is going to go down on the Geist, and in fact, Obi Kim is still somehow alive, just sitting in a corner somewhere with 1 HP.
Look, Ivy, if nothing else, can be slippery between stone form and just not the easiest hitbox in the world to convert all your damage on. But take a look here, rotation of 3 over into lane 4. Let's see where D-Mob decides to run this. Whether a rotation over in lane 3 or nope. Says Hyper Beam, get out of the sky. Kenneth gonna be sent on down in response.
Well, a couple minutes to the bridge buffs come up. A bit more action here on lane 4. A lot of action. 3 players here for Buff Enjoy. 3 players here for Aegis Aurora. Aegis Aurora, though, fanning back out. They have been routed, I suppose. And it will be a gank, actually, onto lane 3. Once again, Obi Kim on the Ivy, trying to pressure the tower. But he has a Freemok on the Paradox coming in for the sabotage.
Oh, he got away, but the hook brings Vindicta down, finishes off with an uppercut, and this is why teams like picking Bebop, and that's going to be met with a quick pause. Probably unrelated, but, you know, Vindicta gets a little bit of extra time to think about that one, Dan.
Yeah. I mean, that is going to be the common theme. That's the expectation. That is the interaction. That's why you pick, as you mentioned, the Bebop. So we're going to have to see what creativity can be applied to find a way to deal with these hooks. There's also the hooks. The cooldown on the hooks is it's a very short duration. So, you know, those are going to be coming for you, no problem. So, with that said, Buff Enjoy has quite a few low players, but they are doing a good job here on trying to, you know, take down some of these objectives. Freemok coming in for the assist from lane 3 to lane 2 potentially, as all the action is taking place here on lane 2 at the moment. Looking to see if they can take down McKLS, but having to fall back here, Aegis Aurora, unable to maybe get some of those forward kills they were looking for. Freemok is still behind Buff Enjoyers, and he's going to take down McKLS, so it looks like we're going to re-engage here, and Obi Kim once again in trouble. I feel like Obi Kim is constantly in trouble. The stone form's being used. I don't know that there's any way out of this corner. Nice charge melee connected, a dash through, and oh my goodness, Obi Kim escapes again.
Obi Kim gets away, but that was also a really well-timed last end from ABL, where there was a chance it could turn the fight entirely, and at a minimum, healed him back up, stopped it from getting turned against. Assassinate attempt here from Ken. He's gonna be rotating back out. Seismic Slam, though, in from Listic, seizing the opportunity again, looking for the Vindicta. 100 HP and down. It's been a no-fly zone for Ken in a lot of these fights here, Dan. A lot of good suppression. Here's Jimmy, though, returning the favor. And Mikhail has just been the target of punishment from Aegis Aurora as much as possible, which, again, you think about heroes that take over the game. It's smart. Don't let Shiv have an easy time.
Yeah, Warden on the movement buff is really nice for ABL, actually. You know, we talk about Warden having a difficulty with chasing people down, so that'll be quite helpful and collected by Aegis Aurora for the time being. Looking to ferry that one across, and once again, more shenanigans coming in through from Demov. What an excellent pick that Bebop was.
Yeah, you take a look at where things are at now. You know, again, both teams trading out. Earn going to be in rotation from Aegis Aurora here, and all likelihood. I feel like every time I look at Obi Kim, the pressure is just enhanced. And this isn't all that different, Dan, than last week, where Obi Kim was under pressure the entire time. And, you know, at the very least, it's not a Mo in this instance, but still the idea of, hey, you're playing in a more support role, we're going to go for you more aggressively. It feels like it's ramped up in 2025
yeah,
relative to 2024.
Yeah, it's definitely being targeted. Oh, good charge connected there onto Wizasta. That is a quick one. Quick, easy conversion. 53k for Aegis Aurora, 54 now, and 53 for Buff Enjoyers. So Soul situation has parity currently, but in drops Demov on the Bebop, looking to join in the action over here on in between lane 3 and 4 as the fight continues. But it's going to be Zergy to pick up the kill onto Freemok. That's going to send Aegis Aurora back. They're on the retreat, but can they actually keep themselves alive as they actually retreat? That's the question. The pursuit is on at the moment.
Yeah, Buff Enjoyers is retreating in one lane, but on the other lane, they're also looking for push. They got a lot of damage onto lane 2 Walker. Not enough to finish it off, but you see the rotational play happening on both ends of the map right now. Speed rotations, sometimes you just want to go back to base, which is the case for Shirik there. But looking at the trends in the game right now, Dan, it's about as even gets. There's really nothing to talk about in terms of stuff being super far ahead. Might be a point of concern in Listic at 7k. It is starting to get to the zone, whereas Abrams are going to need help on your pins versus being the the force of nature and comboing people. So that might be the one thing for buff enjoyers on an otherwise even game where they look at it and they go, yeah, we might want to reapportion this if we could.
Yeah, actually looking at the buff enjoyers lineup, it does feel like there is certainly a lot of pressure, especially off of Sharik and Zergy, to be delivering sort of that like hardcore DPS, like later on in some of these big team fights. Because on the other end of the spectrum, Aegis Aurora have. Oh, you know, hold that thought. We've got another engagement coming on through. Demoff getting targeted instead. He is absolutely screwed here, ZP. He's been deleted, and there's no hook here to stop the aerial assault from Kenneth. Going to be falling off and away though to reposition, and it's still looking like a decent fight for Aegis Aurora as buff enjoyers re-engage.
Yeah, Kenneth getting that no-fly zone canceled at least for a moment. Disaster taking refuge down in the subway. Mikhail caught off. There's just a quick telekinesis from Sanya. Not have the support, so 2 down, and it's near middle. This is where, if you're Aegis Aurora, you maybe pursue a little bit, get one more, go mid. They get the one more. It's Obakim who can't get away. And with this amount down, does Aegis Aurora send this to middle? It's looking like they're thinking about it, but with the Infernus off in lane 1, I don't really know if they're going to commit to it yet, Dan.
It would be pretty crazy. Aegis Aurora's decisiveness on the macro is certainly something we saw consistently on the previous Wednesday, where they managed to win Deadlock Fight Night. But it is not the time. Indeed, it would seem. Buff enjoyers, their lane control is definitely being pushed much more into their side of the map, than much more so than they would like at this point. But now they're back out on the map altogether after some of those deaths. They can reassert themselves. But in the meantime, we actually see Aegis Aurora. They've crafted a bit of a lead here, but charge comes through for Listic. Might be biting off more than you can chew, though, ZP.
Yeah, you don't really want to fight a Paradox when there's stuff in that situation. It can, you can just see your HP melt away dancing through the wall. Paradox, very, very able to play around that. But as I say that, Fremont still gets caught around the backside. Listic was able to rotate back around. So, not the worst for buff enjoyers to see here. Kenneth just getting pummeled a little bit by the Mirage. No full commit either way. 74k to 70k. Next urn up in 15 seconds. Next buffs up in 15 seconds here, Dan. And it looks like Aegis Aurora, they're going to go for this Guardian, then rotate over to the left buff. I don't know how much you challenge this for buff enjoyers. You'd be relying on hook, and oof, with Mikhail going down, the answer is you don't really challenge it much at all.
Yeah, looking really good for Aegis Aurora here, really taking command of this fight, converting on 2 kills. This should be either a mid-boss or walkers, whatever they want at this point. They're going for the mid-boss, definitely higher value. They can convert that into the walkers afterwards. Now, Sergi is alive. You definitely have some good ability to hold or delay, but okay, well, Visas is going to go down, so maybe there might be more of a chance here for buff enjoyers to defend these walkers after all, because that's going to be the main point of concern for them, ZP.
Now, right now, buff enjoyers are just playing the outskirts. They're going for lane 4, and they say you can have the rejuve. And also, for a little bit of quick commentary here, Jake's been weighing in the wings. Jake, give us a quick hit on what you've seen so far.
Yeah, I think a couple things to note. I like that buff enjoyers actually don't contest this mid boss, because in the end, they're relying on this 7 to scale deep into the late game. He went for like a greedier build. I mean, very safe in the early game, but now starting to snowball into some of these greedier farming items. And on the other side, Vindicta has max snipe, so it didn't put a single point in anything up until snipe came available, and then full maxed it straight from the start. So Vindicta is all about picks into snowball here. So I think like giving Vindicta snipe kills is something that you really can't do right now as buff enjoyers, even at the risk of losing something like the mid boss.
All right, well, yeah, it's interesting to hear that just in the strategy that they're running with. But speaking of running, we got Demoff nowhere to go. Kenneth is chasing it down. 86k, 84k now. And Dan, you look at the urn right now. Urn more contested than it usually has been in transit.
Yeah. Interesting, I just like paying attention to the mouse movement of Kenneth there. Just like those little flicks. I think it's because he missed the snipe. He's like sort of feels like he's messing with his mouse a little bit, but in the corner here with the Walker, it's going to be an awkward scenario there, at least for the Geist. Irazumi going to go down, but converting on those Walkers. In the meantime, the urn's being run here by Fremont for Aegis Aurora, so they're going to pick up massive value behind this forward pressure.
Yeah, and while they're in lanes right now, the urn going to be free for Fremont. No pun intended, as it goes over to the left. And honestly, for Aegis Aurora, the last 5 minutes has worked out quite well for them, Dan. Both in getting some advantageous swaps, getting the urn, getting a rejuvenator. I mean, Buff Enjoyer is not out of it by any means, but I feel like at this point, you take a look at who has farmed for Aegis Aurora with how terrifying the front line is going to be from ABL. You're really kind of relying on this person, or this man right here in Dimov, to land a hook. And as I said, goes for it, not quite connecting yet.
Yeah, and I feel like Buff Enjoyer is sort of gathering up towards the left side of the map here because they've got that Guardian that's still up, 17.5 minutes, and that lane 1 Guardian is still up for Aegis Aurora. So they likely want to try to take care of that. It should be, again, the extremity Guardians and Walkers are less risky, generally speaking. But with that said, Wizasta, what on earth are you doing back here?
Going back to spawn. It's the unheard of teleporter in that instance. Abrams opened the book and found a new way. But it's a very quick pickoff. Well timed by Buff Enjoyers. And look, when you're behind, that's the kind of things you need to look for. Just summon out position real quick, get a quick pickoff, and climb the mountain piece by piece, even as Aegis Aurora has been making pretty decent use of the Rejuvenator thus far.
Yeah, so very pushed here, our Buff Enjoyers. Or rather, sorry, our Aegis Aurora into Buff Enjoyers. And it's looking like this could be another team fight potentially. That lane 1 Walker, it looks like that's a target for Aegis Aurora right now. And I do really like that, again, because it prevents Buff Enjoyers from actually killing the lane 1 Guardian that's still up for Aegis Aurora. And here we go.
Swap online with this Carbine. Walker goes down, so they get their prize. They get Dimov immediately. Dimov not able to land a key hook, and the rest of Buff Enjoyers just desperately trying to disengage out of this fight. ABL, meanwhile, saying, gonna go in even deeper, drops the last stand, rushes forward. Remont going, okay, Mikhail takes the fight on top. Way healthier turn, gets parried though! Surely Mikhail doesn't survive here. Swap comes in at the end, and no, Mikhail goes down, but valiant effort from Mikhail nonetheless.
Indeed, yeah, it's looking great here for Aegis Aurora. They're finally really swinging forward in value. They've engineered over the last few minutes a 30k advantage in total, clearing up these base Guardians as well. So it's feeling pretty bad right now for Buff Enjoyers. Suddenly, it doesn't feel like there's an easy answer, or really, I mean, they're going to start getting stat checked pretty heavily too. So it's really mounting against them, the disadvantages they have.
Yeah, I mean, the stat check is a big thing. A 15k Shiv in the front line is not particularly scary. And also, you talk about carry options here. 7 is a hero that doesn't feel good even when 7 is at even. 7 is a farmer. It's a character that needs to be significantly ahead of the game to have an impact. And that surely right now is not the case. ABL, though, gets picked off. Again, Buff Enjoyer is good at these opportunities. They're going to need to do that a lot, though, Dan, and not do it in a trade like this one just ended up with Listic.
Oh, nice Stonefall. That's a nice little stun there from up high, but Obi Kim's going to get melted shortly, finding a position to work with on the stairs in the meantime, but is he able to help his teammates out? I don't know really, but the thing is, Aegis Aurora don't have too many players who have survived here. However, some of the most important ones have. Kenneth doing massive damage there, 7 kill streak, and Demo trying to escape it, able to do so, but it's really hurting right now for Buff Enjoyers, and the lead is only continuing to extend.
Yeah, I mean, some of those trade outs weren't the worst. I mean, when you're behind, obviously you're good doing a 2 for 2, but the 2 for 4, not so much in the end. Buffs, of course, coming back up. And now, just being sneaky, lands the quick stake into the follow through. As you wonder here for Demov, it's like, well, wait, Bebop's the one that's supposed to be landing the sneakiness, not getting ambushed by a Vindicta. Just brutal setup from Aegis Aurora that helps add to their lead.
So the question is, what are the win conditions for Buff Enjoyers at this point, and are we crossing the threshold that it requires a big mistake from the opponents? Because that's obviously the place you never want to be. Don't have to rely on your opponents failing, and that's going to be a very easy urn collection deep in enemy territory by Fremont. Buff Enjoyers can't do anything about that. Obikim once again trying to get out of dodge. Will be able to do so as Aegis Aurora fall off, and makes a lot of sense because, hey, mid-boss is coming up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, you're asking about win conditions right now, and truly it is in the realm that I think Aegis Aurora does have to make a pretty substantial mistake at this point. You just look at the comp that Buff Enjoyers is running right now, and realistically speaking, they have to land a God Hook and a good finish on top of it, just to have a chance at something resembling an even team fight. They cannot win a full 6v6 fight right now. It's not gonna work with the comp they have and the farm that they're currently at. So yeah, they have to play sneaky and get just the best fight conditions ever. And that's why Aegis Aurora, Dan, they know this. They're gonna force mid.
Yeah, really good move. That's Ryuji's going to drop in. It really does behoove Buff Enjoyers to try to do something to stop this. This is really their best chance. They have to do it now. It's going to be on this rejuve. Do they find a steal? No. Kenneth denies it. It gets the pick up on the rejuve. Buff Enjoyers lose Listic in the process. And I think it's just going to be a snowball from here. But however, Michaelis does find Disaster, but there's just too much behind it.
All right, and the call friend lifeline. Jake, you're watching all this right now. Buff Enjoyers down 3 as Aegis Aurora pushes in. What do they need? Is it done?
In their darkest hour, can 7 save them? It's looking pretty grim, man. 7 just so... Okay, everybody's dead, man. Everybody's dead. It's game over. I don't know. Maybe you get a quick respawn here, but I think Aegis Aurora can full send into the pit right now. Maybe they like to back off and wait for ults. That would be the safer conservative play. Maybe smarter, but with the rejuve, I think you just gamble it right now. I don't think Buff Enjoyers can take a team fight and actually win while the Patriots being focused.
Yeah, and this time around, Aegis Aurora was known for their safety, and Dan, you look at it here, they decide, we're ending this here and now. The DPS comes in fast and furious. The patron is dead, and Aegis Aurora one step closer to defending the crown here against Buff Enjoyers in this best-of-3 rematch.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have the legs for the late game, especially with such a contested game from the mid and early portions. That really came to bite them in the backside.
Oh, Jake, that was a quick high-buy segment. Sometimes teams will go back, but that was mid-boss and done. But look, you're watching the whole way through. You brought up a few of the storylines mid-game, but what really was most important to you here?
Honestly, I think the 7 pick is actually just a big mistake for Buff Enjoyers at this point. Like, I've been wanting to give them the benefit of the doubt and sort of believe that there's a way for them to make it work. And maybe it could happen, but especially with like how greedy Aegis Aurora's draft was, with like all 6 heroes with strong scaling potential. The 7, I mean, I guess they picked it a little bit earlier in the draft. They didn't fully know that at the time, but nonetheless, like I feel like farm speed is not a problem right now in Deadlock. If you have like pretty much anybody can farm the camps and get them down pretty quick. And yeah, 7 can do that a little bit faster, but it doesn't seem to justify his insane need for souls and the lack of, like that mid-game fighting potential. I think something like Vindicta being able to win her lane and come up with like the max snipe, full rush max snipe, so you're holding all your points until you unlock ultimate. That's like a pretty greedy build from Vindicta. It's a pretty greedy play, but it gets paid off completely. I mean, 16 kills from Kenneth. He's got to be our player of the match here. I mean, just a disgusting performance from the Vindicta, snowballing the game, sniping, keeping constant control. I also want to highlight Wizaster's build on the Infernus. We might see more of this in NA or maybe more in this series. He actually went improved reach on the ultimate, and his ultimate was like almost like global, man. It was like you saw that AoE in the mid-boss team fight. I saw that ultimate and I started looking at his items. I was like, what is that? The Infernus ult covers like the entire mid-boss mid.
Yeah, it's a Moab build is what you're seeing.
Yeah, and with Warpstone too. He's going for the Christmas skin farming build, but it's working.
Yeah, it's an interesting take, Dan. You take a look at this where, in a way, you kind of look at it going, okay, well, what's the support coming in? Well, sometimes your support is just Infernus going, I'm going to stun as many people as I can. You see the radius on the concussive combustion there. So, it does make a bit of sense.
Yeah, it definitely does. And it creates a dynamic that people don't necessarily expect. And it's interesting because I was thinking with Wazasa on the Infernus as well is, okay, well, we need a support, but what is there left in the pool which Wazasa feels super confident he can play well on? Well, maybe if he feels that he can play better on an Infernus than something else and just make that into a bit of a supporty hero, that's something you can do.
And one thing I need to point out here too, in terms of Buff Enjoyers' success in December and the fight night before the last, and the last fight night and this fight night, is that I feel like Buff Enjoyers to an extent has been getting away from what they're truly good at too, and having these tank heavy drafts that work for them. They've kind of been on different heroes than the norm, and they haven't looked as dominant as a result. It feels like they're rethinking their style, and kind of go back to the 7 pick. I think the 7, when they got their usual frontline and support options, generally was pretty good, but this kind of hybrid thing here where you don't have the paradox, you have a bebop instead. They've changed the recipe a little bit, Jake, and sometimes you might think, oh, I'll do a substitution and it's good, but in this case the recipe hasn't quite come out the same way.
Yeah, I'm not a believer in the 7. I think this is kind of like the only team still really prioritizing 7. Maybe if you take it, you could save it for last pick or something. I just don't think it's going to be contested. Then I feel a little bit better about it if you're getting all your other priority picks off a little bit earlier. I think the Wraith pick, though, for Sonya is a huge impact in this game as well. Just really consistent in a lot of these team fights, making it really challenging to fight into. I like the Bebop for what it was worth. I feel like Bebop had the impact he wants to have, right? He came out in the mid game, shut down the Vindicta a couple times, mitigated her snowball, was coming out with the laser and clearing off some of the side lane fights, pushing towers. I think Bebop's kind of delivered what it was supposed to deliver. I think the problem was they just ran into a situation where they were even after the mid game against 6 scaling heroes. It's like you had to be ahead. And in that sense, I think that's the real problem with the 7. If you had a draft that you feel more comfortable with all 6 players going late game, it feels a little bit better being even, not being under pressure. But I feel like the way I'm seeing Deadlock right now, it's just all about getting ahead in the early game, all about snowballing the mid game, getting further and further ahead as fast as you possibly can. And I just don't see 7 fitting that style where it's like you're just seeding too much in a too valuable portion of the game now that all the teams are playing on such a high level, and don't give up the advantage easily.
All right, well, that is our first map done and over with here. When we come back, Map 2 in our best of 3 series. Will Aegis Aurora take it and defend the crown, or will Buff Enjoyers make key adjustments and bring us to a Map 3? Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Lifting. Let's go to green. No one is
Our covenant has been sealed.
from here. Only misery will come.
No one hides from me.
And we're back here at Deadlock Fight Night EU, presented by Intel, here with DDK and Jake. And guys, Aegis Aurora, can they do it again? People wondering if last week was a fluke. Well, guess what? Here against Buff Enjoyers, they rip away map 1 once again. Different setup, no Mo and Krill, no Yamato, no problem.
Yeah, that was the major thing that I was wondering if we would see adaptation, because if it's a newer team and they have a playstyle that's worked for them, maybe it's a big drop off if they have to adapt. But showing that they've got the depth, not just for themselves as like a team, but individually, that they have the options to go to is great. And like the Infernus like build that we saw there, like you're highlighting, Jake, that's the kind of like stuff I'm like, wow, these guys are gonna be our new champions for next few weeks.
It's starting to look that way, right? I mean, they're the champs. They're up 1-0. They just put on a pretty much a masterclass. Like the game was kind of even for the first few minutes, and then the lead just got bigger and bigger and bigger. You know, I think this is a statement for Aegis Aurora coming out, winning so decisively like that. Normally, we see a lot of these top level games really go back and forth, really be close and hotly contested. But I don't know if we could say that about the last match, frankly. I mean, Aegis Aurora, it wasn't an easy win, but they were in control and they didn't really make any mistakes. They had like a relatively stable win here, which is just what you want, right? While the opponent has had potentially a longer and bruising day, they're going to be starting to doubt themselves. And I think they're really going to have to come with a new strategy that may be untested for them. For Buff Enjoyers, almost certainly you come out in the first game with your strongest draft. You don't pull any punches in a best of 3. And so to be going down to 0-1 in this fashion is a pretty scary spot.
Well, speaking of the draft is ready, and we'll see if Buff Enjoyers is going to make changes here. I think the storyline we've been hitting on with Wraith or not to Wraith, I do think if you're Buff Enjoyers, maybe this is a time where you go, Mirage is good, but Sanya on the Wraith is a threat, and Zergy on Wraith has worked out better for us today than Zergy on the 7. That would be the place for me if I'm doing draft strategy, where for Buff Enjoyers, I really look to change that up a bit. But
I mean, it went first in the last draft, right? So for Buff Enjoyers, you either ban Yamato or Wraith if you're going to deny it. So you don't have any way to get Wraith on your team here, assuming that it just goes first.
Yeah, that's right. They did pick second, so they would have to ban Wraith in this instance.
Yeah, which would just give up Yamato, which I feel like you're also pretty okay with if you're Aegis Aurora. It's like, yeah, Wraith's out of the game, but like there's no scenario, well, unless there's a different first pick, which I'd be surprised for Aegis Aurora, but there's no scenario where Buff Enjoyers get, I think maybe you could leave Wraith and Yamato in the pool and take the other that doesn't go here. I think that might be the best strat as far as a ban perspective.
Bebop ban is really interesting because although the Bebop was effective doing what it's supposed to do against the Vindicta, that like still didn't really stop them. You know, so it still wasn't like that much of a pain point. Obviously, we still get Buff Enjoyers taking away BL's Yamato. That fair enough, but yeah, what do you feel about the Bebop insta ban?
Well, I actually think Bebop was sick last game. I think they lost, but the Bebop was doing really well, winning a lot of the early team fights. Was the best chance they had, frankly, against the Vindicta in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. And here's what I would say here. the Bebop is banned, and you know the Vindicta from Kenneth
No one
was a
builds an
real
empire
threat.
without sacrifice.
They've taken Wraith. I think for buff enjoyers right now in your first 2 picks, okay, you really have to ask yourself, do you go for the Paradox in Mirage like you did before, or do you sacrifice Paradox and Mirage and pick the Vindicta? This is the only chance they have to get Vindicta here too, because if they let it go to the wayside here, it's going to be picked by Aegis Aurora in the next 2 picks that they have. I would put, it's just going to happen, pure and simple. So do they block the Vindicta here? I think this is one of the key inflection points of the draft.
Yeah, but Mirage and Shiv are both so strong. Okay, they're gonna go Paradox. So it is at least something here. Maybe they can get more here frontlining. I think the second pick, you're right, is going to be pretty decisive. But putting Mikhail's on Paradox, I think this is like a strong, not only a strong meta pick, but also a great comfort choice for Mikhail. So he can have like that playmaking, difference maker impact, sort of a quasi replacement for Bebop, you know, in terms of being able to get some of these opening picks.
I guess it remains to be seen because we're so early in the draft whether, you know, we get to that kind of like the second wave of bans and whether we're going to see like Mo get banned again by buff enjoyers. But I'm wondering what the permutations are going to be. So obviously the opening Bebop ban, previously we had an opening ban of Lash, so Lash is available. I don't know if Aegis Aurora are necessarily going to be super interested in Lash or not, especially if they can get a Mo, because in terms of like the guaranteed initiation, they were finding so much guaranteed initiation off of Mo previously. So I still feel like that's a higher tier of pick in my mind, at least for Aegis Aurora, based on the evidence that we've seen so far. But you know, we're getting the Paradox and Shiv, definitely a nice start. And okay, Viscous, that's gonna be really fun to see. I don't know that have we seen Aegis Aurora play Viscous yet? I don't think that we have.
We've seen them play Viscous historically. Freemock, I know, has played a lot of Viscous.
Okay.
So that's probably gonna be the instance here. I would guess here too. What buff enjoyers might be angling to here, if Vindicta gets picked from Aegis Aurora, which I think is pretty likely in the next pick, I think you could see buff enjoyers put Listic on Grey Talon. Might be one of the shift ups here, where a lot of teams do like running Talon if the other team is running Vindicta.
Today isn't
it's
the
another
day
way of
for
getting
mercy.
pressure on Vindicta. So now the Vindicta has gotten picked in the next round picks, which we kind of thought it would for Aegis Aurora. I would say in responses from buff enjoyers, I think they secure their front line and then they pick. Like they'll probably pick Warden or something here, and then they'll go for the Grey Talon as you get later into the draft. That's personally where I'm at right now.
I think Abrams probably pretty likely to go right now, just in terms of like priority that the teams have shown. Curious to see if they elect to go a different direction though. It is going to be Warden. Interesting.
Here's why.
Oh.
I think I know why. It's because they're going to do Warden because in terms of hero pools, Listic is their main Abrams player, and he can't play both Grey Talon and Abrams. So I think for here you get Sharik on his comfort pick in Warden, and then you leave open Listic to grab Grey Talon like final pick because there's basically no way they're going to grab Grey Talon that late in the draft.
That should give them priority on, unless he gets banned, on a support as well, like Ivy, before that point. So yeah, I feel that's a great point, CP. I feel like buff enjoyers have positioned themselves pretty well. The Mo does get banned, so Aegis. So that should leave. I don't think Aegis are going to ban a support necessarily because they'll be able to pick one. So they could get their Ivy, and we saw how impactful Ivy has been for them in terms of running the urns. And so that's going to be sort of like, okay, you've gotten rid of the Mo, but the urn play from Aegis Aurora, we've never seen any better urn play from any other team. So that's going to be a problem if the Ivy goes through for them.
I do think Mirage still being in the pool is kind of surprising this late into the draft with like the global presence, pretty unique.
Oh,
Talon ban. Okay, so this makes sense, right? I think really responding to the threat on the Vindicta that you mentioned, ZP. I think they're having the same thoughts on Aegis Aurora protecting this Vindicta. But I do still think, I think there's a real threat from the global presence from Mirage. We didn't fully see that last game because we just didn't get into a stable enough late game where Mirage can really start to get his split push going. But I do think the character is just still super strong, high priority. Would be surprised if we see the draft go without it.
Yeah, after seeing this, I kind of feel like we're going to go into the Looney Tunes game, which is to say they'll pick up Abrams if they can, maybe for Listic. I'm not really sure, but Looney Tunes in the sense of like, how do you deal with Vindicta? Everyone grab an anvil, drop anvils on her head. Like that's literally where you end up here if you don't end up with a natural counter. I mean, Paradox actually isn't the worst at applying pressure to the Vindicta, but usually you want something else in addition to it, right? So you break out the anvils and you just reenact a Wile E. Coyote cartoon.
Yeah, because in theory with like the top level players, they should have a good enough sense in most team fights of being able to position themselves to avoid the natural counter, which in this case is those swaps. So that's so you can't rely on that. And so yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and we'll see the anvils.
I also like the Infernus here. you know, even if you don't go for like a full gun build and you go a little bit more spec'd into, you know, your stunning and frontlining, which I think is less necessary this game for buff enjoyers since they can have a more balanced draft. But I like Infernus because he's one of the few late game carries who can properly burn down the viscous ball in terms of just like pumping raw damage into the ball and just killing it in the team fight, which makes it a lot harder for Viscous to like go greedier, a lot harder for him to like really be the frontliner for the squad. But getting Geist and Ivy now, like this is really looking like the Aegis Aurora drafts from last week where their objective play was really strong. They were able to be really dominant in those crucial mid fights. And I think that's going to be the challenge for both enjoyers. Maybe the Infernus is the difference maker they need though. With that ultimate could change things when it comes to securing the mid boss.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the Infernus is like twofold here. Is that
Oh, no.
Never mind. I was gonna say maybe Zergy's gonna be on the Infernus, but no, Seven has been picked. We know Zergy's hero, and oh boy, I mean, I guess now
go ult build, man. I want to see the 7 ult build.
They're gonna Kelvin, I think, last pick. They're gonna Kelvin last pick, but I would have thought they would have went something like, you know, maybe Abrams with the Infernus into a Kelvin, but yeah, it's a little bit off what I was expecting.
Time for an adventure.
I mean, Aegis Aurora could finish with Abrams here though, and I feel like that would be such a nice pick to round out the draft. Like that draft looks so sick from Aegis Aurora if they finish Abrams here. Like someone who can really frontline, go Colossus, and just like run it down. Maybe the Infernus can be a problem for you too. Same vibe as Viscous. You know, a little bit of that late game damage, but I feel like something just jumps on top of 7, aggroes him down is pretty scary.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's the Abrams. It looks too clean if they pick off Abrams. Mirage.
Okay.
Oh yeah, forgot about Mirage.
Also, can we just mark this down in history? Mirage got
Abrams.
picked 12th. Mirage got picked 12th.
And Abrams undrafted. Abrams undrafted is almost even more surprising to me. Abrams has just been a staple of top tier play with the mid buff secure, with the unstoppable on the ulti, with the stuns from the pin, and just a really stable laner who's hard to shut down. But Mirage also has the same story. I mean, different in terms of the value it provides, but has also been a super top tier pick. So this is a really out there draft from buff enjoyers, I feel overall, like way off meta where Aegis Aurora are really sticking to their guns, what they've been successful with. Honestly, I'm a little worried for buff enjoyers, but maybe they're feeling like they've got to get creative. They've got to shake things up since their best strats have gone against them so far. Maybe it's time to get a little bit wild since teams that have been willing to innovate have been successful this turn.
Sometimes it gets so wild, you drop a quick pause. We get to continue the preamble just a little bit. But look, if this goes against buff enjoyers and, you know, the general consensus is draft, I would actually say I think the MVP ban that they saw coming a mile away. And I mean, look, we called it on broadcast too, so it's not like it's the ultimate Giga Brain, unless you're saying we are, which, you know, sometimes we get things right. But the idea of like the mid-draft ban on Talon to protect the Vindicta a little bit more, I feel like was the smartest thing Aegis Aurora did in that draft in the middle.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's crazy too because I felt like the previous draft, it felt like Aegis Aurora actually got like they had to adapt almost out of their own favor based off of what buff enjoyers were doing, but now it feels like a complete reversal of that.
Well, buff enjoyers on the upside, they have some of their biggest comfort picks of all, where you have Mikhail on his signature hero. You talk about the idea of a signature hero. It doesn't get more than Mikhail on the Paradox. Obakim, you know, on Kelvin, which Obakim has played quite a bit. Sharik, especially on the Warden, where you could watch tons of buff enjoyers tape and never see Sharik on anything but Warden. So they're on mostly stuff that they've played a lot. I think the Listic on Infernus is... It's a little bit off what we usually see Listic play again, and I think that entirely comes down to the fact that I don't think they expected the Great Talon ban.
Yeah, totally. Such an awesome ban. That was a good... I feel like that was like one of the more like fun and exciting drafts that we've seen on Deadlock Fight Night, and I think that's one of the reasons why. And so now we get to see it play out. And yeah, buff enjoyers, I definitely do not feel good about where they've landed with this draft. So we'll have to see what they can do. Like one of the things that is harder to quantify is that you got some similar picks like the Shiv, but hey, the Shiv is not being played by Mikhail, it's being played by Demo.
Well, Fremok running to foul things there, getting taken on down. So early laning, not going too bad for buff enjoyers, but I think they need more just high value interactions like that, because you look at the rest of their early game, it's so dependent on what Mikhail is going to be doing on rotations in the mid game, because the rest of it is just going to take longer to come online. Or, you know, it's dependent on D-Mob just getting ahead very early on the shift. Aegis Aurora has way more early game pressure that they can apply here.
And it is also interesting the difference in playstyle for Aegis Aurora because of not having that like natural initiator with like the Mo or like the Lash, or to be honest, even the Abrams was like a seismic slam potentially. You can initiate with that or get with a charge. So in terms of getting the mid game picks, they're gonna have to rely more on I think like positional play. Like for example, Freemork on the Viscous, depending on the build, can go pretty aggressive to really bait the opponents into a fight that his teammates can kind of play off of. That's also a little bit more tricky perhaps, but I think obviously these players are good enough where they can effectively run strategies like that to try to engineer these mid-game picks.
Also, Warden Kelvin as a lane, you know, it's not as grim as it used to be with Warden's Bolt Speed, but it's still one of those lanes that, you know, getting CS can be difficult, and you look at the pressure that's being applied. Health-wise, okay, Sharik is dead, as I'm talking about. Like, they have just been absolutely pressured from all ends, and part of that is that, you know, securing last hits in that lane isn't as easy. You take more risks, you take more damage. In that case, it boils over as Sharik goes down, and it's not looking super rosy for Obikin right now either.
Yeah, certainly not. I mean, Obikim is just really, I feel, victimized, honestly, in every game he plays. Deadlock Fight Night. But that's it as a support. I think, you know, you're always going to take some L's for the team. Now, as we move it across to lane 2 here, we can see that it feels like these lanes are fairly even for the most part. But wow, what a connection! Was that a Kobe we just saw?
I think it was, where Obikim just uses the rooftops to good effect. You got Sharik back in healed, and you know, overall this lane, as heavy as the pressure was in the beginning, you look at the overall farm, I mean, it's totally fine for Sharik and Obikim, so good recovery in general on a lane that at times can be difficult to play.
Do you think we're looking at a similar scenario to the previous game where, okay, Aegis Aurora scales better into the late game?
I mean, not necessarily. This is kind of a weird thing. I'd say overall, I prefer the Buff Endurers late game. I just think that the ramp that Buff Endurers have to late game is a little bit more tortured on the whole. But if Buff Endurers is able to get like a good, solid economy lead, especially if it's D-Mob and Sharik that are carrying, he'll be good. Also, Zergi, I think, just went down. This was a little bit there, but yeah, Zergi dying in the middle. Yeah, I mean, this is what Buff Endurers has to be careful of, Dan, is just Aegis Aurora getting too much of a lead in the early game.
Hello.
Well, so far it's looking somewhat even. We do have a Freemork there with some harass. Okay. There is a cage thrown out by Sharik. Trying to deal with this forward pressure. Here comes Obikim though. And there's the cube, that's going to be forced to be used. Is there any escape here? Because that's a frozen shelter you come out into. And there is the ice beam as well. So yeah, you can't escape that. That is the beauty of the Kelvin on your lane. And Obikim, he gets some revenge.
Yeah, I mean, Obikim's revenge arc, you have to think, is going to come at some point with how, specifically versus Aegis Aurora, the target the Obikim strategy has been pretty apparent at times. But in that case, Kelvin can handle himself, especially at 3K. What I'm interested at here now is the mid-game rotations, specifically from Mikhail, from Kenneth, and where they go here, because this is how the early part of the game can really be dictated. And if you're Aegis Aurora, the comp you're running, you do need, I think, to build a significant, you know, nest egg here going into the mid-game. If it's even, I think the odds of things would actually go up quite significantly. And ooh, 2 picks like that, Dan, that helps the cause.
Yeah, that is a juicy pick. Unfortunately, I don't think Vindicta's at the stage that you can get like level 3 assassinate for all the extra money, but it's obviously really nice to finish people off. And
the damage on the Mikhail is actually ridiculous.
Yeah,
that was more dangerous than you would have thought in that instance, even with Sharik coming up hot.
Everybody disengaged though, gentlemen's agreements, and we got some good pressure on lane 1 at the moment. It's actually Listic who's really feeling the force of Aegis Aurora, like just having to sit by his tower. So right now it feels like Aegis Aurora definitely have a great presence in this early game. See the defensive play from Listic, just staying up here trying to get the last hits as best as possible.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect too much drama from lane 1, barring other people rotating in for a gank, but as I say that, what about people rotating out? See Sanya heading on over to lane 2 for a moment now, heading back in to lane 1. And Mikhail right now, Mikhail looking for a little bit of pressure onto Disaster. But otherwise, no hard commit here just yet.
Yeah, and ABL being on the Mirage obviously has Traveler available to kind of be anywhere at any time, so you've got to be really cautious. And speaking of not much action on lane 1, there is a potential there. I guess one of the issues is if you're signing a sniper and you want to kill a pushed Listic who's on the Infernus, you know, you want to get your Mirage to kind of TP over and so on. You need a way to like hold Listic down, and with the Flame Dash, you can't really do that, especially now that the ult is less effective for Wraith. It doesn't really, you know, give you as much of that stopping power. So it seems like that's perhaps not a good Traveler gank. Are there any Traveler ganks that we should be expecting, ZP, as I kind of try to process through this?
I mean, Traveler ganks oftentimes are just crimes of opportunity. You know, generally speaking, it doesn't feel like teams go in with the idea of setting them up so much as, hey, this guy's overextended, or hey, I'm getting jumped, you know, come in and help. It feels much more of an ability of, hey, this is a good opportunity, I'm going to use it. It's more spontaneous, at least at the comp level, in what we've seen a lot of the time. Or it's also used, of course, in split push situations where you just want more pressure on the map before the team goes. As speaking of pressure, E-Mob just chunked by Kenneth here in lane 2.
Kenneth off to a great start, as you would expect. Oh, we do get a bit of a chase from Zergy. Oh, he's been cut out of the action due to AB Kim's frozen shelter. Everyone will escape. So, hey, you got to throw it out there, try to get a catch. Doesn't always connect. Oh, but with that said, ABL is returning the pressure back on. You can get chunked down very quickly by Mirage if you're not careful, even early into the game.
Well, not gonna have that is free mock. Just too much between the Warden Cage and just general damage being output. 35k to 35k on both sides, and even when you look at who has the farm right now, Dan, it's about as even gets, as about 1 minute away from buffs. Carbine on the Irezumi. All three are gonna be there. Chiv, hot pursuit, finishes off. Quick killing blow. And not the worst spot for buff enjoyers, as again, we're getting real close to buffs on the way, as Kenneth, though, immediately turns back. And I think this is such an important pick, I feel like, right now, Dan, and how teams have been playing it and the level of pressure you get at this point in the game. It feels like no matter what team is playing it, Vindicta always does this.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting how Aegis Aurora, so they have so much protection in the veto in the draft, because you kind of have to ban the Yamato, so ABL can't play that. But then, you know, there is the Wraith to go to, there's the Vindicta to go to. They have a lot of these options where they can create a lot of damage. So it definitely seems hard to draft against them.
Well,
can't ban everything.
I think as effective as Vindicta has been, though, you talk about who's playing what. ABL is not on a typical front line. Like, it's ABL on the Mirage is kind of a crime of opportunity.
Oh my god.
Lane in lane. It's definitely an ult mismatch there where, you know, I feel like Stormcloud is a new press cue to die. As
Ooh.
Get away from that one. And that's a big bag.
Yeah.
And you know why that happens there, Dan, is that, you know, when you get an assassinate kill, it becomes unsecured souls. If Vindicta dies right after, you just feed it away.
Yes, that was not good. And this is a perfect opportunity for a turnaround. 3 kills for Aegis, or rather for buff enjoyers, and the bag. And perhaps some Guardians here as well. So really important, honestly. A great moment here in the early game for buff enjoyers as the Freemog tries to escape here. The splatter, the Google, everything, but it's not enough to survive. Vindicta, though, here comes Kenneth. Point blank to the back of the head. The assassinate is used. And not happy about losing the money.
You know, Dan,
pretty rich.
I guess I really channeled your inner game show host energy. It's like they got all the kills and the bag, you know, and the mystery box. So yeah, I mean, it was a pretty good sequence of events for buff enjoyers when you quite literally steal Vindicta's lunch money, which was generated at your expense.
I do feel like Kenneth is kind of like went gangster mode and just like kneecaps, you know, the first available person to get his money back.
Well, speaking of kneecap, Kenneth just died again. I think still had a decent-sized bag, so Vindicta has been very charitable in spending her money right now, so to speak.
Yeah. And looking at the soul distribution, Dimov, Michaelis doing pretty well at the moment. Shriek not too far behind as well. So buff enjoyers in a pretty good spot overall. Obviously, a slight soul lead, 5k across the entire team. And Alchemical Fire, definitely very helpful for farming and just in general, an amazing item at the moment. If you have not been tuned in to Deadlock in the recent couple weeks, Alchemical Fire, it's everywhere now. Everyone has it.
Right now, Obakim just please get me out of here, and gets out courtesy of Vindicta back to spawn. Quickly taken on down. And yeah, I mean, Alchemical Fire is still item of choice, even with a nerf, so it's not quite as good at building damage. But with that pick-off on the Obakim, this is just going to lead to a very easy earn turn-in for Aegis Aurora, able to rotate over, finish off. Furnace, meanwhile, blown up on the outskirts.
Okay.
The 62k, Dan.
Yeah. How many kills does Kenneth even have right now? Is it like 9, 8, or 9 in the first 10 minutes? It's pretty crazy.
Feels like a lot. It would be the very scientific answer of a lot. It's been a mid-game fixture as Listic just absolutely no way of getting away. Freemock rolling over 2 in lane 1. Just spot on Viscous player.
Wait, are we getting a Walker potentially for lane 4? We have 3 players pretty deep for Aegis Aurora. Actually, maybe they're falling away, but no real response. Oh, they just got the Walker. Oh, right, of course, that's what that sound is. That is the Walker dying. So that's pretty crazy, honestly. That's a fairly 12-minute Walker. That's actually kind of sick CP.
Yeah, especially in comp play where teams are just generally better at, doing Walker defenses relative to your general pub game where once the vulnerability kicks in, it's like, Walkers, I don't even know them. But, yeah, I mean, 74k to 68k, Aegis Aurora really making the last few minutes count, getting beneficial swaps back and forth, and, a good amount has still been with Kenneth here, but Listic charging on in, looking to punish ABL. ABL on fire, and Listic, though, just gunned down from above. Kenneth with 2. The Vindicta show continues.
This is just outrageous at this point. Kenneth is just dominating this game. It's already, I mean, this has to be the MVP at this point. Oh my god. Okay, well, that's a whip. Doesn't really matter. Still going to get the kill regardless. And four kills. Okay, so Vindicta has at least 10 kills, I think, is my guess. At least 10 kills already. This is a little bit wild.
It does matter a little bit just because that one whiff there was 850 soul difference. And
yes.
By the way, the shop is closed. They're no longer accepting Vindicta's money if Buff Enjoyers has anything to say about it. By the way, you look at Kenneth at 15k right now. That's 15k after donating probably around like 2,500 to 3,000 souls between some of the deaths that happened. Which you just got to kill him again.
Oh my god!
Another shot, another cha-ching. Just swimming in souls right now.
Yeah, this is becoming a problem. This is becoming a problem pretty rapidly here for Buff Enjoyers. And, well, and Bridge Buff up in a minute, 1 minute, 60 seconds away or less than now. And that's going to be certainly a focal point. And this is something you've been talking about for a long time, ZP. It's just Vindicta's just ability to terrorize people around the bridge buffs because of the ability to take flight.
It's very difficult to manage if you don't have something else to go with it. Here again, stake in. You see just Helmet getting shredded. Kenneth just completely suffocating Obakim in the moment. Sanya falling up onto Listic. Buff Enjoyers down 2. Aegis Aurora, mid-boss has to be on their mind now, Dan.
Oh, absolutely. It's looking pretty disgusting here. Buff Enjoyers are in a lot of trouble. Oh, another one just coming through. The Vindicta is going to go 1,500. Oh, guys.
Oh, the Vindicta charity continues at the very end. I didn't actually see who picked up that soul bag, but I mean, it's been big plays from Kenneth, but a big donation in turn. Buff Enjoyers get 2. They lose Sharik towards the end. Still an edge towards Aegis Aurora.
Dude, I don't know what to make of that. I'm going to have to move on. I need to accept it and move on. Okay. Oh, hello. Divine Barrier comes through. The Google. Then what?
Oh, the stun!
Is there a chance to survive? Cube is available.
I mean, look right now. You drop that versus Viscous at your own peril. It does end up with Freemock dying. And now Buff Enjoyers, with those pickoffs in Secret Shop, decide, guess what? We're going to go for mid-boss. They might even get Kenneth too. Kenneth in a rough spot for Vindicta. Goes down to not donate 1,500 souls this time. Just normal kill values. Buff Enjoyers taking advantage of Aegis Aurora being a little bit out of position. And this could be huge for turning the game around, Dan.
Yeah, this is a great moment. Obi Kim did actually go down there very quickly before the Vindicta died, but I don't know if it's going to be super important. With that said, actually, maybe it is, because it looks like the mid boss is going to be denied. They actually sustained too much damage. Aegis Aurora running distraction long enough around the mid boss to force Buffenjoyers to disengage. And that, just like you said, CP, had they gotten the mid boss there, they would be likely ahead.
Honestly, Dan, this game in particular has really just highlighted the need for a souls given stat right now. I want to know how many souls Kenneth has also donated on top of generated. We're gonna have to hold the thought here. Aegis Aurora says it's time to go for mid boss. The Rejuvenator is dropping on down. Buffenjoyers is 3 people not nearby, so the level of contest here might be a little bit delayed. Ivy drops on down. Irizumi captures it for Aegis Aurora. They finish off Obakim, and Aegis Aurora overall pretty happy with the exchange.
Oh wow, this is devastating for Buffenjoyers. Absolutely devastating.
And Dan, we got to bring him in. Jake, you've been watching the Vindicta show here so far and all the twists and turns. What do you got?
Yeah, this is a painful game to be going up against Vindicta. And Kenneth, I mean, despite a couple, as you say, unfortunate donations, he really has been putting up a show here. So many impactful kills. And I think the fact that Aegis Aurora was able to somehow come back in that fight and actually secure the mid boss really shows how dominant they are playing around objectives. I mean, they lost so many characters there. I thought for sure, okay, this is Buffenjoyers' chance back into the game with some of those feeds. You know, they're going to secure this mid for sure, but now it's against them, and they really have their back against the wall. I feel Fremont, after a couple bad deaths in the mid game, has really been showing in on this business. Really been having a lot of impact in the team fights, whether it's the stuns, the cold front control, just so much power out. It looks like Buffenjoyers is fighting back really well with the Broken Shelter right now.
Yeah, Obakim dropping it, looking for any form of stability, but it's not going to happen. Kenneth and Sanya just working the outskirts. Irizumi might be going down. It's not a completely one-sided battle. Both teams down 2. ABL going to be back in the fight soon with Traveler, but Buffenjoyers might be done with the fight and then some. Let's see if ABL doesn't put teleport in.
Ooh, nice cleanup here. DP coming in from Buffenjoyers. They've done a great job here to like chase down these kills. Okay, you're going to get some trades on the other end of it, but I think that was as best as they could have hoped for.
It really is. I mean, it gets rid of the bulk of the Rejuvenators that are left for Aegis Aurora. It helps clean up the Souls gap that's been developing here. And look, for as down as Buffenjoyers has been, where they're facing elimination back-to-back weeks, they at least need that to hold their hat on to, because if they had lost that fight, Dan, look, this one might have been over.
Indeed, and it's definitely looking like there might still be a chance here, but there's going to be a hard-fought battle. Defensive play here around the lane 2 Walker as Aegis Aurora put the full force of their team into taking that Walker down. They'll be successful. It was pretty low, and they're going to try to retreat. I don't know that there's an opportunity here for Buffenjoyers to maybe re-engage, but maybe it's a trap here as Buffenjoyers start to move out. In comes Aegis Aurora to surround them, and they're taking a lot of damage right now. Buffenjoyers are losing players, trading evenly so far, 2 against 2. The Google is trying to find his mark, crawling through the corridors here on the map and trapping the remaining players. There is no escape.
The disruption from Fremont there was absolutely legendary, but more than that, you take a look at that entire fight, the pressure on Kenneth, it does not exist. And as a result, you just see Sanya and Kenneth working the edges. The front line of Aegis Aurora, most of it being a goo ball, does its job. The shrines are gone, and so is the first stage patron here, Dan. Buffenjoyers is in a pickle, and you can lose one there. I think you're going to see Aegis Aurora back off. I don't think they stay for stage 2, but the options for Buffenjoyers are quickly shrinking.
Yeah, 19k gap in the souls is not unrecoverable by any means, so the difficulty is really just that. There hasn't really been many fights, it feels like, or team fights that Aegis, or rather Buffenjoyers have been able to set up for themselves where they have advantage. It usually feels like there's just too much damage flying at them and they kind of have to react. And so it seems very difficult right now for Buffenjoyers to engineer a position of advantage in the team fights.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look where it's at. There are some bright spots. I don't really think Warden and Shiv are that far behind. It's not like ideal where they're at, but they're not meaningless either. 7 is kind of the angle where you'd like 7 to have more farm, but again, to do stuff. But speaking of doing stuff, Fremont rolling over. The disruption continues. This time, looking at Zergy in the back, ping-ponging around. You see here a little bit of shift in view, looking at D-Mov. FHB Overkin making a little bit of space with the beam. Depop super low, just wants to get out back over the base. I think he's just barely going to manage the retreat, but pressure unrelenting from Aegis Aurora.
Yeah, it's forced to disengage here. So looking at the souls very quickly, you know, where we left after that. Okay, it was a 19k gap. Okay, well, it's extended very slightly for Aegis Aurora. So they are getting more ahead. Regardless of how slow it is, they are still getting more ahead. And they haven't really shown so far, I think at any stage that we've been watching them over the last couple of weeks, that they really throw away leads or really misplay them. So it's going to require Buff Enjoyers to do something like creative or something, you know, just have a good performance effectively. There's no way to kind of gimmick your way out of this situation. And you can't rely on your opponents to make a mistake either.
Where Buff Enjoyers has gotten out of the situation before, because there was one legendary game where they were down by like 40k to DMS and brought it back, was key pickoffs in the middle. And right now they're looking for it on Fremont. Fremont, though, not the easiest target. Cubed himself in the beginning, but there's just too much around. But I was going to say, not even so much going for Fremont, going for the Vindicta, because they've punished players like Prestus before. Multiple times. Just focus the Vindicta early in fights, set up sneaky ganks, and that's how they've gotten back into games like this. Kenneth, though, has been playing far more aware, I would say, than that one DMS game that took place a while ago, and I think it was Leon Bet where they made the big comeback. But so, I mean, Buff Enjoyers has been in worse situations, Dan, but it's all about just really finding individual pickoffs to claw their way back into peace fights.
Yeah, we'll see if they can find another one. They had that Viscous one previously, but just, again, the era superiority. Great swap coming through. Can they farm the Vindicta? Can they target the Vindicta? Post-swap, the Anvil collides, but back into the action. Not up in the sky, though. Goes straight into the fight. So close, into the last stand, getting beamed down by Warden and others as Buff Enjoyers are having a great fight. This is the kind of team fight they needed to find up against the Geist. There comes the swap. Is the Geist trying to... Oh my goodness, the Paradox is still alive somehow. Great delay here. Fantastic work by Obikin to keep his teammates alive, but he might go down in the process.
Irezumi just having a full Rorschach moment right now. I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in with me in the moment. And meanwhile, back on the Patron, Dan. They're going for the end. Buff Enjoyers, is this it? The Patron, super low. Aegis Aurora trying to finish off. Buff Enjoyers, they can't defend. That is it.
What just happened, TP? I was not ready for that.
I wasn't ready for it either. Our personal feed froze for a second, and then we go in, and the game is over. Oh my word. That is wild. Jake, thoughts?
What a finish. I mean, I love the forcing the throne end. You know, when you got the Patron weekend, I think it's something we're going to see more and more as the game progresses. The threat on the throne, the opportunity to just go for that weekend Patron and go all in, especially with some of these characters. I mean, think about their draft with like Ivy and Viscous, like getting into the pit, even the Lady Geist, right? Just like heroes you don't want to fight against in the bog. And I really feel Fremont actually put up a huge performance, especially in the second game on the Viscous. It was exciting to see, you know, both Warpstone and Phantom Strike putting out tons and tons of stuns. But I mean, come on, we got to talk about Vindicta. This guy took over both games back to back. Yeah, he was feeling himself a little bit too much at some points. There were some soul donations, but you can't argue with these stats. I mean, just doing exactly what he needs to do. And the double long range carry strat with both the Wraith and the Vindicta being played as these like dangerous long range backliners looks really effective right now in this game as well as the last.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable play on all ends. I think you got to go to the Vindicta story. And look, also ABL just flexing with the... it almost felt like ABL, who usually is on frontliners, it was, well, Mirage is too good to pick. Why don't you play it here? And look... Overall, the team comp did its job a lot off Fremox's disruption, but anytime anyone was even down the half, Kenneth was there and in their face. And Jake, of course, this is going to bring us to the Intel player of the match, but kind of sounds like we've already made our decision here.
Yeah, come on. It's got to be Vindicta. I mean, this is a just disgusting performance from Kenneth with, like, I mean, what, 19 kills in the second match? Absolutely unbelievable. His snipes were a key part of the mid-game pressure. And above all, I think the overall team really played around him well. Like, they have a lot of confidence in Vindicta. They're picking it early, and they're also really enabling him on it, rather. Like, bringing the fight in the mid-game to the Vindicta's lane, allowing him to, you know, farm up kills and snowball the game. I mean, just getting super out of control. Both matches back to back being the biggest problem for his opponents. But I also think this, for me, honestly, this felt like I don't want to say a draft win like entirely, but I really felt Aegis Aurora had the dominant position even just coming out of the draft phase. Like, it felt like they got what they wanted. Buff Enjoyers forcing the 7 both games. Really didn't see impact from the 7, frankly, in either match. I mean, maybe there's something the players think differently about. I was trying to think about, like, why are they choosing the 7? Maybe they're valuing that stun potential in the mid game and the damage and slow from the orbs. But I just feel like, man, some of these more active mid game carries look so strong, and it doesn't feel like 7 is having a late game power spike. Like, we're waiting for it to happen, and it's just not coming to fruition in these games. And I expect to see maybe a different approach from Buff Enjoyers if they come back next week.
Yeah, it did seem like the 7 just doesn't have the impact in the periods of the game where it matters, and by the time he could have impact, it's kind of already too late. He's not like helped to slow down the ascent of his opponents. But one thing with Keta quickly I thought was really interesting was like Kenneth was so good at just like maybe finding someone who might be full HP and then just like hitting a combo of like perfect hit scan and then into the stake, into the ult, and just like deleting them, like just like really aggressively, just like finding those moments, which is really cool to see how aggressive and active a Vindicta can be. And I wonder if this is going to sort of raise Vindicta up on people's tier lists a little bit, because Vindicta, when played well, is actually absurdly strong.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely an incredible showing for Vindicta as far as where should she be on the tier list. But speaking of shows, we have hit the midpoint here at Deadlock Fight Night. This, of course, is our bracket for the day. We just finished up with EU. Aegis Aurora defending their crown against Buff Enjoyers, and the important thing to me is you look at, they did it with a completely different lineup, really, than what they did last week, and they proved to everyone that this team is for real, and 2025, perhaps a different era of Deadlock than what we saw in 2024. Gentlemen, NA coming up next, though. A lot of cool stories here. Melee Creeps and TF2 Boomers, some of the top teams in NA behind the scenes, all looking for the vaunted ability to be the first team to take down Hydra Nation. Quick thoughts before the break.
I mean, it's got to be scary for anybody thinking ahead to that next match, but luckily you don't have to do that, right? For Melee Creeps and TF2 Boomers, they can just focus on, this best of 1, getting to that challenger match. Hydra Nation have just got to be so confident at this point. They've got to be just oozing it with putting up so many wins back to back to back at this point. I feel like it does get easier and easier to beat a team like that as time goes on. The longer the streak gets, the more complacent the champion becomes, the more vulnerable they become. But we've been saying that for weeks, and it's starting to ring a little bit hollow as they just keep smacking down challenger after challenger here in North America.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add, but there's no pressure on any team going up against them. So that's kind of the one of the greatest strengths, I guess, you could have going up against them. And maybe if you're a newer combination of players or a lineup, you have the also added advantage that, okay, you know everything about the opponent and they don't know anything about you. So there's always a chance for some gimmicks. But I mean, we are already clutching at straws here, trying to find ways to like beat Hydra Nation. So we'll have to just wait and see.
All right, well, EU done and over with. NA coming up next. The Deadlock action does not stop. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Stop jumping around, son.
There's still time to push with the rejuvenate. One try left.
This was our start. I see Mirage.
No one stops me.
From here, only misery will follow.
No one hides from me.
Our blue walker is unready. Rejuvenator is descending.
Finding higher ground. The bird
Has been dropped.
This is just a
They're done.
They took out boarding. Lifting. Let's go to green. No one is stopped.
Our covenant has been sealed. Continue to strengthen.
I will just some time.
There's still time to push with the rejuvenate. One try left.
This was our start.
Welcome back, everyone. The Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel. ZP here with Jake. And Jake, we just got done with what could best be described as a roller coaster of games in EU. And who knows, NA could be bringing us more of the same. But it's been good games here so far tonight.
Yeah, I'm excited to see some fresh faces here in the BO1, especially. It's going to be Melee Creeps taking on TF2 Boomers. And TF2 Boomers, I feel like I should be on that team. I feel like I'm a TF2 Boomer ZP. I don't know how you feel about that qualification, but I feel confident in being a TF2 Boomer.
Look, if you were on that team, it would not have surprised me at all. You would have been teammates with Boink again, except Boink is no longer on TF2 Boomers. There's been a roster change, which is unfortunate given that this is the day that you're casting. But we'll get to that in a second. Here is our schedule here for today. In case you're just tuning in, wondering what is the deal. Well, we just finished up with EU, where Aegis Aurora defended their crown in EU, but now we go into NA, where we have two new NA teams this week relative to last week. Melee Creeps and TF2 Boomers, some of the most active teams in the North American community, and the winner goes against the absolute final boss of North America, which is Hydra Nation, a team which has only been dinged a few times, Jake, but in Fight Night, they've been flawless.
Yeah, for them, Fight Night is just payday. So we'll have to see if anyone can change that narrative. But in the end, you got to respect it. Putting up a run of dominance like that is very difficult to do. To stay on top while other teams are scrimming, trying to catch up to you all the time. We've seen in EU, the top teams have been unseated over and over and over again. That sort of change in the guard has been the only constant in Europe, whereas in NA, it's the exact opposite. Every challenger to Hydra Nation gets clapped down. Has Hydra Nation, I think they lost, what, one map in one series? Is that right?
Yeah, in Fight Night, they lost one map, one series to the old Llama Lords roster, and they lost like a $200 tournament previously to Llama Lords. But other than that, it has been an exceptional run of dominance where it doesn't matter who the icon is on the other side. The result has mostly been the same.
I feel like as Deadlock grows as a game and matures and we see more and more tournaments, I think we'll be looking back on an era of Hydra Nation here as the early dominators of North America, the early kings. And I mean, they've earned it, frankly. So it's hard to say, like, honestly, for the BO1, I'm really excited to see some fresh faces. But for the BO3, I'm just curious, can anybody put a dent in Hydra Nation? Like, even winning a map would get me excited. Making it close and competitive would be at least good enough. Because so far, very few teams have been able to do that to Hydra Nation. So I'm curious to take a look at the rosters if we can get them here for TF2 Boomers versus Melee Creeps. See if any of these names recognize from ranked.
Yeah,
definitely seen a few of these players.
Yeah, you can't play NA ranked without running into some players. I mean, people like Deathy and Pashi Pop. I mean, they go back all the way to May, if you think of that. But, you know, there's also interesting stories, too, like Goober, who, you know, essentially the Viscous main of Viscous mains, right? Someone where Melee Creeps might even first ban Viscous, just not the deal with Goober's signature hero. That's the level of intimidation he's had there. But also, Jake, arrows of intimidation. It's not me and you on broadcast here. That's right. We got DDK in for another round. This time, an analyst role. He's now shifted over to the broadcast left just a little bit.
Nice. So now I'm in the center, so I have more authority. You must respect what I say.
But yeah, Dan. Oh yeah, I was gonna say no. You're not off the hook that easy, Dan. Going into this, yeah, exactly. No, you're not off the hook. We're gonna be getting into the draft here in just a moment, but NA-wise, NA is a little bit more wild in the meta relative to EU. EU kind of, colors within the lines. NA sometimes they'll go off the rails a little bit. You'll see your Dynamo. You'll see McGinnis picked earlier in draft. You'll see Bebop more than once, a Blue Moon. You get a little bit more variety here in NA.
Yeah, there's definitely more variety, and maybe part of the reason is because you gotta, at least against Hydra Nation, you gotta kind of throw against the wall like whatever you can find at this point to see what would work. But I think the other thing with NA is that generally it tends to be a region that operates on a more aggressive, like early game as well. That's the trend that we have seen, and they like to try to create tactical opportunities with interesting combinations and trying to find small edges in creative ways. So even though we don't see necessarily the same kind of like stability and maybe the overall like higher skill ceiling across the European pool of players, I feel like NA has its own charms in how it tries to push the envelope in the meta. Because there are things that I believe, honestly, that EU sleeps on that NA does figure out. It's just that with NA, I think the main issue is that we don't have enough like super skilled teams in comparison to what we have in EU. So that tends to kind of create a scenario where more weird stuff can work because it's not all going to be punished as effectively by just like really high level fundamentals across the board. So you might not necessarily know how to, your limit testing might not necessarily always be accurate until you run into Hydra Nation and then gets completely shut down. So we'll have to see what comes out of the bag today.
It could help your gameplay, though, whether you're an NA team or someone at home. That's right. We got some merch here at Deadlock Fight Night. You can get gooped, and this is just the prelude. There's other stuff that's cooking in the wings. But that also means that, you know, who knows? Maybe you're running out of time to get your first edition Get Gooped gear. You know, the new gear that comes in could be even cooler, but this is the OG right now, Jake. And there's something to be said about getting something at the front of the line.
I'm a viscous enjoyer, so I might need to cop a Get Gooped t-shirt.
Yeah, just go be like, I'm working on the show, right? I can get one comped. Well, we're going to put that to the side now and look into our draft, where for me, number one thing I'm looking at here, just given the history of these players, NA tends to be very focused, Jake, on player-specific bans. Does Viscous get banned here? Does Melee Creeps take out Viscous? Because
I mean, if you're a known one trick, I would always first ban a one trick. Like, honestly, it's not that big of a deal, especially with second ban. I don't completely hate it. It probably does give Wraith over to TF2 Boomers or Shiv or whatever they want to go for, but in the end, there's so many of these like top priority picks for like the first few. I feel like Viscous is already like, maybe if not tier 1 pick, like it usually goes second phase. So first banning it to deal with the one trick, I would absolutely do that. I was very annoyed when I first started playing Pugs. I played like 2 games on Viscous, and then I started getting first ban. I'm like, all right, well, this is not fun anymore. I don't know how to play any other characters.
Apologies,
So I had to go back to the drawing
today.
board and learn. We'll see if oh well, they are going to let it through. I wouldn't be surprised if TF2 Boomers first picks it though, unless they just have confidence that Goober can flex and play whatever.
Yeah, and I'll remind you, in the EU, we just had a game in the grand final where Mirage was 12th pick after also all 4 bans. So that's very interesting. You know, we're returning back to normalcy, and I do feel like the NA does kind of respect the tier list a little bit more in some cases. But one of the things I'm curious as well is like, will we see some of the stuff that's trending in EU sort of trend
Today
more here as
isn't
well?
the day
Like
for
Vindicta,
mercy.
for example. Well, okay, you speak her name and she will appear.
they watch to you guys. That's
Yeah,
why I
yeah,
get here.
yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. NA has also been highly valuing Vindicta. All the scrim data has really put that forward. But look, if you watch the EU final, if you had any doubts, you might go, okay, Vindicta early. However, you look at what's on the board here, Jake. You still got the Paradox on the board. You got the Viscous. You got Shiv. All the like premium options that tend to go early in the draft available for Melee Creeps. So they can take this one of many ways. But I would expect
to turn to Paradox for help.
Yeah, I mean, Paradox, Shiv, but also Wraith, I think, remain in the pool. So I feel TF2 Boomers aren't going to be too mad. Like, I think whichever of the 3 doesn't go here, probably TF2 Boomers picks up. I would assume it's a Wraith. I would expect Paradox, Shiv. We've seen that combo a ton. Come out from a lot of teams with the second pick. Just like great frontliner gets vision and a great setup, like opening and poke hero, pick off hero for Paradox. It's just like a nice opening synergy that doesn't full commit you in any one direction, gives you a lot of flexibility later on in the draft. But I feel Wraith is also, I mean, especially in EU, I think Wraith maybe was the unsung hero in some of those games where yes, Vindicta is like carrying and popping off. And I like the Viscous too, actually, with the mindset of just stealing it away. Like, this is probably more specifically targeting TF2 Boomers for them. If you don't pick first pick Viscous, we can take it from you. And this is actually a much more reasonable place for it to go in the draft on second pick. But like you guys are saying, a high prio hero still in the pool.
Yeah, and I do hope that we do get the respect on the Wraith. The other thing too, though, I have to say is that we did see a difference in the Wraith playstyle, and this is what, in fact, just cutting myself off there. This is what you were talking about earlier, ZP. Just the scrim bucks is apparently behind Infernus, based on what you were saying.
Yeah, this is where Infernus is just more highly valued in NA. I was talking with Deathy and a few other people. I was like, hey, what's going on in NA? And the one consistent theme, yeah, people really value Infernus a lot in NA, and that's one of the key difference between regions. Also, the fact that you probably won't see 7 for any NA teams today. Is what I'll say. I think most of NA is drinking the same Haterade that Jake's been drinking, and for a decent reason. But yeah, they go with the Shiv Infernus here, but it is leaving open the Wraith for the quick pickoff, even though Wraith, I think, is still a little bit lower valued in NA relative to EU. That's kind of been a theme for a while and still is a theme now.
I feel Wraith probably is super strong, very easily could go here for melee creeps, and I wouldn't be mad at it. However, I do think Wraith has changed a little bit in terms of the role she plays in the comp. I think in the past she was this like backline assassinator hero who would have been a real problem for a character like Vindicta. But now I feel Wraith is a little bit more of a backliner herself. She probably uses her teleport defensively more often than not, and wants other people to initiate for her rather than her going in first. And so I think that potentially makes her like less of a strong counter to somebody like Infernus or Vindicta. And even Infernus, I feel some of these heroes are gonna be kind of annoying. Like if you just like get your flame dash off before the lift comes down, you can like make it far enough away where you don't end up dying to the lift and end up getting out. So Geist is just melee creeps putting more pressure on the front line here. wanting to be able to stand and deliver against threats like Shivan and Furnace. And I do like the potential of that in terms of swapping either of those heroes that they get into aggressively.
Yeah, Warden goes away, but in terms of like the tanks still available, like Abrams is something that I feel like we're going to be seeing come out like pretty shortly. I'm curious if we're going to see a Bebop, honestly, because you got if you had like, let's say, melee creeps like a Paradox and a Bebop, like Vindicta gets, there's a lot of answers suddenly for a Vindicta. So if Vindicta's being prioritized so heavily and you really want to shut it down, you have options.
I also wouldn't mind the Bebop for TF2 Boomers here, both to block pick it and also I think as a counter to Viscous, right? Like even though you save people with Cube, they're essentially a free hook. I mean, you can be meleeing the Cube. There are some counterplays to this, but a lot of the times, you know, you're relying on the Cube save to get somebody out of trouble, and then the hook can, you know, change that story, put them out of position in a really bad spot. I don't think it's like the worst matchup into Bebop in general, but I agree. I think the Bebop has impressed me whenever it does come out. Okay, it is going to be melee who's picking it up first.
The interesting thing about picking up the Bebop here, though, is that I think TF2 Boomers might have been expecting a higher proud Bebop pick, and then you think about how the support angle is going to go, because a lot of teams right now are not playing Viscous as support, so you can't really view Viscous as we're using it for support, even though historically you could. Now I wonder, you've taken out Kelvin, do you pick Ivy? And therefore you now force melee creeps to go something like Dynamo, which, you know, has kind of come and gone in NA, but generally is seen as a lower prio relative to either
I can take
Kelvin
whatever
or
they
Ivy
throw at me.
in the support role. Although NA also does like running McGinnis a little bit more too, so it's not a hit or miss thing. But you get 2 picks back to back for TF2 Boomers. They help their front line with Abrams, which makes sense given what is left and the fact that Geist and Warden are both off. So I'm just really curious here, do they choose the Ivy, lock in a good support option, and then, you know, force melee creeps to go a little bit off the standard here?
I still think Wraith is just so good. I just want to see Wraith go. Like I really like Ivy too. I think it's like super strong. I like to see it in the draft. They're gonna go for the McGinnis. So like maybe they're just not valuing the Wraith. They don't think it's strong. I mean, I think from what we saw from EU, that doesn't look like the case. Looked like Wraith was like a really powerful objective taker and like game carry, and you know, really active in the mid to early more than some of the other greedier carries. So it's interesting to see it go. Maybe melee could pick it up now though. I think it would be a nice option to potentially shut down, you know, something like an Abrams or Shiv diving in.
Yeah. Before Dan weighs in, Jake, I just gotta say you missed some of the EU blindness that used to be the case, where NA blindness, where even when Wraith was in her ultimate form, EU would or NA would still pick Wraith like 5th or 6th. That made no sense, as Dan can attest.
Yep. Was there for that? I've got a t-shirt. Yeah, it's interesting. We do have the Wraith pick, and it could also be the case with TF2 Boomers again, that they don't necessarily have someone that maybe is super comfortable with it, and maybe they would prefer to like pick into some of their, like, you know, inherent strengths in whatever's remaining in the pool. Like that's always the possibility, but obviously it's harder to win tournaments like this if your lineup is not flexible. So. All right, we get the Ivy coming through as well. So that's actually a pretty late pick for Ivy also. Yeah, maybe Ivy not valued as highly right now. I mean, NA always valued Ivy pretty highly, thinking about it.
Yeah, I think Ivy has always been there. Ivy's never really been out of the meta, always going back to the beginning. But now we're going to see what the final pick is. And by the way, we cheated the viewers a little bit. We had to go back in time to do the BO1v1 to show why TF2 Boomers did not get their choice of pick. But Pocket coming on in here, Jake. I mean, it makes sense. They were kind of short a playmaker in here, but you know, Pocket sneaking in at the very end.
Yeah, it's interesting. Viscous doesn't max Cube really early anymore. So, and you know, with the Purge being on the final upgrade of Cube makes it so much more expensive. So the Pocket ult still potentially going to be a problem here for these melee creeps.
Yeah, I think I just realized that I'm not casting this game, so I guess I have to like get some thoughts in. Yeah, I feel like overall, I'm liking the synergies on the melee creeps lineup quite a lot, especially all of the stuff that they have to run counter to Vindicta. I think if they're able to stop Vindicta from getting that snowball, that I think Vindicta is very capable of doing, unless effectively countered, then Vindicta is going to kind of fall off a little bit in terms of the damage and maybe the power spiking, and that's going to be hard to recover if that's the case. And all the meanwhile, I feel like melee creeps just like should scale potentially a little bit better. It depends a lot, I feel like, on the Pocket performance. I feel like Pocket is often kind of the ace up the sleeve, and it is such a high skill ceiling hero that you can have insane impact or it can be really flat. So those are some of my focuses.
All right, well, we got to go a little bit back in time and go, how did this draft set up? The first stone to fall here. That's right. Mole on mole action. Ring the bell. Let's see what we got. And Jake, you know, there's a lot of strategy that goes into this, even though people might not be aware.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of since you can aim the power melee after you cast it. It's a lot of fake meleeing, trying to bait a parry, and then, you know, getting a couple free melees in of your own. But there's so many, theoretically, like a computer could play this perfectly, but it really is such a test of individual skill.
The BO1 ones have also gotten longer as time has gone on. People are just, you know, and it's also gloves off here. You might think, oh no, something went wrong with their skins. No, no, no. It's NA. It's street rules
NA,
going
no
on right
gloves.
now. Exactly. But yeah, after the matchup, Deathy just kind of lamented going, TF2 Boomers, we don't win coin flips and we don't win fist fights. It's the story of TF2 Boomers, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see these drafts stack up because I think they're so different, but I kind of could see either side winning this. I don't think there's like a huge draft advantage for one side or the other. I will say for melee creeps, they've got huge pick potential, right? With, you know, Paradox, Bebop, and Wraith all potentially finding those pickoffs, and then Viscous and Ivy, I think, comboing for a potentially very dangerous and annoying team fight. If you ever come into a small room against Geist, Ivy, and Viscous, it's going to be add on to that, like the Paradox grenade and the wall. It's going to be really bad for you in a small room. However, TF2 Boomers have just great objective taking, great wave pressure. So like on the core fundamentals, I really like TF2 Boomers comp. However, melee creeps have so much playmaking, it's hard to, I don't think you can ever count them out, right? Even if the soul lead goes against them, I feel like they have ways back into this game.
Also, production sometimes thinks it's hard to make jokes, where we just got an update as to why we're not going in the game. They said, Boomers are in the bathroom, hard not to make joke. Well, there you go. We've made the joke for you. By talking about what you thought was private production chat, no, we put it up into the air because, you know what? Your reasoning might be right. Or I would just say, Dan, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
But also it's NA, and we just know from history, going back to games like Overwatch, that NA loves their bathroom breaks. It's,
guys, at what age is somebody a boomer? Chat, what do you guys think? I'm curious in chat's perspective. How old is a person to when they can be called a boomer? Am I a boomer? I'm 28 years old. Am I a boomer?
Oh my God, you're ancient. As someone that's not ancient, your age horrifies me.
Wait, you're on the border between millennial and Gen Z, right?
Yeah, I am. That's 96 is the year of division. So since I probably grew up playing video games, I consider myself I'm definitely an elder zoomer, or am I an elder millennial or a what is it? No, I'm a young millennial or an elder zoomer, depending on your interpretation of the facts.
Whatever is more beneficial for you based on the person that's asking is, I think, what you got to go for there.
Yeah. I'm one of you. That's the answer. I'm one of you.
But like Boomer's like baby boomer, right? So you're like legit.
I'm miles away.
You're like 50 already, right? To like enter that territory. I don't know. This is obviously not like really the analysis.
I don't know if anyone on TF2 Boomers is 50. That would surprise me.
Well, there's a reason why they kicked Boink. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh my God.
Boink is not actually 50. But we are getting into it. Dan, any final thoughts?
Nah, you guys, you got this.
All right, Jake. Well, I gotta apologize to Boyd for the drive-by later, but we are getting into it now. Melee creeps versus TF2 Boomers. As people just spam remake, you know, the legacy of EU carries on, Jake.
Well, let's see. Opening trades here. Nothing too crazy to report back about. Curious to see. I think the side lanes are going to have a lot of impact. Geist versus Infernus. I like the choice to not run the Infernus against the Wraith to the extent that that is a choice, with always the threat to lane swap. I feel Shiv has probably a little bit of an easier matchup here, securing the CS, where Infernus can get potentially poked out of lane a little bit easier there.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of science to how people set up the one-on-one lanes, but it's not exact, because you never quite know. Sometimes you'll see heroes that you would expect to be in solo lane just show up in duo lane, you know, whether it be the random Abrams or Mo, but Jake, the lane we're looking at right now is definitely the most intrigued to me, just because Viscous and Bebop, that is a scary lane for just getting pulled or pushed out of position.
Yeah, Hook is a huge problem, but at the same time, there is a real lack of long-range pressure. And so, honestly, I think TF2 Boomers can probably just farm. Like, if they can avoid getting hooked is the real big question. I think if you get hooked, you are in major trouble. But honestly, I don't think TF2 Boomers are too upset about that. They just play defensive and just farm creeps. It looks like a pretty decent spot.
Yeah, so far, quiet on all sides. You look at the health bars, no lane so far has really gone super aggressive, but, you know, we're talking a little bit about the lane we're in right now, but you also shift over to lane 3. And anything with a McGinnis definitely can be a little bit scary too. Just one wall off an overextension into a pickoff. But really, you take a look at where both Salty and Fickle are playing. They're giving it plenty of respect.
Yeah, I think the first couple of levels we probably won't see too much action, but I think McGinnis is always looking for that wall into the charge from Abrams. I think that's why you see both teams or both players on the side of melee creeps, right, sticking on the high ground, you know, making sure they're not caught in any kind of like death trap tiny room against Abrams and McGinnis when the wall comes down. I think that's really the threat in this lane. But once McGinnis starts to be able to pressure forward and poke this tower, I think it could be hard to stop given the danger that the enemy team faces in getting close to McGinnis and Abrams.
Yeah, you look at the Veil areas there. You don't want to be thrown into spontaneous fight club as you see the wall come out. Ivy getting chased down by McGinnis. That's a really good poke. In fact, the Ivy in danger. I'm not sure Stoneform is going to be enough, and it's not. Abrams there on the finish, and just as we're talking about the pressure, Jake, it comes to bear.
Yeah, it's great patience from Abrams holding the charge until after the stone form there. Knows it's got to come out from just the spam pressure. Nice setup by McGinnis. So well done by them. I mean, I really think that's a lane where we might see more and more action. Looks like Bebop trying to get active here. A pick off on Shiv could really start Wraith's game off right.
Anytime you get a high value pick in solo, it'd be solid. Hook though comes out, and the secret is out. Shiv is aware of what's going on in Deathy. Just gonna take a few steps back as Bebop does the quick little wall jump back to lane.
Yeah, at the same time though, Viscus took a ton of pressure on his health bar for that rotation, so kind of could be costly here as Vindicta approaches that 3k soul mark, and we've seen the threat that this hero has when she starts snowballing with the ultimate online. Curious to see Goober what his build ends up being this game. Does he go for the rush max on the snipe? Is he investing points early?
You know, the thing about Goober is that while Goober has kind of built up the reputation of being, Mr. Viscous guy, even in the past, like, Goober has played a really good haze. Like, Goober has, like, just scary good tracking aim. So Goober on the Vindicta, I actually think will turn out a lot better than some people might think offhand. I think Goober in general is just like really versatile, but you play a really scary Viscous, just people tend to think of you for that alone.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a unique character, right? Like, I think it ends up being kind of defining. I know myself, I love the Viscous so much, so unique, but definitely important to have more diversity, right? You come into a tournament like this, if you're a one trick, you're just too vulnerable, right? Like the threat of being either your pick taken away or you get banned out. I mean, it really is a rough spot to be. As it stands, though, maybe the reputation of being one trick, if it's not really true, right, it gives you a bit of an advantage. Maybe melee creeps over prioritize getting the Viscous. Maybe they took it a little too early, leaving some of these stronger choices like Infernus and Shiv in the pool. Abrams getting active on the side lane here.
Yeah, rotation, and parry coming out from the Geist doesn't quite connect. In fact, the Abrams went in and immediately went out. That's because you had Cool Cheese just shadowing the Abrams gank the entire way through. Still, though, Geist goes down. Trade outs happening across the map.
Yeah, that's a really nice counter gank from Paradox. If First can get out of this, he's going to be feeling pretty good about the situation. May need to go base for reset here. May like to just buy a heal right and stay active. But this is a really nice move from Paradox.
Meanwhile, Vindicta getting hooked out of the sky. You saw this back in EU, just the anti-air approach, but it doesn't matter when you got Abrams behind you and the Vindicta is still fully loaded. So, it's not just landing the hook, it's also everything else around it.
Yeah, Guardian gonna lose a bit of HP there as so far, game relatively stable, no major advantages. Vindicta's starting to get that opening snipe though. It's a nice start for her. Abrams wants to set her up for another kill here.
Yeah, you kind of look at Abrams just creeping in the back. There's the charge. Call the setup. Now Ivy just trying to get away in over the top. Looks to be healthy for now. Abrams still poking and prodding with the shotgun. Meanwhile, on the other end, see the counter dive coming on in. Paradox has joined the fray. A lot of people low. Ivy just gets chunked down, but Abrams gives his life for it. Rotation's all bound, and NA likes doing one thing, Jake. It's a lot of rotations in the lane early on.
Yeah, it's a very active early game, but so far it looks like the trades are pretty even with the Soul lead at neutral right now. I think Bebop getting value off the ultimate is a nice start in that previous fight against the Vindicta, but ultimate tempo a little bit in favor, I think, of TF2 Boomers here, right? With the opportunity to get active with the pocket ult, maybe Infernus as well. Wanted to get into a fight early in these rotations. When it comes to the early fights, I think the ultimate tempo being online is just really significant.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring up Scout here too. Or Scout at half HP right now, but also at times has been one of the more interesting players in playmaking roles. You don't always see him just because TF2 Boomers isn't always in Deadlock Fight Night, but I remember just being impressed by Scout's ability to get things done. So, a good shout. at this point, but for now,
Oh
just
my,
good tower
McGinnis
pressure
things.
off the Guinness. you know, here's a quick note. Whenever we do the bow 1v1s, we drag in someone to do pushes. They do Guinness, but also, speaking of dragging and going around, Bebop hook shenanigans afoot.
What am I watching? The Viscous cubed and pulled out, but oh, did get cut down. Goober, what a hit there to finish.
Yeah, it was such a decisive hit, it just put our camera in the ground. That's how much collateral damage that we had there for a split second. But you look at the general game state here, Jake. 33k to 37k, slight edge building up here for TF2 Boomers. The thing you do worry about, it's not too much yet, but Vindicta leading the game, you know, it just brings flashbacks to what we saw in EU of, you know, you gotta do something to make sure Vindicta just doesn't run away with things in this mid-game area where she's really strong. The hook comes in.
Onto McGinnis, though, could potentially play her way out of this with a wall here. Gonna be tough though with so many players already. No, Abrams comes in, quick cancel on the ultimate, and Abrams looking to finish this team fight off. Cube force as well, and Abrams does get swapped on the low HP, so great play by the Geist, but if Abrams lives, he's gonna get a big regen off of this. Heavy commitment from both sides right now, coming into this lane. McGinnis brawling it out for everything she's worth. Can't quite survive, but that took a ton of resources out of melee creeps to get that done.
Yeah, I mean, McGinnis actually got her pound of flesh in the end, even though dying, you look at the HP, it's just like, yeah, McGinnis got hands from everyone else, so can't really push it as far as I'd want, just given other people rotating in. But Goober, perhaps a story right now, draw the take, looking for damage onto the Paradox, assassinate, locked and loaded. Time Wall, though, gonna mitigate the worst of it in that situation.
Side lane tower is both pretty healthy right now for TF2 Boomers, and I mean both Shiv and Infernus have been quiet. They haven't been rotating, but while the middle four have been brawling, it's been Infernus getting way ahead of the game right now. No ultimate available for Lady Geist. Extremely low. Oh my goodness. Oh, and she does go down.
For a second, I thought we had a pause there just for extra suspense, but no, that was just my internet lagging for faintest of seconds. And yeah, I mean, that also can be one of the troublesome parts when Infernus is having a good game too, is that, you know, your sense of danger versus Infernus, I feel like, is so warped relative to other heroes.
I like this move though, trying to pressure Shiv's tower. He's been so strong. You're gonna need to bring a lot of resources to get this done. The counter rotate from Vindicta, I also really like though. And both side lanes being heavily pressured right now. TF2 Boomers even pushing down a Walker here. Bebop's solo probably needs to just base and heal here. Wraith trying to defend solo with the ultimate. Infernus and Pocket, I mean, Pocket really roaming the map right now, but both side lanes just being dominated by TF2 Boomers. The middle of the map is pretty contentious, but I feel like these side laners are really going to get ahead of the game, and Shiv and Infernus are exactly the heroes you want to have on Snowball here.
Yeah, and the truth is, too, when you think about the overall scaling of the game, TF2 Boomers isn't necessarily weak in the late game either, so not only do they still want to get ahead in the mid game, you know, taking high advantage of Vindicta, you know, it's not necessarily something that'll be bad if they don't, but buffs come up. Quick little grab here from Saya, just gets a survival. Meanwhile, switching gears, Abrams charge punch dead. Salty, again the pickup. Looking back here in lane 3, a little bit of beam action from Bebop. Gonna go in, look for a quick hook for the Wraith, but otherwise just happy to get a little bit of push progress.
Wraith making the move here. Infernus potentially vulnerable, half HP, being surrounded by players. Gonna need to play his way out of this. LGTK under a lot of pressure. Does get the dash off just early and the infuser. She's getting a bit of heal, but the hook comes in. See if the counter tank is gonna be good though.
Yeah, Vindicta came off zip, immediately sniped Wraith, looking for Bebop with Scout. The rotation very quick from TF2 Boomers. A little bit more presence in lane. Earn now being contested on the turn-in. It's just going to be fickle, just putting it on in.
Yeah, in the end, it's a 2-for-2 on the side lane, but that earn turn-in is really going to swing this more decisively in favor of TF2 Boomers. Geist does have ultimate online, though. Potentially wants to get stuck into a fight. We're seeing a heavy commitment coming back into the side lane. Melee creeps bringing Bebop back to this engagement.
In, looking for any hook. McGinnis just getting melted down. Pressure, though, still here against melee creeps. You see Saya just tries to get away, takes a snipe, and gets finished off by the rest of the fire. As Cooper just finds another. It's been the Vindicta show all day long. It doesn't matter the region.
Yeah, and Vindicta coming online. I feel like there's been some deaths for TF2 Boomers, but for the most part, Vindicta, Infernus getting away unscathed. and they're trying to kill this Abrams, but he is so tanky. He is not losing HP. He's getting the regen, and Abrams and Shiv, man, that is a really scary duo to be stuck in a long fight with, right? Their regen is just inexorable, and now both sidewalkers are going to be pressured. Sure, Ivy's here to potentially shut down this push, but it's a heavy response as well to the number 4 lane, and it's not quite enough. Walker still goes down.
Yeah, the lane pressure from TF2 Boomers has been really, really good for the edge they've had. Like, it's not just that they've been a little bit ahead all game, which they have. They've used their lead to just keep lane pressure high in all lanes, particularly in the side lanes, as you know, you've been talking about all game long. And now Goober, actually he's hanging in here, looking for a little bit more poke. Just knows that Geist is low from the Crow connection a bit ago.
Yeah, and Alkfire online for Vindicta, able to enable her farming a little bit more. Keep that snowball rolling, be less reliant on the picks. We are going to have a pause coming in for the moment, as the game state just feels like it's slowly slipping away here from melee creeps. Yes, the middle of the map tier 1s have been pressured really well, and you know, melee creeps have been fighting well, but honestly, not having either one of those side lane tier 1s open is kind of a real problem at this point, where, you know, I feel like TF2 Boomers can keep pouring on the pressure on the side lanes, relying on the TP plays, and if they can keep winning a couple more fights here, we're gonna start to see the map get a little bit out of control, especially when, you know, melee creeps start to run up against their lack of a flex slot.
Yeah, that's exactly the point I was going to bring up, is that not only have you had TF2 Boomers working the outskirts, as you mentioned, but the fact that they still have both outer Guardians means they haven't given up a single flex slot. Meanwhile, they're about to get their second if they can get one of these walkers. And I think we might be about to unpause, but Dan, if you're there, you know, you've been waiting in the wings. Any interesting observations you've had as we wait for this to kick off again?
What if I wasn't his EP? Then you'd be in trouble.
Then I'd just be like, well, Dan's chair is being very silent, but you are here, so you're on the hook.
Oh no. Yeah, I think what's been playing out obviously is TF2 Boomers had done, I think, a really good job at sort of just like keeping themselves in a good spot before they're able to come online. Goober obviously doing a really good job, and just have not really been able to sort of mitigate Goober's impact across the map at this point. And we're getting to territory where they're starting to fall behind to a degree where I'm getting a little bit worried. I don't know, the game started again already, so I guess I'll throw it back to you guys.
He's gone. But yeah, I mean, it's where they're at, and the fact that they've been stable and just slowly, Jake, adding on to their lead bit by bit here. Hook attempt, and it's just a creep.
Hey, that's farm right there, ZP.
Creep farm.
Geist and Bebop, though, falling behind, especially with Bebop going for a gun-oriented build, right? Like, and Geist, a hero who also really does want to be ahead of the game. Kind of a troubling sign here in the mid game. And, you know, there's a lot of like defensive posturing right now for melee creeps, where TF2 Boomers are aggressive, but not only that, they also have Infernus jungling very safe on their side. So even if they just take even trades right now, it's going to be favoring them.
Saya right now
he's
just
in
getting
trouble.
pummeled from above, and here comes the assassinate. Looking, it's a cube. Can he get away? Just barely, Jake. Able to turn the corner, get the LOS, and still being so cautious on the way back. Taking the zip would not have been safe.
Ooh, he's lucky to get out of that one, but
He still
Deathy's
gets
on
caught.
pace.
Yeah. And it's turned into a garage fight here where Deathy might pay for it. Went for the finish and ends up being a trade instead.
Does cost Lady Geist her health swap, though, and she's burning from Infernus, so there's a real opportunity right now. Wraith taking the opportunity, though, to push out one of the side lanes, maybe put some pressure on the tower. But man, these pickups just keep coming in, and Geist without her swap, I mean, that's kind of all she has when she's behind, right? She has to play for the swap, just doesn't have the ability to deal the damage like under normal conventions here. And TF2 Boomers smell blood in the water. They're going to go straight for the mid with this Alkfire from Vindicta. I think it's going to go down very quick. I like this call, especially with Wraith ult down, Viscous ult not coming back anytime soon. There's not really much hope for a steal here.
It doesn't look like melee creeps is setting up for it. I mean, there's a world where they could go for a swap, go for a hook, but you know, those are essentially the Deadlock equivalent of Hail Mary, and they wisely decide against it. I think that's one thing you've really seen, both in comp and even high-end pubs, really change. People don't go for the miracle steals anymore, unless it is truly the game is lost afterwards, right? People would rather just, you know, play against the Rejuvenator in a intelligent way.
Yeah, we've seen the Rejuvenator isn't a guaranteed win, right? Like, there are opportunities to play your way out of it. In the end, Rejuve is not going to save you if you get caught, you know, 6v3 or something. Like, you're still going to get smoked, even with a soul lead. So, teams electing to just, like, maintain that player advantage. And they're holding a gun buff here. Wonder who that's for? I guess just grabbing it. on chip. He was thinking about not picking it up, considering if somebody else wanted, but maybe Vindicta's just way too far away for that to be realistic.
Yeah, either the Vindicta or even at times the McGinnis is someone that could take it under the right build if you were going to more gun-heavy McGinnis build. But sometimes just making sure you get the buff and the other team doesn't is the right call. Just being able to decide who gets it in general is a bit of a luxury.
Yeah, nice earn run here for TF2 Boomers using the rejuve. Curious to see if Melee Creeps like to go for something, maybe off the back of a Bebop. But the lanes are kind of all against them here just a little bit. Uber, though, not fully confident he can make the hard run. Still some enemy players off map, so got to be very aware of that Bebop hook, especially when you're exposed. But man, Abrams getting all this map vision, right? Like scouting. Oh, and catches the Wraith, stunned off the TP. That could be a huge kill. Traps him in the corner. Is going to get lifted. Wraith probably trying to slip out of this, but man, there's a lot of damage coming in from Abrams, who's hunting. This is really deep, though. Like, this is starting to get a little bit too much.
Yeah, it might get to a player self-mode should you go deep, and guess what? They don't need it. They have rejuve. They got earn. The kill just would have been the cherry on top. TF2 Boomers now firmly ahead. Nearly a 20k lead in progress, and they're just going to use the rejuve for pressure onto the walkers now, Jake. Swap, though, in. Grounds of Vindicta. Uber perhaps in trouble. They'll slip away, though, and the punish just isn't there.
No follow-up damage. They're going to pop the Bebop laser to try and defend this walker, but I don't think it's going to be enough, and there's going to be an opportunity here. TF2 Boomers could just back out, reset. Laser canceled, though. They do find McGinnis. That's something. Could turn into a little bit more, but I don't think TF2 Boomers are going to be scared to fight. 5v6 with rejuve, I kind of like those odds for TF2 Boomers. They turn it into a 5-on-5, and Abrams is hunting for more. Full confidence, has ultimate, unstoppable as well. Thinking about diving under the walker with unstoppable. I like this play, actually, right? Like, you're going to heal up through all this damage on Abrams, force Wraith out of the fight, and the map is just getting out of control right now. TF2 Boomers are running away from this game.
Yeah, TF2 Boomers, they took what was a rougher spot in the beginning where they're down one. They say, you know, as you pointed out, we can fight this 5v6. We got rejuve. What's the worst that can happen? They add on to their lead. Now, just in the area, looking for more. Swap comes in, and Geist still goes down. The Geist classic, where you're in a tough situation, and the swap does absolutely nothing. And, you know, look at the life leech right now. Shiv didn't even feel it.
Yeah, and I mean, man, Infernus is so out of control this game. He's 22k. He's actually destroying in terms of the farm, and so able to get out with 1 HP there. Lifesteal back to nearly full. And I mean, this game is really going from bad to worse. Abram finds another opener onto Viscous. Forced the self cube. No way out of that one. Pocket ulti into the back line, and this is getting really scary. Looks like the hook goes wide. Rejuve is down here, so TF2 Boomers may be doing a little bit too much, but they're so strong right now.
Yeah, I think for them, they feel a little bit like they're playing with the house money as Abrams another charge into the wall. Ball through not entirely there in the moment, but you look at it.
Abrams has a glass cannon?
Yeah, I was gonna say they're reasonably healthy, but maybe not as much. Abrams, 100 HP running away, going like, should I pick this item?
I saw him going to the shot with 6k. I'm like, oh, that's great. Abrams can buy Colossus. He's got glass cannon. I mean, it's hard to blame him. They are snowballing out of control, but they definitely do need to reset here, buy items, get healed up.
I mean, it's not the most
Abrams. That's a little suspicious to me. I don't know.
No, you've seen some frontliners go for it, like. You know, I think back to last time we saw Pajulia Scumbria play, right? Like, Hardeki was going Glass Cannon Warden, which is probably more defensible than Glass Cannon.
Abrams, he gets, like, thousands of HP, right? So the Glass Cannon is, like, minus 500 HP.
Yeah, no, it scales. It scales quite heavily. But, look, you also shoulder charge much harder. Like, think of the hard hits. It's like an NFL player moving their pads.
Yeah, they're I mean... Abrams' damage is going to be monstrous, and the threat to like go end the game on the patron is really significant. So I do think this is still a really tough spot for melee creeps to be with. The patron weakened, TF2 Boomers just play safe and careful right here. I think the key right now is for Cool Cheese or Low Main to find an opening pick off here. Like, that's the way you need to start a fight. I think if we come to like a fair 5-on-5 engagement, TF2 Boomers are just going to outstat you. But if you can open with some kind of pick off, maybe find an unsuspecting Vindicta early or a McGinnis, something you can shut down pretty quick without blowing all your resources. That's the type of fight you got to hope for melee creeps, but I think TF2 Boomers are very well aware of that as they retreat, clear their own jungle, buy items, ready for the stall and repush.
You know, I have to say, as someone that hasn't eaten in many hours, just casting melee creeps makes me hungry. You're going from.
Oh, is it Frenzy? Did I misread the item? People were saying it's Frenzy. Maybe I.
You might have misread that. I didn't.
That makes a lot more sense. I have to apologize. I shouldn't play it. Frenzy is a good item.
Okay, that's on you. I had trust. Salty though.
It looked like he had glass cannon here, but he still died.
Well, he just died like he looked like he had glass cannon, but in fact it was just Frenzy. yeah, between Cool Cheese and Low Main, the hunger is real.
Hey, that's the dream pickoff though for melee creeps. That's exactly what you wanted. Shutting down the frontliner potentially is going to be a little scary to try and take a team fight without the Abrams, and you're going to be able to fly and earn right now to a safe location. This is a nice start. I mean, it's going to take more than that, but I got to apologize. Sorry, Salty. The feed we're watching is in low def, so I thought it was a glass cannon icon when I saw his items.
No. The only glass cannon was on the caster end. His chat is now blowing you. I'm just like, where'd my HP go? That's why you say safe location. I mean, it's entirely true, but it just makes the earn drop to sound far more illicit. And it's not an earn drop that TF2 Boomers have any interest in fighting. They're just going to give this one away. And a decent bit here for melee creeps. I mean, doesn't entirely close the lead, but, you know, bit by bit, one part at a time.
Still, the game on a knife's edge here for melee creeps, right? They've had a good pickoff here, but they probably need at least 1 to 2 more of those. They need to stay patient and keep finding these opportunities. Mid boss should be coming online pretty soon here. Yeah, minute 30. So I think both teams, you have like probably about 30 seconds if you want to make a risky play, but I can't imagine either team is going to be too interested in that. I think they're both going to try to gamble the future of this game on the mid boss fight. For melee creeps, that's their game on the line. If they lose mid boss, I think it's almost certainly going against them here. But TF2 Boomers, I think they've got a couple fights to lose and stay in line.
They definitely do. Also, I think melee creeps is on a timer because you don't want to let the McGinnis get set up in the middle either. But much of turrets get up just makes the fight far more difficult. But for now, TF2 Boomers holding inside going, hey, come on and challenge us. We got McGinnis swap. Swap, though, I think just came out from Cool Cheese. It does not result in anything aside from AVG dying. The punish wasn't there. Off the swap, TF2 Boomers. One clean pickoff, low main, super low for melee creeps. Melee creeps just dying across the board. The cube comes in, nowhere near enough to save. Axe and low main, super low in turn. And TF2 Boomers, they know they have the edge here, Jake. They're gonna go for the mid boss.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like you might have to go for a gamble steal here. The game looks so hard if you give up the rejuve right now. Geist looks like she's setting up for it.
And I think the Ivy's going in too. Here we go. Ivy is in there. Do they get the steal? They do not. It's Fickle that grabs it. And the cleanup is on the way. And just to tune in for what could be the last mid-map update, Dan, where does this leave us?
They're dead, Jim. I think it's pretty rough. I feel like TF2 Boomers just on the fundamentals have just edged like as you count the minutes, every minute it's a bigger edge. As it just snowballs into this. TF2 Boomers getting the rejuve, just consistently getting all advantages, like converting on better team fights. Just fundamentals overall a lot better, and it's a complete wipeout, obviously, because of that fact. I mean, this is the issue with I think watching some of the NA games is that in EU the fundamentals across the board are pretty high, but it's really the team comps and the team chemistry and coordination that tends to make the difference. But in this case, TF2 Boomers, they will be in the grand finals.
That was so decisive that the quick check-in just turned into the game over there. It's just done. TF2 Boomers, despite the name, looking fresh. Although on that same note, Deathy did have a confession, Jake, in the run-up to here going, it's like, you know, with all the players we're putting on the team and the players that have left, you know, we kind of went from TF2 Boomers to TF2 Zoomers. But it's hard to argue with the results here versus melee creeps. Just dominant the whole game through.
Yeah, I mean, they look really
ahead,
solid throughout the game. Like you were saying, like consistent objective take. I mean, sometimes that mid boss looks so insane, right? With Abrams ult into Infernus ult, and I like McGinnis wall. I mean, there's so many stuns back to back, so hard to challenge for those steals. And yeah, even forcing it there at the end. I understand. I think without if they had stolen the rejuve, there's like some sort of hope for a comeback. But honestly, I don't blame melee creeps for risking it all. And then once the rejuve went against them, the game was done.
Yeah.
You take a look at the stat lines here. I mean, the stat lines basically confirm what we're seeing over the course of the game. I think the interesting part here too is that, you know, all day long and even going at the last week, probably one of the better showings of Abrams have had where, you know, you talk about Vindicta setting up plays and all the rest, but Salty felt like right place, right time, charges when necessary. Anytime Salty went in, usually the results were good, Dan. And, you know, it's one of those things where you don't always see it, but when you do, it's such an oppressive force.
Yeah, it definitely is. Like and I think obviously the way that it also worked with having, you know, Chiv there like next to Salty a lot of the time, it's just it creates this really difficult dynamic to deal with. And Abrams, like the super active Abrams that can kind of play the razor's edge with the pushes, like understanding how much they're going to heal back. Like the Abrams that they understand the limit test with that heal, it does get extremely oppressive. And I was just really impressed overall by the entire team. But I want to like actually quickly shout out Goober, because I know, Jake, obviously, like as a Viscous main, you were talking previously how people can ban you out of your viscousness. And this happened to Goober in previous games we've seen with him. So it's actually kind of cool that he's able to say, like, fuck it, I'm going to play Vindicta. so that's the first F-bomb I dropped on this broadcast. Can we do that, guys?
Well, before Intel gets in, or rather, before Jake gets into it, we got our Intel player of the match, who coincidentally enough is Goober. And Jake.
Yeah, well done from Goober, right? To come off the Viscous onto the Vindicta, and doesn't look like he's missed a step. I mean, I think this is a real value. People think you're a one trick, they like over prioritize picking against you, and then you just perform in another hero. That's a real threat for them.
Yeah, you look at the highlights here, and I mean, it's just solid across the board. And again, I think the thing you're really seeing, whether it be EU or NA, when people are running the Vindicta comps, is that it just gives you, I would say, about a window of pressure from around like 7 minutes all the way to like 10 minutes straight, where you are the star of the show. You are the main character in this case, Dan, and it just feels like the entire world revolves around what you are doing. And that's a Vindicta experience at the moment.
Yeah, and I think especially with the composition that you're looking at as well, like Vindicta is your main long-range option. So it does, in some respect, require that your frontline and you know your supports are actually doing a good job in like creating the types of skirmishes that you'll look for. And this is actually one of the reasons why in the previous best of 3 that we saw with the Vindicta, I was like, wow, this guy actually just finds picks literally by himself. And that stood out to me because typically Vindicta does have to be smart with the positioning and capitalize off the teammates, but at the same time you still have to position well within that, hit the shots, get the key assassinates. We saw some key pickoffs there to send it home. Otherwise it's valueless. So the burden of execution is on you.
I think McGinnis was another key factor here, right? Like with everyone else generating the early leads, you know, Vindicta winning in the middle of the map, Abrams dominating his lane with the help of McGinnis, and then the side lanes also going well for TF2 enjoyers, or TF2 boomers rather. It was really impressive that the way that McGinnis could snowball that lead, right? Like after winning a trade, keeping people healed up, keeping them on the map, pushing down towers, you know, one after the other. And that's where I think the McGinnis pick maybe gets prioritized so much in NA, right? If you're going to go for these heavy early game engagements, lots of rotations, if that's the style we're seeing in NA, then one team is going to come out of that a little bit ahead. And if that's you with the McGinnis on your team, right, you turn a small lead into something much bigger and more insurmountable really for the opponent. So I really like that McGinnis, and the stats speak for themselves with the top objective damage and healing in the lobby.
I have a small confession, ZP, before you start talking again. So so Deathy's like streaming these games on YouTube, and I was like, oh, it'd be really smart if I like come in halfway and I've got like his team comms, I can like, you know, drop some stuff. And I look at it and it's like 4-minute delay from our stream. And I was like, oh crap, that's not gonna work. So I was like, okay, what's going on with these guys? So I had to tune back in now. So I was gonna, yeah.
Look, on one hand, you know, it's a really good attitude towards cheating on the test, but no, actually, the team comms add a lot of value, but obviously, you know, there's always going to be a delay, but it's smart thinking nonetheless. Hey, though, TF2 Boomers, they do what needs to be done. They get through the best of 1, and once more, they get their chance to take on the kings of NA, those who have not been defeated. That's right, Hydra Nation, and all that action is coming at you right after this break. The action continues here at Deadlock Fight Night, heading into our NA Best of 3. ZP here once more with Jake and DDK. And gentlemen, once more we have to look at the story. Can Hydra Nation be wounded? TF2 Boomers thinking they have what it takes.
Yeah, I think that they looked like fundamentally across the board like pretty sound, and obviously they're a skilled lineup too. So I feel like if you're gonna have a good shake, you know, going up against Hydra Nation, I feel like TF2 Boomers is in a good spot to do it. The question for me will be about like the draft flexibility, because Hydra Nation are really flexible, and they are so dangerous that you can't ban everything against them. They've got so many like really strong comfort picks, and they can play the meta really well. So it's winning the draft is going to be I mean, I don't know if that's possible, but that's like you got to mitigate the disadvantage from the draft as much as you can.
Yeah, I think it's a great point, because the more flexibility you have on a team, the more not only do you have like individual players who are highly flexible, but the more everyone is flexible, the more you can just change your draft on a dime and like move player hero combinations around. The more difficult you are to draft against, the harder it is to put you in a corner. And I think the opposite, I mean, as much as Goober showed some good flexibility on the Vindicta, that's a nice strength for them to work with. I feel Hydra Nation is the type of team that can really just kind of target ban whatever they want, because they're not necessarily scared to leave anything in the pool. They don't necessarily need any one specific hero, because they can always adapt around any kind of set of bans here. So I'm just curious if they end up going for like the Bebop ban again, if they want to take that variable out of the game, or maybe deploy it for themselves.
Well, to your point, Jake, as we get into the rosters, is that Hydra Nation has had the big luxury of taking away their opponent's big gun, no matter what it is, right? If they're up against Ido, they'll take away the pocket. They've banned, in the past we've played against Goober, they've taken away Viscous. But given what happened in the best of 1 here, when you look at their roster, which has literally been stable the entire way through, the only change being Vegas coming in for Rocker a while back, is that I think you look at the first game and their coaches will probably be like, well, they did really well with Vindicta. Let's not lose to Vindicta. I actually think going into this, they'll probably ban out the Vindicta or put themselves in a spot to pick the Vindicta. One of the two.
Yeah, Vindicta has been the hero of the day, certainly, you know, coming out of EU in that last game. I think it's hard not to take notice of it. Still, it's a little interesting. It's like, does it necessarily go first pick? We have seen, I think last week, a lot of teams were first banning it. So just taking it off the table in the draft, not wanting to see it come out. And I think the first ban status does actually make sense for Vindicta. As a hero, you don't necessarily want to take first yourself, but you don't want, like, especially that second pick team to get Vindicta +1 and have that like great opening combo. I think McGinnis is another pick we could expect to see contested, although most likely later in the draft.
Yeah, no, I'm personally like really rooting for there to be some success. It doesn't have to be a best of 3 win, but let's see if we can take another map off of Hydra Nation. And you know, there's a lot of, I think, fans of Deathy, and you know, I think for a lot of great reasons. You know, he's kind of like the intellectual like thought leader in NA of Deadlock, with all the great YouTube content that he puts out there. So I feel like he's got like a good fan base, and so it's good to see him win. Because I feel like we've seen some matches where he's gotten really wrecked. Like I forget who was it that was like Walex on Bebop, just like basically destroying their chances in one of the previous matches where TF2 Boomers tried to like win. They run into like a Bebop specialist with like a game plan, and it, you know, just like I feel like Deathy like falls short. So I'm really rooting for them to get, and I feel like this is the best chance for them to actually get into the grand. Well, they're in the grand finals, but to have like a good run of it too.
I will say that in most games, calling someone the intellectual thought leader of NA would be an insult. I just want to be very, very clear. Like, that is not a title most people want. But in this case, I think you're absolutely right. Like, Deathy's definitely been a pillar of the community. Has put out really good informational content. So you definitely get a fan base off of that, if nothing else. But I don't know. There's just something in esports where you're like, ah, yes, you're this of NA. And it's just like, you know, people just kind of grimace and they're like, ooh, NA. But, you know, Jake, look, actually, you look at esports history, NA has definitely had their runs, even though people like to block it out.
Yeah, you know what? I stand tall for North America. Let's go. Hydra Nation, they are running the table on everybody. I think they're a team that you have to respect, although maybe they could be stronger if there were like more opponents pushing them to like continue to level up. I do think on an individual level, as much as we talk about TF2 Boomers and we hype them up as like the team to potentially upset Hydra Nation, you got to just, you know, the brass tacks here is just that Hydra Nation is a monster team that wants to compete not only with the best in NA, but potentially with the best in the world in the future in Deadlock here. So this is a team that's built to continue to dominate and built to only go up from here. And so I'm just curious to see, you know, what their take on the patch is, if there are adjustments, if we see Infernus coming in, or heroes like Bebop or Mo and Krill. There have been some of these shakeup heroes. You know, you're going to see the staples like Shiv, Yamato, Vindicta, Paradox either be banned or, you know, be picked early in the draft. But I'm just curious to see where those shakeup picks come in and how both teams try to adapt into the series.
Well, Dan, the draft is ready. It might be going a little bit slower than normal as the players are taking a little bit extra time to, you know, think about things. But we have our first few picks to look at here. And the number one thing for me that I'm looking at is what happens with Vindicta. It's got to be the story of these first two picks.
Big mistake.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Hydra Nation. Okay, never mind. Well, that's
Story's over.
Story. Yeah.
There's been a ban on characters without footwear. It's done. You know.
I like the Vin first ban though, as a first pick character, or as the first ban first pick team, because you ban Vindicta, you're gonna get a first pick on one of the top characters. It's really the second pick team who I think is more likely to take Vindicta as like a Vindicta +1, because I think the first pick I feel like is more likely to go to the Yamatos or the Wraiths, even Shiv, Paradox.
Spoken for today.
All right, so normalcy. The balance is being restored. CP's not going to have to eat any weird stuff today.
No,
so, but yeah, it's interesting with Hydra Nation because they have so many people that can play so many different heroes at such a high level. Like you know, talking about like fan favorites, you know, Letha obviously might have the most incredible mechanics of maybe any player in Deadlock at the moment, inclusive of like Europe also. His mechanics are so ridiculous, and then on top of that, if you add in the fact that he's able to be an incredible Deadlock player on a team that has hydration, I feel like hydration is such a mastermind in terms of his optimizations. We talk about his optimizations behind collection of souls, regardless as to like what he's playing. It doesn't matter. It can be Warden, it can be Seven, it can be anyone. He will have the most souls on the server, and I feel like this is knowledge his entire team has benefited from too.
Yeah, and you think back to last week, Jake, and that's something we saw like very significantly, right? Where it wasn't that Hydra Nation, even when they were behind at times, you just looked at who was getting the souls and they were able to funnel it into the Shiv, into the Yamato. They're just the control of the economy, I think, is greater than even the teams we've seen in EU in terms of getting the right farm to the right people.
Yeah, and you know, with Shiv, I think Hydration in the last couple games in NA and last week was playing like the escalating exposure build, for the knife, like spirit damage focused build, rather than the gun damage that was like more popular in the last few patches. And I think Shiv is a nice opener because again, like it's like one of those carries that gets in as like a heavy frontliner, just highly contested right now. And interestingly, they're gonna let the Yamato through to the next phase here, which is a little surprising. But maybe TF2 Boomers, they do get Goober his Viscous, so they're going for the comfort pick. And in the second pick of their team, it's not crazy to me that it goes in the first two, especially if you're going to prioritize it. However, I feel like this is maybe potentially falling into the trap for Hydra Nation, where there's a real chance for them to take like a Yamato +1 here and really just have some of the most dominant meta heroes on their draft.
Yeah, I would feel like if, because you know you're going to be giving the Yamato, you should hopefully be able to get some form of counter like Emo and Krill, or some hero that's able to get the lockdown on the Yamato, because I feel like that has to go into the consideration. And I'm curious, EP, if you feel like Goober's so good on Viscous that it kind of like raises the priority there even more, even so far as to allow you to be willing to give up the Yamato in its place.
I mean, it's a hard sell. It's always a thing of comfort versus are you playing what you're comfortable on? Are you playing, at a level that's so high you higher prioritize it? I don't think, even if you're playing by meta, grabbing the Viscous where they grabbed is even that much of an overreach. So I think it's a perfect time to grab it, right? Is that, it's generally meta congruent and it works with, one of your players' signature heroes. Now, Hydra Nation going with the Warden is a little bit interesting here because generally speaking, in terms of frontline players, it's been Hydration that goes back and forth from the Warden to the Shiv. They do have the flexibility to swap up who's on what, but that's a little different from their historical wheelhouse. Wraith, though, again, of all the teams in NA, Jake, Hydra Nation is the one that gets a little bit closer to EU meta and how they value Wraith. They don't usually let it go too far.
I think this Wraith hero is still a monster. I mean, she's not what she was before of the, going Shadow Weave and assassinating a player every 60 seconds, just constantly getting you advantages on the map. But she is still a really powerful team fighter. She got a great reposition skill and powerful long range damage. Then Infernus comes in. So TF2 Boomers, I mean, they had a great game off the Infernus last time. He had a great farming rate, really got ahead on the side lane. I think that's going to be maybe a key test for this game is how do the side lanes go. With TF2 Boomers last game, they were dominating. They had their tier 1s up for a very long time into the match, really put a lot of pressure on their opponents. But for Hydra Nation, you could imagine if you don't come out of the side lanes as strong, we could see potentially Infernus struggle, although I kind of agree with the NA read here. I mean, at least in rank, Infernus seems incredibly strong. The lifesteal from Infuser and the Fire Path is like pretty ridiculous.
So I thought we were going to see a ban for Yamato there, but we get the ban for Bebop instead. Yamato is still available unless Hydra Nation ban it.
Wouldn't be crazy to ban here, right? With both Wraith and Warden you've already committed to. Yamato has like a pretty good matchup there. I feel like TF2 Boomers will take it if you don't ban it right now.
Yeah, I definitely think that's going to be the case where TF2 Boomers, if it's on the board, they'll grab it. No, they go for the Kelvin ban, which is interesting because Hydra Nation themselves usually like playing the Kelvin. Now they've opened themselves up here. The TF2 Boomers, they could just grab the Ivy in response, which they might not prioritize as much at this point in the draft, but maybe they would do that to put Quig on the McGinnis, where, I mean, McGinnis isn't bad, don't get me wrong. It's just usually you think about support value, you still see mostly Kelvin and Ivy, but this is very, very interesting because also Abrams is still available. And you're talking about securing your front line. Do you really want to give up Abrams to that? And okay, that makes sense also because Abrams, Shiv, Warden is a devastating front line and the team that gets all three generally does quite well.
This is so interesting.
I feel you could look for like an Ivy here. I don't think Lash is totally crazy either with the comp the Hydra Nation has. If they want like more of a like CC initiator, could punish Infernus who relies on, like running away. It can sometimes be a problem against Lash.
is yours.
Great talent. It's a really interesting great talent pick, right? Normally we see great talent as punishing other flyers, but this is sort of not the conventional spot to see great talent.
I know why. The reason here is that it's just Vegas. You look at Vegas's hero pool in recent times, Vegas is going Vindicta, Grey Talon. Like, he's almost always on either flying DPS or he's on Mirage. So, of Vegas's normal hero pool, Talon was the only thing left in.
Yeah, this is super interesting because obviously that Yamato is still up there. I think
summon a god, right?
Okay, there's a last year looking for Jake. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that could fit onto TF2 Boomers roster at this point that's still available. I'm just trying to like, Hydra Nation feels kind of squishy right now, or potentially squishy. I don't know what to go for at this point. I feel quite confused by everything that we're seeing. I still want to see a Yamato. I just feel like
Yamato's on the milk carton, Jake.
I mean,
regardless of Great Talent being comfort here, I think it's kind of a bad pick here where like you don't. I mean, he could just have a great game and maybe it won't matter. Just the individual execution can just be really solid and he can dominate his lane. However, I'm a little worried, right? With like all these like close range brawlers, it seems like it could be hard for Yamato, or rather for Great Talent to get in there. I feel like Yamato would have fit really nicely in terms of being able to duel something like an Abrams or a Viscus that's like trying to brawl you in close range. Like, it's not so easy against a Yamato being able to, be unstoppable in the ultimate. I like the Lash a lot, but I mean, this has been a successful strategy for Hydra Nation in the past, though. Just going like heavy scaling late game and just winning your lanes, doing decent. And then at some point you just like are outscaling unless the other team has like ended the game on you in the first 30 minutes. You're probably going to win. And so far, no one has come close to being able to like roll over Hydra Nation, even with these aggressive drafts. I like what TF2 Boomers have cooked. I think strategically, though, they put themselves in a good spot. I
think Yamato might come in last here for Leffa, because I'm looking at the hero pools and who plays what, and it would make sense to grab Yamato last, put Leffa on it. Is that going to be the final pick? No, it's going to be McGinnis. Okay, that also makes sense because they haven't picked a normal support. So, yeah, I mean, this
Leffa's on Wraith?
I would
DMB.
No, I think DMB's on Wraith.
I would assume Leffa, Shiv, and then Hydration, Warden, but I could be wrong.
Yeah,
Hydration is like really good on the Warden, has a great map awareness of the character.
Yeah, there's a few ways it could shake out. I mean, you have the overlap where like Hydration is usually either always on Shiv or always on Warden, which is why they don't usually pick both at the same time. Wraith, I think, is almost certainly going to be DMB, and you kind of go by process of elimination. I mean, Grey Talon will 100% be for Vegas. So, yeah, McGinnis, Quig. I'm just thinking about where it is. I think it's who's going to be the Lash too, because Hydration has also been the Lash. It could be Flick in this case, but yeah, that's some interesting overlap for Hydra Nation, man.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of the strangest drafts that we've seen from Hydra Nation. Obviously, that we talked about how flexible they are, so I have no doubt that they can play it all quite effectively. But yeah, I actually feel really good for TF2 Boomers. I feel like they've got a really good mix. The Pocket last pick was actually kind of interesting because obviously Pocket's such a playmaker, and I really feel also with some of the health pulls of the heroes on Hydra Nation, the Pocket could probably get like immense value if the Pocket's played particularly well. But that's always the case. Pocket is another one of those, like, you get mega value if it's a specialist who is really genuinely good as Pocket. Like, you should not really pick Pocket unless you're that type of player with a Pocket. So for me, that's a question mark on the skill of the player that's playing the Pocket role. So but overall, I feel like TF2 Boomers have something for everything. I just think the burst spirit damage from Hydra Nation is definitely a problem, though. So a lot of trade-offs. It's hard to say where it's going to fall. Do you guys have a good intuition, or are you kind of like me, where I'm a bit on the fence here? I'm like kind of unsure.
I mean, the teams have gone for really different drafts. One thing I do like for TF2 Boomers is that they have like a more spirit focused draft overall in terms of the damage, which should help against Shiv, who I think is more vulnerable to the spirit damage when it comes to like burning him down, like something like the Infernus Fire and Ivy's, spell on the ground, Pocket getting a debuff on you. There's like a lot of damage over time here for TF2 Boomers, and you can kind of like bleed Shiv out, kite him, like let that delayed damage come in and start hitting him hard. And that's the type of fight that Shiv can potentially struggle in. However, I do think for TF2 Boomers, they really don't have much margin for error. If you let the game like get past the 30-minute mark and it's even or even favoring Hydra Nation, they have like insane late game scaling for Hydra Nation. Like essentially everyone is going to turn into a carry. Where for TF2 Boomers, there's characters like Abrams, Viscous, Ivy that are strong, but potentially fall off, assuming they don't go for like super greedy gun builds. Maybe Ivy could be played as a bit more of a carry this game, since they're lacking a conventional gun carry.
Yeah, and I think, Jake, you actually hit the nail on the head when I'm thinking about just, how people have been talking about Shiv behind the scenes, what he might be weak to. The fact is that they have double dot versus Shiv. So Shiv actually gauging his survivability here is going to be really, really difficult. You get into a fight where you have both Affliction ticking on you and Infernus dots at the same time. So I think when you look at who's going to play the Shiv here, where, maybe it's Hydration, maybe not. I think there's several who could be on it, given the hero pool that they have. Whoever is on it, though, is going to be riding such a fine line on trying to stay alive, because just judging if you're good or not against both Pocket and Infernus, I think actually will be quite difficult. But, Dan, as we sit here, we'll be in game here soon. Could be final thoughts depending on timing, but what else you got?
Well, it's really important. So I looked up what the age threshold is for a Boomer. And so it is, the youngest Boomer is 60 years old. Geriatric gaming right there, and the oldest Boomer will be like 78 or something. So just
that'll be us, guys. Someday we'll be out there 60 in the retirement home with the land cafe in the retirement home. That's the future.
There's going to be like actual like leagues.
Yeah. I'll play the silver with the silver.
Yeah, the silver league, and just a different meaning of silver. The age silver. It's just like no. I'm actually diamond in the silver league.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be fun, man. It's gonna be a fun time. But quick final thoughts for me. I'm optimistic, cautiously optimistic for TF2 Boomers. I want to see them win, and that's my analysis. Thank you. Goodbye, everybody.
All right, so Dan is fading off with the Homer Simpson into the shrubs maneuver, Jake. But as we go here, I think for me, the number one thing I want to see, just please show me who is playing what. And it's not these names on screen. We're going to go for a deeper dive as the names get updated.
Yeah, well, I have to see. It's a bit of I think I saw DMB on Shiv, though. I believe I saw that on the load-in screen.
That would actually be ridiculous, because DMB, when you have these hero conflicts on Hydra Nation, DMB would usually be on the Wraith. Because DMB isn't on Wraith, it means Leffa is probably Wraith. But also it kind of makes sense, because not a lot of what's picked here would normally... Okay, Leffa is on the Wraith. All is right in the world.
Yeah, opening lanes. Probably going to be pretty important here for Hydra Nation, right? They want to get a solid start, get a couple of these 500 items on, start stabilizing the lanes. I feel if TF2 Boomers may feel that pressure to like get active and get something going very early on in the draft.
Yeah, but now look at here, Goober is on Viscous. There's no shenanigans where the signature hero doesn't pan out for some reason unbeknownst to us. So a lot of people watching just happy that Goober gets to be Goober, win or lose in this instance. And well, also probably you, Jake, as a fellow Viscous enthusiast.
I'm a fan. I've been diversifying. I've been moving past my one-tricking ways, but still excited to see it being played at the highest level. Curious to see what build he goes for. I'm always interested to see what the Viscous goes for. I've been trying some different builds myself. Early game though, so much pressure Viscous can offer, right? With those first couple spells, this is really like an understated power peak. It's like 1,000 souls. I think Viscous might be the strongest hero in the game.
Yeah, and also just like a split moment of inattention, and suddenly you've been pushed into, in this case, a carbine, right? So the lethality of the lane is high. But also, man, we just got so many people plagiarizing here at Deadlock Fight Night. We got Dan sitting there stream sniping Deathy for points. Now you're sitting here copying Goober's builds. You know, that's where we're at. But right now, Infernus diving deep on right, might get punished for it, and does. Lefa just goes, I've played Infernus way more. Not going to scare me off.
Yeah, knows the limit really well there. That's a pretty wild move from Infernus, right? Gambling on that afterburner. But in fairness, if Lefa didn't have such sick mechanics, right, he could have easily gone down there like a couple misses, and Infernus is just like taking you out. Is going to die to the Walker to take the fast reset. I really like that from Lefa, actually. Going to be able to not lose any kind of lane presence back so early off these early deaths, and it does deny the souls to Infernus. There's no killer souls there.
Lefa uses that tech more than anything. And it's definitely been the bane of some people on broadcast where you look at it and be like, how does Lefa die? It's like, no. It's calculated. And it is, in fact, calculated in this instance, where it's just quick tech, and the game right now does not punish you for it.
Yeah, and Hydra Nation up to a 2K lead, and I guess I normally wouldn't mention that, but it's a little scary at 10K to be up, you know, to it was just 1K now. Let's see, maybe it was a momentary 10 to 8K. So a little scary given Hydra Nation's historical run. I'm like, any advantage they get, I'm just immediately starting to get worried for their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing you look at here is the death timer, which is usually how Hydration just manages to funnel souls into his body. You know, it's actually unreal, where even right now, there's like a noticeable lead on Warden, and he's just been in lane for the most part, Jake. It's actually black magic when you look
Box
at
Max.
I see Abrams.
Yep.
Let's put some pressure on Ivy. Whoa, where'd that damage come from? Goodness gracious, that's great talent for you right there.
Yeah, the Warden was a distraction. The actual threat was the arrow just coming from the side from Vegas, where, you know, you talk about people's comfort and hero pools. Vegas is just full-on flyer all the time. I have to really struggle hard, or at least think to a game where Hydra Nation played Mirage, to get them on a game where Vegas wasn't on one of the two heroes. And look, it's a niche that's worked out quite well for them.
Yeah, I mean, as much as it's like been typically picked to counter Vindicta, I feel the great talent also gives you some of that global presence to assist heroes like Shiv and Lash, Warden, Wraith, really, that all want to be getting aggressive and potentially going for dives. The fact that, you know, that bird could be coming into assist at any time makes your job a lot more difficult. DMB struggling a little bit on this Shiv, though. Very low HP. He's going to have to take a full reset in the side lane. So Deathy getting an early advantage here. It's going to start to be pretty significant, I think, if you can get this Affliction online and go for an early play.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to do some lane swaps, though, too, because right now, if no one goes to the lane to take it over, Deathy's kind of tethered into the side lane, which isn't necessarily where you want to be if your goal is to be a mobile pocket, right? Which is why a lot of the time you'll have, even though pocket is good at solo lane, you'll have pocket in the 2 or the 3 because your ability to roam and make plays is just so much higher. But as you look at lane 1, right now it is the double team. DMB's life not getting any easier here so far, but with the rotation from Flick, might just change things.
Yeah, still, I feel like as long as DMB can just like go even here and stabilize, he's going to be pretty all right. In the end, he's going to be looking to scale on Shivs. Bird is flying in. That didn't catch Deathy?
Yeah, Deathy caught the brunt of it. So, and just it's your idea of global presence with the Talon, right? That's kind of a good example where you're struggling a little bit in the lane. You just call a request for an airstrike. Works out. Speaking of strikes, though, Abrams on hot pursuit looking for Lefa, takes him down. Quick little 1-2 between Abrams and LGTK onto Lefa.
Very risky heavy melee there, right? Lefa had the opportunity to parry that. Just a gamble from the Abrams, and it pays off. Lefa's going to be kicking himself for that one, definitely. As once again, Shiv under some pressure. No great talent ult available now. He's got to defend the tower all on his own. Wow, he's got Lash here. Not all on his own.
I mean, you look at Lash, it's like, what's your level of faith in the Lash right now? If you go by the lore, it shouldn't be much, but there you go, Lash in, going for the Death Slam, looking once more for Deathy, drops on down, briefcase in response, still wounded as Deathy, cannot get away from Flick.
That's huge. And that, wait, DMB wants to reset. Paradox pressuring them both.
Oh,
Beautiful
the
parry as well.
Huge, Jake. Absolutely huge. It goes for the swap. This is some Paradox hero play from Scout.
The gang is all here. Goober showing up as well, rolling in. Looks like everyone else potentially able to get out. No. Viscous caught by the roll. Kinetic Carbine as well. Extremely low HP and finished off, dashing right into Goober's Puddle Punch. What a beautiful rotation here. Although Goober could be in trouble.
Running away. And the one thing I love watching about Goober and really any good Viscous player, Jake, the movement, where you think they're in trouble and just a few puddle punches and wall jumps and you're just halfway across the map. But look at this. Carbine. Big pressure into the lash.
Yeah, both teams really fighting hard on low HP, really valuing having that tempo on the side lane. It's basically a full 2-on-2 here now.
Be no escape.
Owl's Bird's going. Is it coming to that side lane fight? He's scouting a little. He's not sure where he wants to go yet.
The bird right now is a little confused. You know, the magnetic fields. Put it somewhere instead. Goes for Defi again.
They're done.
Scout with another kill onto the Shiv here. DMB kind of struggling a little bit so far in the game. Souls aren't too bad, but Paradox off to a nice lead. 6k souls, kind of a nice spot to be on Paradox. See if he's able to snowball and get active here. I think would love to see somebody else take that side lane over and let Paradox start making plays a little bit more actively.
Well, you think about comps and things you need to do where, yeah, you do have the Infernus and the Abrams, but late game definitely, to me, favors Hydra Nation a bit more. So TF2 Boomers, they have to be more active than Hydra Nation at this point in the game. And ideally get a decent soul lead, right? Hydra Nation, though the last few skirmishes haven't been great for them, you look at the overall progress, it's quite good, especially when you have just the looming raid boss of Hydration at 7k, about to hit 8k on the Warden. But Lefa in danger. As Hydration, though, comes in, the parry, and yeah, Lefa might be the parry god, which has made the salty thing earlier even more of a risk, but hey.
Yeah,
can't
so I
hit
was
them
so
all.
surprised to see Lefa, like, I'm like, I can't believe Lefa can take a heavy melee, you know, like without parrying it. He's so consistent, I feel like it's like expected that he's gonna hit it, but a little too tall of an order. Great talent under a lot of trouble. Great wall though from the McGinnis, getting him out of trouble, and confident from Vegas as he looks to turn.
Yeah, you love to see that where you can just turn on a dime, go, nope, it's not retreat time, it's go time. Goes in, get some decent damage off the arrow. See the rotation over here too, this flick comes into the fray. Meanwhile, rotations, Abrams is going for hydration. Right now, lane 4 might be where it's at, as Hydration getting pressured by both the Abrams and the Infernus. You look at Hydration's health bar, Jake is just going down, and they got their man.
Yeah, able to catch him before he's able to rip that ultimate off. McGinnis, though, starting to pressure a side lane tower, and DMB is extremely low, but he's still pushing with confidence. Kind of a wild move. Full fearlessness against the Viscous. But it's going to pay off. They're going to get a tower.
This is tower damage, not to be underestimated, but you know what? If you're going to lose a tower, you at least make him pay for it. Just that DMB trying to lessen the cost and takes down Goober and then some.
Yeah, and this is Shiv time, right? When like you're in these low contested long fights, but you get enough help to stabilize things, slow them down. Miss swap though from the Paradox. Gonna get Vegas out of dodge there. Nice movement from them. Abrams looks to come in from the side, see if anyone's ready for this. Looks like they like to back it off.
Yeah, you see Abrams right now getting pursued at 300 HP. Salty's been an escape artist, but this might not be the time. Just hunted on down by Lefa. Hydra Nation getting the better of some of these skirmishes now, Jake. 48k to 45k, still nursing a 3k lead. As Lefa, you know, looking around, you hear the bird just screeching in the air.
Oh, Infernus in the wrong neighborhood.
LGTK so low. Is LGTK gonna get away? I think he lives, Jake, just barely.
He lives on 1 HP. That is so scary. I think he's greed farming the vending machines there. Invasion starting to come. Paradox going for an earn run, but I'm a little skeptical of this. You don't control this part of the map. I don't think you can run the earn. Maybe you bring an entire team, but right now this is Hydra Nation territory. I think TF2 Boomers are going to really need to bring the boys, but Hydra Nation are also TPing across. This is looking like a really bad play right now for TF2 Boomers. They're in trouble.
Look at Salty. Salty's on the Ivy Express going, please, God, get me out of here. 100 HP. The saves you love to see, but get to the bigger earn point. Yeah, you're not turning that in anytime soon. You look at where Hydra Nation is at, where they're positioned. It is full-on contest for the earn. It doesn't matter that it's a 10-minute earn. Their policy right now, no earns given up, period.
Yeah, and I mean, you're gonna have to drop the urn and head back to farming. That's a lot of wasted time for Paradox, who was having a pretty decent game, you know, up to this point. But that downtime is gonna be pretty costly as Hydration starts to expand the gap.
See Duffy going down. Now taking a look here at Shiv. Oh, the parry! Went in for the melee instead. Gets hit by the parry. LGTK taking the fight here to Shiv. Not the best matchup for Shiv, just burning around. He should be dead from that. And you talk about matchups again. Infernus and Pocket, they like the Shiv matchup, Jake.
Yeah, Infernus starting to get a lot of value into this fight, right? Like getting his burns off. Lash is trying to get the finish burst. Oh my, just dodges the bird from Great Talon. That almost certainly would have been his death on LGTK. Huge move there. And both teams really pressuring for the urn, and Scout does finally get the job done.
Meanwhile, Death Slam in, Hydration going in deeper. Last Stand is active, but the Infernus damage just chunking Hydration down with the aid of Goober. TF2 Boomers trying to trade out evenly. TF2 Boomers down 1, Hydra Nation down 1. You see Infernus just getting pelted from all ends. A little bit of Gun Guinness to the back.
And McGinnis can sometimes be surprisingly annoying in some of these team fights, right? Some of her value. I will say, although this fight, like on paper, goes the way of TF2 Boomers, and it looks like they're winning a lot of these trades, I'm seeing Hydra Nation have players in all 3 other lanes, pressuring all 3 active lanes, and although they aren't going to actually get walkers off of this, they're going to get a ton of free space to clear jungle on top of a finishing kill for Shiv. That's a huge difference maker, and the urn went for TF2 Boomers, but still, I feel Hydra Nation macroed so well in that situation. They almost expanded their lead despite losing urn. It's rare you can say that.
Yeah, I think the map control for Hydra Nation, as you point out, has been quite good. The one upside, though, for TF2 Boomers is that relative to other games I've seen Hydra Nation play, you don't see Hydration at 15k right now, or 16k, which has been the case before. He's still a little bit ahead, but it's not at the level of, oh, Hydration and Leffa are way ahead of the game, we cannot face them anymore. It's still very much in contest between the two sides, so it's about as even gets, which for TF2 Boomers, it's a big improvement from the past.
Yeah, it's what you need to be stable here, but I mean, still, I feel like small advantage for Hydra Nation are still pretty impactful considering how greedy their overall draft is, right? Like, they're pretty much all going to scale into carries. I feel like even McGinnis is going to be a threat. Infernus, though, diving in on top of the Shiv, burning him down, and this is where Shiv is really going to start to tick from that dot plus his own passive. Yeah, he's going to be dropped down from that. Still, though, it's like a 3-player rotation to get that done, and like I sort of wonder, is that actually worth it? You know, with the rest of the map being pressured, Hydra Nation, they have committed 3 players though to this left side. Ivy on the flank, but they already killed Pocket. Now I'm wondering, can Ivy even come into this engagement?
The answer is no, especially not with the Walker going down.
Look at that beach ball. Ooh, you got to pick that up.
You gotta go for it. Also, Salty, I mean, it got called out, but instead Salty just might be adding to the bag. Oh my word!
Oh my quib.
I had no idea he had 1,000 souls on him as I said that. I was just talking about kill souls, but that is a payday. Vegas, get back and invest that in the bank.
Quig, what a sick wall. Ulti cancels the Abrams ulti in mid-cast. Not only is Abrams going to be missing that long cooldown, but he drops an enormous bag. Vegas is racing home to buy, but he's going to drop off just to send this bird over to the right lane. Hydra Nation aren't done. They want to get stuck in here with a big investment on the right lane. They've already got 1 kill, and look at Vegas running the cutoff path. Doesn't even think his team needs it. He's going to go try and help McGinnis.
Moves over. Thinking anything. Like, just spend the cash, Vegas. Like, you know, bank error in your favor. Just go.
There's no way McGinnis lives, right? Surely. Sure. Oh, wait. Oh. No. Oh my God, the wall bounced from Quig.
McGinnis got moves. Not enough to save McGinnis, but enough to be entertaining. And also, might have put them a little bit out of position here. We'll see if the punish is there. It's Uber in trouble. Flick coming in over the top.
No one is stopping me from getting what I want.
Wraith is just starting to really get out of control in this game. A couple of these mid-game team fights going against you. You know, back to back to back. Objectives falling here. We'll see if this Abrams and Pocket push on lane 1 can get something done. I think that's like a big opportunity right now. That's a nice find on Shiv as well. So Shiv, maybe, like we talked about, struggling into some of these matchups against the heavy dot presence. However, Hydra Nation bringing 3 to this 2 push on the side lane. This could be a costly walker push. They need to get that walker down. They're probably going to die for it, but they've got to get the objective.
Yeah, you see Salty coming in. Salty, though, just gets burned down to the corner. Salty went in thinking this will be easy. Not so much. Quig back in off the respawn. Coming back in, and a pretty solid defense here, Jake, from Hydra Nation. Off the rotations. Salty just biting off a little bit more than they could chew in the moment. With 2 down, and the positioning here is at mid-boss time. It just might be.
Yeah, it's going to be a costly death. Do they have the damage to really burst this mid-boss, though? I mean, Deathy 13 seconds away. I feel like they probably would get at least a 6v5 here on the pit with the help of the Alk Fire. But it is at least a little bit contested here. Infernus ult online, Abrams ult online. I think there's a real chance for a steal. And yeah, Hydra Nation, I think, are going to think better of this play.
Yeah, you draw everyone in by making the mid-boss scream, but I think given the Abrams and Infernus pressure, it would have been very risky. But now we got risky. Goober, secret shop, rolling around, finding player after player to run into. Swap, meanwhile, in. Quig running for their lives. Quig gonna be able to get out of there. Meanwhile, Vegas, though, in a great spot, laying in the arrows. Deathy going down. Goober low. Hydra Nation turning the fight in their favor here. LGTK cannot get out. Hydra Nation just really smooth gameplay here. Flick is a little bit low. Might be able to get away. If he does, it's going to be 2 uncontested picks for Hydra Nation.
Oh no, surely DMB doesn't look okay. DMB does go down, something for TF2 Boomers. They're so low, I feel like this is going to be really scary to chase. Oh, finding Vegas though, so really willing to fight on no HP. Kind of wild moves here. Shield regen just came online for Paradox. Oh, maybe going a little too deep there. Yeah, not too much of a shield to speak of.
Yeah, the Rejuvenator is going to get picked up, which of course, we get a little bit of a breather here. I say that. You see Salty running for their life, but okay, Salty's safe. Dan, what do you got for us?
Hello. Well, well, yeah, I think what's been really interesting, despite the, it's not a huge lead that Hydra Nation currently have. Obviously, it stands to extend with the rejuve. But yeah, I think the overall points on the macro, I think definitely is the most significant here, because TF2 Boomers have been able to look better than maybe they actually have been in some respects, because they're able to respond. They're responding with like more players. This is kind of the point that Jake made, and they're able to sort of deal with what's going on, but still their opponents get ahead. And there's going to be a point where Leper is going to just get too strong here. And you know, I don't think the CPI should still be talking.
No, it's good. The action's kicked in. Thank you, Dan. As Hydra Nation just keeps the pressure on. Flick off the death slam, sets up for 2. The fall through there as Hydration comes into fray. All rejuve still online. The shrines now under fire as TF2 Boomers just struggling to find a way to stem the bleeding here, Jake. But the pressure has been fast and furious.
Yeah, and a missed swap for Scout. It might have been something there, some kind of opportunity to play off the spawn. But there's a real opening here. I think the better play for Hydra Nation is probably just backing off and farming. As Hydration under pressure, almost certainly going to get help from his team here, though. This would be a very deep dive. They're pushing into a last stand. I think this might be too much. TF2 Boomers chasing in, pocket, caught, killed. Maybe that'll be all they lose. Viscous is in too, but I don't think this fight's going their way.
I mean, Goober's trying to min-max Goo Ball, but I don't think it's going to happen. There's too much HP on that Warden. Jumps up over, drops the cube, but here comes the telekinesis. There's a limit even for Viscous on what you can survive, as Hydra Nation does not want to leave the TF2 Boomers base. Keeping up the damage on all fronts. DMB, maybe about to get burned down here, does. But if you look at the patron right now, and Hydra Nation just willing to stay in a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's a little risky, a little greedy, but with the McGinnis, they can get away with it. And it looks like they're going to get that patron drop, and then probably going to be retreating here. I mean, the resources are so low. Vegas, super low HP. Looks like potentially getting caught and killed, maybe overextending their position so deep in the enemy base. But yeah, patrons dropped. Hydration headed on out of there. Deathy wants to chase, though. He's trying to get active, maybe start with an affliction. Still, his teammates are not up for a few more seconds. I think that's just trying to be a little too fancy here. I appreciate going for it, maybe baiting Hydra Nation to overextend into another team fight, but they wisely fall off here. It's probably going to be the end of the rejuve, but a weakened patron, a whole map of jungle to farm. I mean, Hydra Nation really have all the ingredients they need for a win right now.
Yeah, and you look at where things are at the moment. I mean, there are some bright spots with TF2 Boomers. I think, you know, in terms of farm, Infernus is still very much a threat. You don't have Shiv as an unstoppable force per se, but you are kind of at the point where you're just eating so much poke damage from Vegas. Hydration is such a threat, but you got the charge in here, the DMB. Is it going to be enough follow through?
Oh, sick moves.
He goes on in, like, yes, you're pressuring DMB, but the rest of Hydra Nation is ready to counter engage here. I don't think TF2 Boomers wants this fight from this angle. It still might happen anyways. You got Flick working on the outskirts, but again, it's Salty. First man in, first man down. For Hydra Nation, where do you bring this now? I don't know if they want to go into the base at this point, Jake, but they still might try.
I mean, I think this is like objectively wrong to try to end right now, but they're just playing with so much confidence. They don't care. They're not interested in clearing the jungle. 1 kill, enough of a soul lead. Maybe not objectively wrong, right? 30k soul lead. Maybe they just know they can do it here. Ultimate's online, a couple down for TF2 Boomers, and Hydration going straight to the pit, forcing with the Wraith ult, or the Warden ult rather. Wraith waiting online for this high ground to recontest anybody. I mean, Patron's done. This is over.
Yeah, they know their win condition. They figured they could slam it in, and they do. Second stage Patron is down. Hydra Nation taking the first map yet again here at Deadlock Fight Night, where the Kings of NA looking regal indeed, Jake.
Yeah, and they're playing with a lot of confidence, right? Like where I think there's some spots where maybe they could back off and like farm even more, get even further ahead. They're not interested in that. Like they know, okay, we've just done enough. Let's like end this game. I mean, this is the type of thing where this is the weakness, I guess, of a champion team like this, but it's also their strength that they're always in this position where they can end the game earlier than expected over and over and over again. They're starting to really just believe like, yeah, we're going to do it. We've done it 10 times before.
Dan, as we're looking at the stat line, any surprises for you from the analyst spot on what we saw in this game? Good, bad, unexpected, you name it.
I think there's like no surprises necessarily. I think you guys did a great job of like calling out the impact, the potential impact that LGTK was having on the Infernus, but it ultimately just like, didn't really seem to be enough. I think Defi wasn't really able to get into the game in the way that you would have needed to see him on Pocket to be able to give more of a chance there. It's sometimes hard to see sort of like how the team fights, some of these bigger team fights are happening, at what point, like which abilities are like hitting it and what timing and with the position, because it's all happening so fast. But for whatever reason, Defi wasn't able to have as much impact on the Pocket in this game. And it's, you have the steady hands of Lefa. Lefa is the steadiest of hands in the game. And I mean, to be honest, maybe Hydration would give him a run for his money there. And that's kind of the problem, because you're up against this like insane consistency from that perspective. I think Quig did a really good job on the McGinnis with the walls and the pressure. And this is one of the things I think that I noticed as well, and you guys called it out, which was really the lane control. Like regardless as to like which point of the game you're looking at, there was never really great spots when it came to TF2 Boomers' ability to actually like make a lot of plays, because the lane control was like usually against them. And obviously that's very difficult, because like there was that one earn fight on the right side of the map that it felt like that could have been like a really good moment, but just again like the lane control scenario made it rather difficult. And we had this situation where Hydra Nation were able to like really effectively min-max that opportunity for themselves, because there was wasted time in trying to ferry the urn across, and all that wasted time was converted into extra farming time for Hydra Nation, and they were able to have like the perfect amount of people to fight with. So and their opponents had to like overinvest a little bit. So even the spots that looked better, you're still getting min-maxed against via your opponent. So it was very tough.
Well, it's Hydra Nation looking strong once again. TF2 Boomers, can they dig any deeper to force Hydra Nation to a map 3, or will it be yet another Hydra Nation sweep? The only way to find out is to stay with us here on Deadlock Fight Night.
You don't got what it takes. They're just begging to get caught. It was over the moment they decided.
Tick, tick, tick. One left to deal with. They're done.
Who among you will stand?
No one is stopping.
How long you think you can fight for me? You're mine. That was a lot of food.
Never show fear, no matter the odds.
We are back with Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel. I'm ZP, that's Jake, that's DDK. Gentlemen, once more, we got Hydra Nation on the verge of winning yet another title here at DFN. And they just looked good across the board, and they did it in a whole bunch of different ways.
I would have liked to have seen Yamato instead of Pocket.
Yeah.
Not that I hate Pocket or anything, but I just feel like it's a more known quantity and it's more straightforward in terms of how you can get the return on the value. At least that's my observation. I don't know. You're kind of nodding, Jake. Is that you agreeing?
I agree with the draft. I think Yamato would have been a little bit of a stronger choice. However, I think the problem is kind of deeper than that from what I saw from TF2 Boomers, right? Like Hydra Nation is just out macroing them. Like they're bringing maybe a little bit too many players to these side lane fights where like DMB, I think it'd be easy to criticize his Shiv that game because he had like a few tough deaths. But in the end, a lot of times he's dying in like a 3-on-1. He's stalling for a bit of time. And like him dying there is like the expected outcome for Hydra Nation. They have no problems with that. They're not bringing resources to help him. They're sort of happy to let him like dance around, delay a little, and eventually die because they're just pushing the rest of the map. They're farming the rest of the jungle. They're stealing enemy camps. And so I think constantly whenever I'm watching these fights, I'm like, yes, like what's on our screen in the mid game is often going the way of TF2 Boomers, but it's because they're committing so many resources to it, where Hydra Nation is willing to lose some of these side lane fights that don't matter because they're splitting and farming the map so much more efficiently. So for TF2 Boomers, I think they need to replicate those like side lane ganks, but they need to do it with only 2 players. If you're catching 1 player, if you bring like that third hero into like an individual gank, it just feels like even if you get the kill, it's not good enough. Like you're losing out elsewhere on the map. You're not getting enough done. Maybe if somebody's super over farmed and shutting them down as such a high priority, it could be worth it. But honestly, that's the fear playing against Hydra Nation is the macro game right now.
Yeah, I think one thing that'll be interesting to me as we go into this draft here is what Hydra Nation will change strategy-wise. I don't think they'll necessarily change a whole lot. I think they're going to stick with banning the Vindicta. I think Vindicta has been such an X factor today that any coach would just be like, no, we don't want to deal with it. TF2 Boomers is changing gears a little bit. Instead of banning the Mirage, they're going to ban the Paradox. And I don't think it's the worst idea, because if you give up Mirage, that also means that you're probably not going against Vegas on Grey Talon, which is also one of Vegas's good heroes. And I mean, yeah, I mean, Mirage is probably better than Talon on the whole, but given Vegas's level of comfort hero pool, I think getting rid of the Paradox and not letting someone like Flick play it is actually might be the better idea here.
Well, there it is. It has passed as you predicted, DP. I'm not sure. I'm trying to think of how to solve the issues you're talking about, Jake. I'm curious as to what the awareness is on TF2 Boomers as to that issue. But like, let's assume that they understand that deeper problem. What do you think is a way to draft that could help them what is a draft that would reflect a strategy that would help them to solve that?
Well, I don't mind Mirage as a start, right? When it comes to macro, that's probably the best macro hero in the game, just for the ability to, you know, be completely alone, solo split pushing, and you know, still participate in team fights via the global teleport. So the ability to, like, now if you bring 3, well, if one of them's a Mirage, you just TPs away. That's not so painful to bring that extra character, so maybe enables you to keep playing together as a unit. I mean, I think that's the way TF2 Boomers certainly want to approach this match. And so Mirage, the hero who can do that with a little bit less cost incurred as far as overall map control if you do show up to these team fights.
Hydra Nation taking the time here on the pick, but in the end, it is Shiv, where, I mean, short of Buff Enjoyers and EU, I would say Hydra Nation has probably been the one team that has valued Shiv above everything else. And I mean, it makes sense given, what role Shiv has played for teams, given how teams like to stack with frontliners. I mean, there's a reason why you usually see Shiv going in, the first 1 to 3 picks in here. But now the really curious part to me is, who do they secure with the second pick at the moment? Do they go for the Viscous tonight from Goober? And the answer, Jake, is yes. They get the Viscous off the board.
I mean, Goober was pretty nice in the Viscous last game. You got to give it to him. He put up a solid performance, and taking it early, I think it's potentially pretty nice against Mirage. Being able to save people who get tornadoed. I think it's less about the counter pick here and much more about just denying Goober.
But the question is, because he played Vindicta previously, he looked great.
What's the third hero?
I'm like, and they have Mirage already. What if they take Talon? Take Talon. Screw that guy over that plays, that Vegas guy plays Mirage all the time, and if he can't get that, he plays Vindicta or he plays Shadow Talon. I feel like that'd be like a nice way to stick it back to them. But okay, we're gonna get a Wraith instead, which makes sense because we don't want to see Leffa on Wraith.
Yeah, I think though, if Leffa's not on Wraith, I feel like Leffa just goes, I'll take Yamato. Unless TF2 Boomers picks Yamato now, which would fit their comp, which would make sense. Because
I love that opener. If they pick Yamato here, I think that's a really sick triple opener. I like these first two a lot anyway. I mean, just a really sick ganking potential, a lot of late game carry damage taken care of. Maybe, though, you want to go towards more of a frontline here. Maybe taking an Abrams. Don't let Hydra Nation get the insane power to run you over. I feel like Hydra Nation adding Abrams to what they already have would be pretty scary. Kelvin, the choice they make, though, just wanting to be, very defensive support pick as early as possible.
Okay, now I'm now worried that Leffa gets the Yamato. He's got a nasty Yamato as well.
Yeah, Yamato would be sick. Actually, I think I agree with you. I think TF2 Boomers made a big mistake because I think with all these, with the Wraith and with the Mirage, right? Like, you want to be able to control your opponents, people who dive on top of you. You can tornado them or you can like lift them. But against Yamato, right? That's not so much of an option. Not such a response. And even Yamato now, I think we could see a spirit build Yamato. I'm kind of curious to see if Yamato even does come out, because maybe the NA teams have just deprioritized it after the bullet nerf, but I just feel the character can still be very effective.
One extra quick point is, sorry, ZP, is that Yamato is also something that will guarantee us to scale. So even if you have like a lineup that isn't like as super awesome, it's better to be stuck with heroes at scale than being a bit too heavy on like the support of the front line, I feel like. Sorry, go ahead, ZP.
No, I was going to say is that I totally agree. I mean, the Warden coming in makes sense because you're going to see Hydration on again. They're probably going to throw DMB onto the Shiv. Because it doesn't seem like they'd want to put DMB onto, say, the Infernus or otherwise. I would guess here, Leffa, knowing Leffa's hero pool and what is likely to come through. If you're TF2 Boomers, you can either get rid of the Infernus because you won't be playing it with Wraith and Mirage in a lot of scenarios, or you can get rid of the Yamato.
I got better things to do than getting shot at.
Okay, it's Hydra Nation. We'll see what TF2 Boomers bans here. I think banning the Abrams, though, makes sense because there's not that much frontline left in the draft, Jake.
Yeah, that's what's lacking for TF2 Boomers right now, and that's what they need. Maybe there's something like a Geist, but could be scary. I feel Geist against, Viscous plus Shiv is sometimes annoying with like stuns into execute. You're trying to get your ulti off on low HP, and then you get like Phantom Strike stunned into an ultimate, and it just kind of slips away. At the same time, I feel banning Infernus, I feel like you want Infernus for TF2 Boomers. I mean, yes, it's awkward, but the Infernus looked pretty solid last game. I mean, it was like a really nice matchup against the Shiv, and I think Hydra Nation, we were pretty happy to pick up an Infernus of their own. So maybe it is the ban out here that you just have to get it off the board if you don't think you can fit it into the draft. This is going to be the beginners they prioritize. I guess the heal, those, I mean, honestly, it was really nasty with those wall plays. I feel like they're going to be remembering that from that last game, like how many plays were shut down in the early game from the wall, or how many kills were found from a beautiful stun. So I think that it's just kind of a respect ban at this point in the draft.
The other interesting thing as well in terms of like the front line is that Mo and Krill is available, but the weird thing there is like Hydration normally would play Mo and Krill for Hydra Nation, and I assume that he's probably going to play the Warden most likely. So I don't think that that's necessarily a pick that they would want to go for, but that is like frontline that's available, and also that's like a nice pick against a Yamato that is still available. And I mean, I would be shocked this time around if we don't see the Yamato pick at some point. So I don't know, if I was TF2 Boomers, I would be thinking along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes to what the Yamato stock is in NA. I mean, from what I was hearing from some NA players, a lot of people were very down on her after the nerf. I mean, it's a classic good hero gets nerfed, end of the world, might not actually be the end of the world, given that Yamato seemed perfectly fine earlier in the day. But I don't know. I think again, Leffa's historical hero pool. They have to be looking.
Bebop, huh?
Yeah, the Bebop. Now that is interesting because again, Bebop is also more popular in NA. I still would expect to see an Infernus or Yamato just for Leffa's purposes, but who knows once you add the Bebop in, because Bebop also is probably the most like varied character from team to team and who actually plays the Bebop. He just crosses hero pools all the way. But looking at TF2 Boomers now and what they pick up here, I feel like Geist has to be one of the next 2 picks just because they really don't have a whole lot of other options for a line, and maybe they'll go Geist Mo. Geist Mo actually could make sense.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. It's so interesting because I feel like today we've been denied so hard in some of these drafts, like us. Yeah. I feel like either we look really stupid or I don't know, like how to interpret this. But either way, I totally would love to see that the Mo Yamato or the guys, like any combination. It's going to be the guys. So we might honestly, by the way this is going, I feel like we're not going to see a Yamato. So I'm trying to accept that now.
Jake, are you accepting that, or you think it's still going to show up?
I think Hydra Nation are maybe more likely to draft it, but and then again, when they did play it before, they were like almost exclusively playing the gun Yamato build, so maybe the Spirit Yamato is a little uncomfortable after the nerf. Maybe they don't want to go that direction. I just still think her ability to frontline is pretty sick, but then again, okay, TF2 Boomers are going to go for it. I like this. I mean, I think TF2 Boomers are the ones who needed the frontline more, although, like you said, I would have liked to see Hydra Nation just steal it away here, with the fact that there's already, stuff like Abrams out of the draft. You're running low on frontliners. To be able to steal Yamato here would be to kind of like really capture all of that frontline potential in the draft and leave TF2 Boomers in an awkward spot as far as what they go for.
I would guess Infernus now, Dan. Going in here, you think about hero pools, unless Leffa's playing the Bebop, which I mean, I think could be a thing.
Helping people's what I do.
They pick
Ivy's been a high priority pick all day.
Leffa has a really good Bebop.
Yeah,
he's got everything, but
and the final 2 picks are 1 by 1, so it's not like it was higher value versus the other. It's the final pick though, and this to me is like super interesting. Is it Infernus or is it something else? We'll have to see. I mean, given the stories about Infernus's current value, I'd be shocked if we didn't see either team pick it.
There's a lot of control though for Infernus between Wraith and Mirage, and then they're gonna go for it anyway. Maybe they're scared to have it against them. I'm a little worried about Infernus, but in the end, like, this is a macro hero, right? So if Leffa just plays Infernus and just like, in the end, like, that's the advantage for Hydra Nation, right? When they play the macro game, they generate an advantage. Well, Infernus is one of the best heroes in the game, I think, to have that advantage. At some point, he's gonna like come out and just be unstoppable, unkillable, maybe literally unstoppable. I think that probably will get built this game at some point into the late game to be able to tank through Wraith and Mirage.
No more hiding.
Get on top of Geist. But I like Geist in general against Infernus, since most of his damage is dot. That you can pretty easily get the swap timing on low HP.
Yeah, I was potentially expecting maybe the Mo. I still feel like it would have worked pretty well in this lineup. I actually think the Bebop is kind of nice against Yamato as well, because it's just like, the uppercut, like and also like a gun build is really strong. I could still see a world where Leffa plays Bebop on a gun build and be like absolutely absurdly like gross on it. But yeah, a lot of like spirit damage on TF2 Boomers now. With that pocket to complete that. So I'm really curious. I like it a lot. I think that I'm more happier with the draft for TF2 Boomers than in the previous match, especially as we're seeing the Yamato now.
Well, we're going to double down here, Dan, because we're about to get into the game. Any other final thoughts as we get into it?
So I think finally, one of the questions we had was about the overall lane control, and I don't know that we've really seen a draft that necessarily solves that issue, but I think we'll see a draft that should actually be more effective in some of the team fights and give them more ability to maybe actually like get picks and so on. So I also scale a bit better also. So I feel like even though you still have that fundamental issue, I feel like you're kind of pumping up the stats in the other areas. So feeling a bit more optimistic for TF2 Boomers, but Hydra Nation, as always, is a tough cookie to crack.
All right, Jake. Hydra Nation looking to be champions once more. 1 map away from doing it. TF2 Boomers looking to throw a wrench into the usual storyline. See how this one pans out. They do get the Mirage, which does make its way through a little bit more in NA. The Yamato finally comes in, even as though it's tortured to see it in NA right now. Not as high of a stock. I think the laning phase here is going to be very, very interesting.
And we could see Yamato go Spirit build, right, to kind of sidestep some of the recent nerfs. you know, in terms of like the late game scaling potential of the character. I like also from a draft perspective the great pressure, by the way, from the Yamato early game. It's nice from Goober, but I like the Wraith and the Mirage potentially mitigating some of these macro problems. Both pretty strong heroes at, you know, clearing lanes and showing up the team fights with their, you know, pretty impressive mobility for the class. But that's going to be the real question here for me. Like TF2 Boomers has to be able to not overcommit resources despite playing such a strong opponent. I think they kind of felt the pressure of that last match and were maybe over responding to like a single hero pressuring a side lane. If they can, you know, kind of be a little bit calmer with their decision making, maybe they can be a really strong opponent here.
Mobility and Motto just getting in the squats for a moment. But shifting gears here over in lane 4. A little bit of Wraith versus Shiv, and LGTK is super, super low. I think that might be a back to base, Jake, or the riskiest stay. Not back at base.
I think
30
backing
HP.
at this time is really bad. Like it might be better to die than to back at 1 minute into the game. I mean, this is really rough to be backing right now.
Like this scenario is just awful right now.
Yeah, he can buy it. Oh, he's so scared.
Right.
He knows oh, Shiv is defending though. Got tanking creeps to stay behind tower.
Yo,
Dan just added in from the sidelines. That was unexpected, Jake.
Yeah, I think Leva overstayed his welcome there. Could have backed off and like bought an item, but thought, you know, I mean, to be fairness, Wraith was about 1 HP. I think that level so early on, like the tanking the creeps for a few seconds is no mean feat, even for Shiv. You know, it's like not easy to do. I doubt Shiv even has his passive level, so definitely not as tanky as he would like to be. Still though, I mean, in the end, it's nice, but this guy's 1 HP. I think he's dead to that.
You would think. The knife goes in, and
oh my god,
LGTK
he's juking
just running
so
away.
well.
How is LGTK alive? What is going on right now, Jake? Just surely Leffa doesn't get baited to another death. This would just be deja vu from last week.
Yeah, you would hope not, but I mean, LGTK staying in lane on this low HP, it's really going to be hard for him to actually like get the souls. That's going to be the key element right here. Is still pretty much even, but Leffa playing on the edge here, but with a slight lead.
You see the Wraith trying to go to the well once more. This time though, Leffa gets his man. Not going to be down in the hole 0-2 this time. As aside from the intrigue in that lane, Jake, pretty even across the board. Though we see Mirage under a little bit of pressure right now, tornadoing away. DMB very, very low. Deathy nearly getting him, and does get it with the assist from Fickle.
Yeah, Kelvin's assist is nice. Gotta remember though, Yamato is super low, very much struggling here in that lane. Geist gets the heal up, gonna be able to stabilize a little bit, but Warden and Viscus are really pouring the pressure on in lane 3. I mean, tower down to half. That's really abnormal for this early in the game. They are crushing the tower with pressure.
I mean, look, Yoshi had changes so you didn't kill Guardians that fast, and yet here we are, Guardian nearly dead. I think it's remarkable, as you point out. It's just not something that happens that much, especially not in a lane versus Geist. Geist of all heroes getting bullied like that, but see the pressure in, pocket on top, Warden countering with the jail attempt. A little bit laggy on my side, but you see Warden just able to dash a bit out there, Jake.
Yeah, and Yamato, I mean, this is why she was so low, so greedy with this very aggressive gun build buy. So, I mean, it's probably going to a spirit build, but still 3 gun items so early, very little invested in the survivability, just the rest of the shot. So if Goober can stabilize, he could have a pretty decent mid game here. Could be on a nice power spike for the first ultimate. The nice stabilization here is what you needed for TF2 Boomers.
The classic Mirage, just the Mirage lane pressure at this moment, but okay, Vegas, hydration, on the move. Geist might be on the menu, goo ball in, lands one, but ends up going the other way, but still playing a little bit bowling into the subway. Looking for the pocket, gets the pocket. Nice little rotation there from Vegas and hydration, pans out.
Yeah, great pressure on the tempo there. They had their ultimates up about 500 souls sooner, and they just immediately forced the issue. I love this use of the laser from Flick. I mean, this should be an opening Guardian. Although big spam. Geist, great tower defender, able to play these high grounds. Really well done. Just what you needed from Salty here to just stabilize the game. I mean, this is that power of the tower above, man. Without that, that tower would be gone here.
Yeah, I mean, there was a point in Deadlock history. You go back to the first fight nights. Towers weren't living very long under the best of circumstances, but nowadays just a little bit more hardy. But still, looking at rotations around the map, things have quieted down. But the question is for how long? Still keeping a big eye on lane 3, where, of course, Flick now at 3K. A little bit more interested in roaming, and you see that rotation, Jake, just quietly heading over to lane 2.
Yeah, looking for something here. Potentially vulnerable to a punish is something like a Kelvin. However, I worry about forcing too many gank attempts right now. I feel Hydra Nation rather in general. They've been macroing really cleanly. They've been keeping the pressure on the opponent's towers. I think they kind of just keep this up, and eventually these towers are gonna start to fall. It's kind of inevitable when the game sort of slowly tilts against you like this on every lane. Very hard for TF2 Boomers to do any kind of rotation under this level of pressure.
Speaking of pressure, lane 2, Bebop up close and personal to Kelvin Yamato. And now look at the Infernus in lane 1. Nothing too crazy there. But now, near bridge buff. See a little bit of movement here coming out of Scout. Getting chased down by the Shivs. Wants no part of that. Quick cloak and out, but Aegis, goo ball rolling on in once more, looking for Salty. It's gonna be enough. You have the frozen shelter in response there, and telekinesis. And in turn, Vegas, a little bit overextended, Jake, gets punished for it.
Yeah, 2 nice kills coming out from TF2 Boomers. It's a very heavy reaction, though. They brought a ton of heroes over, but they are going to get rewarded for it with 3 kills. So that's when it starts to be worth it, right? You find 3 heroes is kind of worth whatever it takes to bring the rotation. So Hydra Nation getting aggressive there, making a play. It ends up costing them. Tower did go down, though, on Lefa's lane. So Lefa, I kind of expect him to start to get out of control here. Maybe not out of control, but he's really going to start to accelerate the farm in the next few minutes, right? He's cleared the opposing T1. He can start to just shove waves in and go back, farm his jungle. I mean, pushing onto the Walker this early. LGTK is coming back in, but he's half HP with no lift. I don't know if you can actually fight Lefa.
Yeah, it's questionable at best in that situation. But right now we're looking at the Mirage versus Infernus. Off in lane 1, Geist coming in off the zip. A little bit extra support. Geist bomb in. So that can result in Deathy. Deathy right now, staying alive. Guardian though going down the other end, and you know, between both teams, 35k and 31k, Hydra Nation starting to nurse a little bit of an extra lead. Yamato though goes in off shadow transformation. Beam gonna force the retreat in quick order. And you look over there, you have Viscous just coming in at the right time, Jake.
Yeah, and the Guardians are starting to drop right now. Lead is growing here at 4k for Hydra Nation. This would be a big moment, though, for TF2 Boomers. If they can open up at least 1 Guardian on the map, right, it presents them with a bit more staying power. But, I mean, immediate defense from Hydra Nation, bringing the Ivy in. This is why this character is so strong, able to show up to these team fights in a big ulti onto the backline.
He just dropping the airdrop. Staying on the high ground, though. Meanwhile, Bebop more focused onto the Guardian. See if TF2 Boomers rotates more over to the left. I think Hydra Nation is more than willing to just grab the Guardian. Look for a different rotation. Meanwhile, Boomer. Look at Geist, how Salty just continually getting harassed regardless of the fight. Maybe they'll get away. As Vegas now again drop the ball and roll away.
Man, these jungle invades are really going to start to add up, right? So many of these first cycle of camps have come to Hydra Nation. Lefa does get shut down on the side lane, but once again, it takes 3 heroes to rotate over to that lane, and Hydration's still there to catch and defend his own tower.
So, Hydra Nation, it's interesting they're congregating as much in late as they are. Are they going to go for blocker this early, Jake? It kind of feels like that's the plan. 3 heroes, lane 1, still moving forward.
Oh, that's a missed affliction from Scout completely. You got nothing on it.
Yeah, and again, if I'm TF2 Boomers, I feel like you need more rotation over the lane 1. Okay, and here it is. The teleports are coming on in. They're looking for DMB. DMB a little bit overcommitted right now. It might be the case. You look at DMB just going way behind here on lane 1.
Don't melee the Walker, Bebop.
No, don't do it, please. No! Wait,
okay, wait. He uppercut it. I feel like that's allowed.
Yeah, that. And also died immediately. We gotta go back to EU times, Jake. It's not where we want to go today, you know?
Can you imagine?
I don't want to imagine. Bad enough for one day, but
I mean, once again, it's a nice rotation response from TF2 Boomers. It shuts down the side lane push, but elsewhere on the map, right, the action goes the way of Hydra Nation, and they keep the pressure. It's relentless, but it's always split from Hydra Nation. I mean, I think this is what they've done better than anyone else in NA is how much they're pushing on two fronts at all times. There's almost never a full commitment of resources from Hydra Nation until something like the mid boss. Up to that point, they're always efficient with their map pressure.
All right. Well, in lane 2, pressure on lane 1 has ceased. We're going to see here from TF2 Boomers what adaptation they have in mind. I mean, again, hook! Just when you think Calvin's just going to casually get away, instead, hooked in by Flick, forces out the frozen shelter at a minimum, but could end up being more. You see DMB coming in from the side. Ice Path as Fickle just tries to get out of the danger zone here. Meanwhile, Goober versus Shiv nearly has him on the ropes, takes him down. The slimmest of margins, but all that happens, both Deathy and Fickle fall to Vegas and DMB. Still a better trade for Hydra Nation, but, you know, Goober at 10K could be worse for TF2 Boomers here, Jake, when you look at who's getting the farm.
Yeah, but I mean, with 3 Guardians still online right now for Hydra Nation, I feel that the noose is tightening on TF2 Boomers. The lead up to 8,000. I mean, that's normally not a huge lead, but this early in the game, I feel Hydra Nation are potentially cruising to their next championship right now. I mean, DMB is so active on the map on the Infernus, really taking the pressure off the side lanes, and Hydration doing what he does best, right? Like accumulating souls, but still active on the map right now on a nice passive trip back to clear out his own jungle. But I mean, Hydra Nation have their whole entire jungle to farm on top of a pretty significant lead. They've just been farming TF2 Boomers jungle this whole game. I feel the lead doesn't even fully express how bad the situation is right now for TF2 Boomers.
Yeah, right now, the win conditions they have, it's more limited than you might think on face value, and it's just incredibly tough where they're at the moment. But right now, look at Scout. Come on in, make something happen on Pocket. Instead, right now, just gotta be running away in quick order. Hydra Nation just on a quick rotation, not really letting anything develop there.
I mean, Pocket's sort of happy to waste some time here, so Scout happy to like bait a bit of a chase. So that's you know, using some of Hydra Nation's own weapons against them. Flanking movement from the Wraith. Wow, doing great movement there to stay alive. But Warden in the small room, last stand. This is really the last stand. No retreat from this position.
It is the true last stand, the canonically accurate last stand. And hey, it works out. Hydration able to restore his HP. Walker going down at the same time. Shelter out a little bit later. Does leave the 1 kill on DMB. But these trades haven't been great for TF2 Boomers, Jake, especially when you look at the push on the map, losing walkers, and at most just being even trades, which, you know, you're still 10K behind. It's tough.
They're chasing hard for Hydration right here. Does he get out? It's super close, but I feel like that Veil might be a little bit too far to chase. Vegas forced a cube on the side lane. Stabilize. Oh, Deathy does go in to trade for that kill. I think that's actually worth for Deathy, even losing Scout in the process. Side lane fight, though, for Leffa, battling up against Goober on that number 1 lane. Leffa on 1 HP, looks like. Maybe it'll be enough.
Off pursuit, same with Viscus there. Flick, find Goober. Goober's not going to be one to turn this fight. And you see DMB is laying in the damage into Kelvin. And it feels almost on autopilot a little bit right now, Jake, where everything is just going Hydra Nation's way. They're getting the objectives on a timely level, and TF2 Boomers just struggling to stay in it right now. And while, yeah, Goober's at 12K, guess what? Leffa's at 15K. So even the fact that you funneled more souls into your motto only carries so much right now.
Yeah, and I mean, once again, I think because at some point here, Hydra Nation, if they ever want to back off the pressure and stabilize just a little bit, they can always, you know, go clear out their own jungle. Potentially Viscus caught here without the cube. Is going to roll, instantly canceling, trying to just do anything to escape. Seems like he might just make it out of here. And Hydra Nation, they keep escaping on 1 HP. Great use of the teammates to like bail each other out when they're in trouble.
Uber, a little bit of revenge, finds Hydration. And also one of the best kills you can get when you're trying to stay ahead. One of the richest players around. Right. Heavy damage on the DMB. DMB's getting away from this one. Ducking and diving.
Did he get knocked off Zip there? I think he must have with how much early damage LGTK was able to get on him.
DMB's also still alive. DMB somehow got out. I think it was just the support coming in from Ivy and Bebop. Getting caught out. However, the damage in the Leffa is significant. The whole gang's here. Surely Leffa doesn't live and know. Salty finishes out. Vegas, though, counter fire. Bag gonna be picked up in turn. And
The spirit of
long scrappy fight.
to be claimed.
Yeah, both teams brawling across the map, but once again, I mean, it goes slightly in the favor of Hydra Nation. They're going to keep the walkers pressured on the other side of the map, keep forcing TF2 Boomers to show and, you know, deny any kind of trick play, and once again, keep farming enemy jungle camps, right? Like, they pretty much haven't farmed their own jungle for much at all this game. They've been spending their whole time on the other team's side of the map, and that's how you generate this kind of pretty significant advantage. That, like I said, there's like an even bigger advantage waiting to be captured in the jungle. But Hydra Nation just want to keep their foot on the gas here. They don't want to let up the pressure whatsoever.
So 88k to 77k. Evolving storylines here. I think if you're TF2 Boomers, you don't have the absolute greatest pick potential, but maybe you just catch someone out on a dumb rotation. You know, ideally it's someone like Goober that's in on it. Rotations. Here we go. Bebop in on the Goober. Gonna force out the shadow transformation. Rescue beam.
Transform.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think. I'll be honest. I don't think Goober realized the rescue beam was coming in there. I think that was
definitely
reflex.
not.
And if he had known, he would have saved it. But now you have the shadow transformation on cooldown, and you get one pick. This 2 picks now with Goober dead. You gotta be thinking mid boss now if you're Hydra Nation.
Yeah, it is going to be a pick off onto Flick. See if Mirage is able to get out of this unscathed. I mean, Hydra Nation aren't even concerned with that, right? Like, they're fighting with 2 players, and the other 2 players are across the map, farming lanes, shoving them out, clearing camps. Like, the lead only grows. So as much TF2 Boomers, they brought their entire team to this right side of the map. Yes, they defended. Yes, it looks like a decent fight, and maybe they even find the Infernus here. Rescue beamed into the wall of the Kelvin shelter. But I'm not sure how much it even matters getting this kill. And if they don't get it, oh no, that is such a costly fail.
Unbelievable save. Second one of the night was seen. First one came to TF2 Boomers. Now Hydra Nation with the airdrop save. But, you know, you think about how they're committing for that death. Left a little bit exposed. Vegas in on the rotation. Deals with it. Slash low from Goober. Your shadow transform not up, so it kind of limits how much Goober can try to punish this. Got about like 15 seconds till it's back up. Hydra Nation a little bit drained on ults at the moment, but oh boy. Jake, we've hit hydration time. Look at hydration's farm right now. Oh, nearly at 20k. Furnace though, under pressure.
The beach ball. Okay,
picked up.
That crazy 600. It's still nice. Nice pickup.
It's not bad for Hydra. I feel like DMB has been very ambitious in some of his positioning here, where TF2 Boomers made it a point of DMB in lane. We're gonna go for it.
I mean, I think this is like it'd be easy from a novice perspective to criticize DMB and say, oh, he's like dying and it's like an impactful death. But I really think this is part of Hydra Nation's strategy. They don't really care sending the Infernus down. The DMB has just kind of always played this role for them, whether it's the Wraith, you know, the Infernus, the Shiv. It's just sending it down a lane, forcing a heavy response. Maybe he dies, but he gets some farm in the process. And the rest of the team is, you know, clearing their jungle, clearing enemy camps, pushing other objectives. And so, yes, you are killing DMB, but he's not the linchpin of the strategy. That's Hydration and Lefa, who are getting exactly what they want out of these exchanges. Kelvin going to attempt the earn run. It has a relatively safe delivery location, so we may see the full team fight here. I would expect Hydra Nation to contest this.
Yeah, this also could be the game in and of itself right now. TF2 Boomers needs to go for this earn. It's an ideal location. Hydra Nation, though, all the tools possible to contest. All eyes right now. Got to be on Goober in the setup. And as I say that, Vegas gets caught early in the setup here. TF2 Boomers getting away cleanly. This could be quite good for them right now.
They've destroyed the
Goober burning just a little bit. Earn yet to be turned in. TF2 Boomers still at a man advantage. Goober a little bit low. Hydra Nation, though, going...
They just threw DMB into a tower on half HP. They don't not care about this guy.
No, it's just like, you've heard about expendable people. Well, congratulations, you're expendable. Hydration, though, not so much, Jake. And for all this exchange, you know, Hydra Nation, they get walkers as a result. They lose a few kills. TF2 Boomers, though, might be okay with this. Have cut the gap pretty significantly.
These are nice kills, but they're going both ways. That does favor TF2 Boomers with that net worth disadvantage. They're able to get Ivy as well on the cleanup, and it seems like Lefa is going to be headed out, taking the reset, slowing it down a little bit. Tower pressure, though, coming in from that lane 1, right, hitting on the enemy base guardians. Gonna start to force a response. Probably one of the spawners has to respond to that. But, man, Lefa also has this debuff remover, potentially challenging to fight against. He can, you know, get himself out of, whether it's the pocket ulti, or any of the, like the Mirage CC, anything like that. You know, the opportunity to escape with debuff remover is nice for Shiv. I think mitigating some of those dots we talked about being a problem last game.
Yeah, I think number one on the list has to be Affliction, right? Where it's kind of Shiv's bane in the middle of the fight. It's the one thing that can just ruin his day and trying to be survivable and staying around. So it has to be largely in response to that. I think kind of looking at Lefa's gap here is actually kind of nuts. 25k on the Shiv is ridiculous. It starts getting to the territory of how do you kill this person, especially with the debuff remover in stock. Tough times right now for TF2 Boomers, where going into these fights, just dealing with the Hydra Nation frontline, easier said than done.
Vegas going really deep here, though, maybe underestimating the damage that Mirage can put out. Mirage, though, caught potentially caged, and that's a nice cleanup. Hydration, the follow-up this time is here. And they're trying to go on Lefa at this moment, right? Like, less resources available for the Shiv. They're trying to potentially shut him down here. He's so tanky, though. Unbelievably tanky, but it seems like they've done just enough. The gun buff on Yamato, able to get her over the line.
Also, kind of bad for Hydra Nation in terms of who gets it. Like, the person you don't want to see get that is Goober. Like, that is the absolute highest value kill you could get in Hydra Nation, and it goes directly in Yamato's pocket. So, as far as trades go, 124k, 124k, TF2 Boomers have kind of clawed their way back in now, Jay.
Yeah, they have. They've done admirably well, right? Like, the pickoffs has kind of turned against them, and I think that last pick onto Lefa really was a massive difference maker. Hydration's going to go for an earn run. So Hydra Nation want to reassert themselves with an advantage with Yamato ult down, pocket ult down. Maybe that's enough for the team fight. Missing a couple key ultimates of their own, as well as Lefa on the respawn. Should be back here, though, to potentially take this engagement.
Telekinesis used here from LGTK. Hot pursuit. Getting backed up by Fickle as we take this underground. And yeah, I think it's a case of, DMB go distract. Well, once more, DMB is a distraction. Might be heading back, but let's look at what's going on the map on the other time. Defi's actually looking for push on the Walker, Jake, while this is going on. It's taking full advantage of Traveler and the ability to just come in at the right time.
Yeah, this is great for Mirage. This is what we talked about in the draft, the potential to get this Walker. Kind of no other character in the game can do that without risking a 5-on-16 fight. Here he's coming in. Looks like both teams going to commit heavily to this engagement. Goober finding pretty nice damage. Frozen Shelter ices out a few of these opponents, and players are dropping low for Hydra Nation. Both teams, though, in contest. Hydration himself with the last stand, trying to brawl this one out.
Goober can finish it. Goober's about to get Shadow Transform up mid-fight. It wasn't at the start. It is up now. So Vegas should be just getting pummeled from all ends here. It's starting to happen. Goober's back into the fight. Shadow Transform back up. Cube, likely not going to say Vegas. A quick power slash and gone. As Goober right now unleashed into the middle of the fight. What a timely ultimate come up from Goober. And now what else do they get off this Jake?
Quig trying to get Hydration out of trouble, but it looks like it's a little bit too deep. I mean, Yamato may be too strong to fight in this engagement. Oh, no, not too strong to fight. Does get cut down by DMB, who came back after the early death, returned to get revenge on Infernus, and might even look to chase Mirage. This is starting to get risky, though. Spawners coming online. DMB, he knows the ways of being baited into overextensions. Not going to make that mistake himself.
DMB, he who is baited and does the baits, as it turns out. But yeah, I mean, you think about where we were about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I think TF2 Boomers has done an incredible job to keep this even, especially given the fact that Hydra Nation hit some moments where they'd almost scaled out of control. They really had when you look at Lefa and Hydration. And while they're still like kind of in that zone, the fact is that LGTK and Goober are close enough that it's still in contest.
Yeah, and now, I mean, the only real advantage for Hydra Nation is the fact that they have a second Walker and hence, one more flex slot than their opponents. But I think this is that phase in the game where it's not the end of the world. You can start buying some upgrades. Even one flex slot is kind of enough to get by. Maybe in the next 5-10 minutes, that's when it's going to be really important. As buffs are up in 30 seconds, though. I think that's going to be potentially another flashpoint for a team fight here. Both teams probably feeling pretty confident. The hook here could be massive.
Yeah, and I think Flick is the one to focus on here as you go the bridge buffs, because you get hooked back over here. It's real tough. Even if you get out, the amount of resources you have to expend to essentially rectify the mistake of getting hooked in the first place, it's very significant. It's not a good time.
I see Wraith.
But buff comes up on the right. Absolutely no drama. You're looking for the other side, not going to connect. And both teams giving each other quite a bit of respect right now, Jake, in terms of the.
Yeah, it's all about the dance around the mid. And Hydra Nation have been really reticent to clear their own camps this game. They really have just never backed off to their own jungle, other than like a couple players a couple times. They've really tried to keep the pressure on aggressively. I think, you know, feeling how close they are to the win in some of these situations. But TF2 Boomers have weathered the storm really, really well. Like I thought, you know, they would crumble at some point under the pressure, but they've been responding really cleanly. You know, protecting this last walker has been a focal point for them here in lane 2. Now the urn drop off is going to be a question. And I mean, DMB is so quick on this. I don't think they're ready for this. I don't think they're getting the stop. Yeah, the knockdown on Kelvin, it's going to be really rough.
Yeah, the urn comes in. It also could get worse if Fickle gets picked here. It's so huge. Fickle can't get away. Gets hit with the Looney Tunes special. The anvil over the top. Now Goober again hit in turn. Gonna have to shadow transformation, and no, just dead. Yeah, I think that's silence in the middle of it. And oh boy, 2 clean pickoffs, and Hydra Nation find a way to break the stalemate. They're gonna bring this straight in the middle. TF2 Boomers, I mean, if they wanted to contest here, Jake, they don't have anything that would be, you know, typical good steal. It's for them, I have to imagine they stay out.
Yeah, you could just gamble it here, but it seems so difficult. Hydration going for the safety ultimate here. They are going to go for a contest with Pocket. Seems like he's not going to get the rejuve. He's just going to die for his troubles. And I mean, look, I guess the rat from LGTK is what they're hoping for. A little bit of rat deadlock here. Maybe they can clean up a shrine. I kind of wish he went for that shrine with no one going back to respond just yet, but it's hard for him to know that in the situation.
Well, as we're in this spot here, TF2 Boomers regrouping. Dan, what do you got for us?
Well, there needs to be a final hold, obviously. I think the scaling for TF2 Boomers is certainly like there to be able to compete here. They just need to be able to hold this and minimize the damage from this push from the rejuve, and just not lose too much and not allow that soul gap that they reclaim to extend like further now for Hydra Nation. And I think they'll be able to mount a recovery. And maybe they're able to catch some stragglers here, but I guess I really have to pass it back to UTV because the action just doesn't stop.
No, it does not stop at all, though. You know, the dance, as you call it, Jake, it does continue, where it's also caster curse, where Dan's like, it's about to begin. And now all of a sudden, I'm just like, no.
I mean, I think that was a scary situation for Hydra Nation with DMB taking some big poke while he pressured towers. Like, I think TF2 Boomers were right to look for a chase there, but Hydra Nation just saw it coming a little bit, you know, felt, okay, we lost some HP, let's back off, let's farm a little, let's get that, you know, full heal back in. We know DMB needs full HP to start the team fight, considering how much aggro you can expect him to take. This is the most painful creep kill of all time for Mirage, by the way. He's trying to snipe the 1 pixel of enemy creep.
The creep was just dodging. It was entirely the creep. It's just the world's most invasive creep. It's a test subject to be printed in the future, like the portal bots from way back when. But okay, Hydra Nation looking to secure what would be, yet again, another victory here in Deadlock Fight Night. TF2 Boomers hanging on by a thread, looking for a way to turn this to their favor. The Hydra Nation is knocking at the gates right now, Jake, and just looking for their chance to put it away.
Yeah, it's a nice patient attack from Hydra Nation, just clearing the base guardians one by one, working their way in. The rejuve is starting to run low. It's starting to get scary. You know, if you force a team fight now, you could be seeing some late deaths that aren't rejuve. Big hook caught, though. Maybe that's enough to get Mirage. He tries to tornado out of this. Still in trouble, though, lacking that tornado. Lefta thinks he can pounce. Frozen Shelter keeping them alive for now, but Deathy's so low, does get cleaned up. Ivy finding the finish there, and this is where the rejuve gets really valuable. Oh no, Shiv starting to snowball, takes down a second, players dropping everywhere. TF2 Boomers, they may be out of it now, ZP. They're gonna lose shrines, they're gonna lose first layer patron. Maybe they can get some kind of a cheeky defense here. If the patron falls, they get those fast spawns.
You'll never be
Well, it's the
my
power of a
equal.
40k Shiv, and since we don't really care too much about the fountain at that point, patron getting pummeled. Flick might be down. The question is for Hydra Nation, do they repeat last round where they just take the patron and stay or not? You still have the fight going around inside, and they take down Salty. Patron going into tier 2, and Leffa just might be unstoppable at this point, Jake. The level of soul difference is ridiculous. But it does seem like the prudent course of action is still back out of it.
I mean, I think the fact that, right, the other team, you know, gets their fast spawns after, you know, you knock their patron, and you got a bunch of players on half HP, like, maybe you win it there, right? But maybe you throw your advantage and you throw the tournament away. Like, you know, Hydra Nation are smart enough, I think, to not. That's like a kind of like a coin flip play. And I don't think you want to take a coin flip right now if you're Hydra Nation. You're probably winning this 90% of the time. You know, so something like 50-50 is just not good enough. I think it's a wise read, as they just, you know, can reset. All their ultimates are on cooldown, coming back online in a few seconds. You know, clear out your own jungle, buy some, you know, buy items, get reset. There isn't a defensive earn drop off for TF2 Boomers though, so it's something they could start to work with. I'm curious whether Hydra Nation would even necessarily want to contest it.
Your Hydra Nation, you don't necessarily need to contest it. It would be a luxury at best right now. I do think, though, if you contest it and you win, then you can just end the game. So you have some benefits here. DMB, of course, looking threatening towards a turn-in. The rest of Hydra Nation going on the rotation for now, pushing up lane 2.
Yeah, I mean, now with the lanes against you, it's scary. Like, you, even if you could slip in and get the turn in, I mean, you could just easily lose a team fight in your base for having one player away on an objective. So this earn starting to feel pretty difficult to actually leverage, as Hydra Nation keeping their opponents locked up in the base right now. I think probably forcing it in here would be very risky for Hydra Nation. I'm not sure that they really should do that. They're thinking about it though.
Yeah, they're definitely thinking about it. I mean, game ending could be in the cards, but it comes out of risk. They do force out the Frozen Shelter. Frozen Shelter already down. Fickle under a bit of pressure here, trying to get away. See now on the Salty. Salty rotating back over in the base. Hydra Nation trying to make the most of here, catch someone out. Deathy, again, the old 1v2. See Shiv going up top, getting real close into killing blow territory, still on the hunt through the wall! Shiv defies physics for the killing blow. And that could be the first stone towards the end. Goober having the drop shadow transformation, still pretty low. Can't get killed through it. Telekinesis, meanwhile, in onto the Shiv. Can Leffa actually die here? They're going for it as Yamato, but Leffa stubbornly staying alive here, Jake. Regenerating just enough. 44k Shiv. This is the power of durability. Stays alive enough to rotate around, get on to Fickle. Both teams, though, down 3. It's not come without a cost for Hydra Nation, but Leffa still stands.
Yeah, Leffa's got this game. Both players 1 HP. They cannot stand toe-to-toe with him. And a beautiful pickup onto guys. He's charging the Patron now. Scout dying as well on the flank. And it's a GG. Hydra Nation are once again your North American champions. I can't say I'm surprised, but I am impressed, CP. They have put on a masterclass once again here in Deadlock Fight Night.
And they do it with the same formula, and that formula is more than any other team in Deadlock right now. Hydra Nation gets the right farm onto the right people, where it almost sneaks up on you to the point where you look at Leffa and you go, oh my god, Dan, he's not going to die. And that's what we saw in that final fight, which honestly was pretty masterfully played by TF2 Boomers, but they just couldn't get that last little bit of damage onto the Shiv because he was too damn rich.
Yeah, it was really interesting, the strategy there in terms of how they do accumulate that farm, like on the right heroes. So it's super intentional for sure. And the way that to do that, you kind of have to have some sacrificial lambs. You got DMB on the Infernus, who does like pressure pretty deep to try to attract attention and to try to steal away farm from his opposing team. And at the same time, yeah, you got the consistent farm going on to Leffa. And we don't normally see Shivs get so prioritized with the farm, but obviously that is really powerful. And I think the only thing that really allowed TF2 Boomers to start to come back into the game was by nature of the fact that LGTK did a great job on keeping on top of his farm as the Wraith and staying active, but also the fact that just across the board, their comp scaled way better into the late game, especially with the Yamato, but even still, it just seemed like it was too much. Because I was worried that when we started to see the tables turn a little bit, I was like, oh, hang on, did they kind of like just farm a little bit too hard and then like kind of give up the game a little bit and not hit at the right timing? But it all worked out in the end, of course.
Now, of course, going to, I think we have the stats screen coming up here before we say who is going to be your final Intel player of the match for today. And I'd just be curious to go back and review where it all landed. And Jake, you take a look. It kind of makes sense, right? Especially at the end game, where I would be curious to see like what the stat graph was for Leffa's contribution. But once you get that far ahead, you just churn out the damage.
I will say, though, I feel like what draws my eye right now is actually Vegas with a monster damage performance, 33, almost 34k damage. And I mean, just not like with, you know, almost 13k, like a third less farm than Leffa, and putting out almost as much damage on a hero with saves and significant, you know, control. So the damage isn't telling the full story from Viscous. I feel like Viscous was a key performer, and Vegas looked phenomenal. And we talked about Vegas playing a lot of great talent, a lot of Vindicta. Well, I mean, I've also seen him on the Viscous, and this was a really nice game from him, and sort of an inversion of where Hydra Nation won last week, where they were super greedy on like every single character was scaling for the late game. Now they went a little bit the other way this draft with the Bebop, Viscous, Ivy. A few characters aren't necessarily like the late game titans, but they played the early advantage immaculately well. I mean, yes, there was a little bit of competition there in the later mid game where it felt like maybe TF2 Boomers can come back. But time and time again, I mean, Vegas was a really huge contributor for me on the Viscous in these team fights. With I think it's crazy to have even close to your top damage stats on something like a Viscous who's doing a ton of utility on top of his damage.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of reminds me a little bit is when you see like Paradox, who is usually more focused on utility in both play and items they build, right? Where a Paradox like Mikhail sometimes will just absolutely go wild. But it's a very valid point just to look at Vegas and be like, oh, okay, you just did everything this game. But Dan, this does bring us to our Intel Player of the Match for our final match of the night. And there's a lot of arguments to be made across Hydra Nation, but for now, it was just one player. Dan, who is that player?
Yeah, you're totally right. You could go a lot of ways with this, but I went with Lefa again. And it is so difficult to kind of go with Lefa today because obviously I think you guys brought up a lot of great points about Goober and also, not Goober, sorry, Vegas.
You just like the other Viscous. You think Goober. It's like,
yeah, exactly. and that's the thing, like, you know, playing Shadow Talent really well. Like, I didn't even realize you could flex onto the Viscous so effectively. But the thing is, for me, is that Lefa, like, so much is put into Lefa, and so you have to rely so heavily on Lefa performing, and he is so consistent, and he is such a star player on this lineup. And like this match, for example, on the Shiv, he was able to just create a lot with the farm that he had. And this match, like, if he wasn't performing quite as well maybe on the Shiv, this match would have gone the other way, because I do think that Hydra Nation actually missed a timing a little bit and they started to get punished, which is when we saw TF2 Boomers come back. But again, the way that Lefa was still able to play with the Shiv and it would still make it very impactful, created the breathing room to assist the team to get back in. Obviously, Vegas and the rest of the squad did a great job there as well. But yeah, a lot of pressure on Lefa. We saw Lefa also on the Wraith in the previous match as well, just extremely consistent, massive damage output. It's really hard to not pick Lefa when Hydra Nation is playing.
Yeah, I think you make a great point, Dan. Like, to be, you know, it's one thing we talk about, oh, like he's getting so much resources and like, yeah, like the team is really playing around players like Hydration and Lefa getting the farm. But it's another thing to actually be that player and to have the weight of responsibility on you every game where you are expected to carry every game. If you actually deliver that and you keep carrying game after game, I mean, you gotta put some respect on that. That's a very mentally challenging role to play for a lot of players, to be able to have that much pressure on you. You know, if you mess up in those late game team fights, you overextend with all your farm and feed it away. I mean, it's game losing, right? So Lefa has that pressure on him every single game, and it feels like it doesn't change anything for him right now.
Well, this does bring us to the end of the night, but we'll do a quick little review before we give our thanks and all the rest. This was our day today, where once more, perhaps the very surprising story, I mean, you had a lot of surprising stories, but Aegis Aurora proving they aren't a fluke. They're able to win EU once more, a story that will still reverberate throughout the week. And of course, into NA, Hydra Nation, still the kings, still unstoppable. Dan, Jake, final thoughts.
For me, I love that we do get the sort of just cemented sense of Aegis Aurora being actually legit and seeing even more depth. The first week, we didn't know necessarily whether it was, you know, is it variance? Is it gimmicks? Is it people not being used to how they play? Okay, now if people understand what they're doing and they ban against them, will they lose their luster? And no, they adapted really well in the draft and showed that they have even more depth to go to. So love that. And TF2 Boomers, despite failing ultimately here, there are lessons that they can grow from. There are fundamentals that they can address. I feel like if we see TF2 Boomers be more of a consistent mainstay in this lineup in NA, they can absolutely give Hydra Nation a run for their money.
Yeah, I love the shout out to TF2 Boomers. I feel, especially in that game 2, you know, like in a really rough spot, you know, things tightening around them, so much pressure on them from the best team in NA, and they still equalized there, which is super difficult to do in the position they were in, right? They were able to battle back, make the macro adjustments to really draw the game out much longer and really have some chances there to get the win. So I think it's fair to say, give them their flowers, you know, appreciate this team for putting up such a strong fight against a team as good as Hydra Nation. That it's been rare where they really had a proper contest in the grand finals here in Deadlock Fight.
It's always cool to see the stories develop. In one case, we have a story of a new champion, and in the other case, we have a story of a champion who simply will not go down. The regional storylines continue, but this does bring us to the very end tonight. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Thank you, of course, to Intel for helping us sponsor and put on this incredible event. And thank you to the production and, of course, the players and teams for coming aboard. This was Deadlock Fight Night. We'll catch you all next time.
Stop jumping around sometimes.
Let's take out big time.
They're done.
Time to move. The crows obey.
I see Viva.
They won't be bothering us.
Is under attack.
You don't got what it takes. They are just begging to get. It was over the moment they decided.